Okay, kind of need some deep breaths for this one. There's probably more pressure on doing Vulcanus than any other part of this run so far, more pressure than Gotlap or Lazy Bastard. Because this time I actually have to build up a proper bleeding factory, which means my actual factory building skills are going to be put under the microscope. So clearly the way to deflect any blame for poor planning here is to not build a proper factory and do things my way. So we're going to get back to it. I've given myself a bit of a time schedule for how I want to be doing this challenge, and I've set aside 8 hours to get Vulcanus done. So hopefully, I don't know if we'll get it all done today, 8 hours is a lot of building, but hopefully by the end of Vulcanus we can leave it forever, and it's going to constantly churn out all the resources I'm going to need for the other planets. It's not allowed to make science though. We said that all science must be produced and consumed on Novice, apart from, of course, special planetary science. Vulcanus is going to have to make the metallurgic science pack, but I think it's maybe the second easiest off-planet science. Gleba science is so easy. You can make a thimble-sized Gleba factory, and that's all you really need, and it might be all we do. The only thing I want off of Gleba is its science and its carbon... What's it? Carbon fiber, I think it is? That sounds about right. Seems a lot for Vulcanus. Yeah, but it's gonna be our everything. I plan to do a lot of exporting of finished goods from Vulcanus to other planets, so they don't need to do manufacturing in each place, but that means Vulcanus also needs to produce a lot of goods in order to enable the interplanetary logistics, and it needs to be able to create the spaceships. I plan on doing all my spaceship building on Vulcanus as well. Common sense might dictate build your spaceships on Novice because the atmosphere is safe. Not the atmosphere, but the orbit, rather. But I disagree with that. I think Vulcanus is the best place to fire off your spaceships, especially because it has the highest rate of solar power. I like to solar power almost all of my spaceships. And I might see if I can do all of them, but I don't know, nuclear is the answer for much of it. Alright, do we get going here? I guess we do. Let's load back into our save, get rid of that starting shortly, and go for it. Let's feel that pressure once again. And then we, of course, immediately pause, because I need to get my bearings. Can I, zoom out and pause? No, this is about all we're going to get. So we're here on Vulcanus. What are we going to do? What did we arrive with? The timer is continually timing down, which is why I like to keep myself paused. I want to refresh myself on where we are in research and where we're going with research, especially since it has been a wee while. We're about to finish off the logistics system. That's actually a little bit annoying. I mean, I need this thing, but I've been waiting on this, and we were locked on this due to an achievement. Now that we can finally have it, I need to go and sort out some basic logistics for Novice and Fulgora. So that's going to distract from what we're doing here on Vulcanus. I absolutely want Automation 3. Absolutely want Logistics 3, but I think Worker Robot Capacity is actually more important than that. I'm going to move it forward. But yeah, I want these fancy assembly machines. I'm going to want Logistics 3 so that I can get Turbo Transport Belts, which for some reason isn't Logistics 4. And then the rest of these, I don't know, we'll figure that out as we go along. What do we have here on Vulcanus? Well, we don't really know. This is all we see, but that's a big patch of coal. There's a lot of cliffs in the way, and there's a lot of rocks. So more than anything, I think what I need to do is explore the area. I need to pick up some rocks and things and start processing what we have. I'll get the basics: copper, iron, steel, brick, because these things are needed for what we're going to be building here. Yeah, you notice I'm trying to do as much as I can without the timer running, because thankfully the game does pause on full pause mode and when you open up the text screen. Although I've long wanted a mode where the text screen doesn't pause the game. So let's refresh ourselves on what we're doing here. I need to mine out some calcite to get some simple coal liquefaction, get some steam for energy, and get some water for everything else. And then once we produce some tungsten carbide, we can get the foundry going, foundry into big mining drill, into metallurgic science, and then the rest of it. Once we get this far, cliff explosives are a huge priority. Coal liquefaction is a huge priority, asteroid reprocessing is a high priority, and artillery is also high, but we can afford a little bit of time to wait on it, because this is gating one of the final achievements for us, keeping our hands clean. We need artillery to kill the biter nest. It must be our first kill with that. Protozamac shining in to point out, yes, Vulcanus is a forge world of the system. You can do just about everything on Vulcanus, which is why I said we have to do our science in Novice, otherwise I would shift all production to Vulcanus. It's just better in almost every way. Are all planets required to achieve your goal, says Adwin? I have wondered about that. To get 100% of achievements, yes, absolutely. But to win the game, yes, they are all needed, because in order to get to the planet edge, you have to do Crivens. What is it? Yes, you have to research the Prometheum Science Pack. That enables the solar system edge, and that's where we have to get to win the game. So even if you absolutely despise Aquilo, and I'm not its biggest fan, you are going to have to do 500, 2,500, 4,500 Aquilo science packs. That's quite a bit, but I guess I'll figure out Aquilo when I get there. Not a fan of it. You also have to fiddle around with the biter eggs to get the Prometheum science pack. I suppose it's needed as an ingredient, but this is annoying to do. I guess I would just bring back some bioflux, make this, shoot this, and then never speak of it again, because I don't plan on doing any biter egg things if I can avoid it. And I guess there's an achievement for doing Prometheum, but while I'm on the clock, I don't want to doss around with spoilables on Novice. Those railguns are kind of needed as well. See, that's what I've been wondering. Are railguns actually needed for the solar system edge? I mean, again, common sense dictates they are. Those massive asteroids have an enormous amount of health, don't they? Yeah, because you got to blast your way through the huge asteroids, and there's no walling these things off. They will absolutely just crush their way through all your walls. Although, is that really true? What if you just have a lot of walls? Anyway, yeah, 3,000 physical resistance and a 10% bonus on top of that, so you need the 10k damage that a railgun is going to shoot out. I'm not sure it's possible without. If ever there was a game that would inspire people to figure out if possible or not, it would be Factorio. I'm getting really, really sidetracked here. I need to think about what I'm immediately doing, like in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, hour, and so on. So we're going to do what exactly? We're going to go and pick rocks and build a basic factory. How does that sound? Sounds not very good. Oh, one thing that's worth keeping in mind is that I've got the lose lobby here. I actually don't think I want it up here. There's nothing that I'm going to be shipping back anytime soon, right? So I think this metallic asteroid processing should actually go back to carbon processing. Can we just get rid of that? You get back to being filtered for... actually, don't even bother with filters, who cares? Put things in and out, no mucking about. Do I have a spare one of these? I do. Okay, surprising. In that case, I want you to get back to Novice. I'm sure you'll be fine with all that ammo. And yeah, just wait for me until passenger present. And then I will ship you around if there's stuff that I need in the future. As for me right now... Okay, don't worry about Novice being attacked and things. I would like to start gaining resources. So here's what I do for that. It takes a while to mine these things out, so I'm not going to be mining it out. My little bots will be mining it out for me, because they can pop those things instantly, and I can just run over and grab the goods, and then they just immediately come back to me. That includes grabbing some carbon from here, and all is relatively well. Thank you, my little bot friends. Yeah, I don't even have to cut down the trees. What a world we live in. And I've got a quick button for enabling and disabling my bots. We need to do this regardless because it's our only access to early tungsten ore. Otherwise we'd have to mine it out, and we don't know where it is. And I think every time you come here, it's guarded by the big worm things. But right now, it's just me sitting here regretting the fact that I only brought the capacity to manage 10 bots. I really should have done a little bit more than that. But we have a very limited amount of space in our suit. Oh yeah, there's a... Oh, I do not like hearing that noise. Yeah, there's a landmine meta, of course. You can build a spaceship with just landmines on the front. Oh, I can hear one of the big wormy things. Oh, okay, there's a lot of lava down here. That's good and bad, but it might be more bad than good. Maybe I should just run around, but I really want to get some initial resources. He is close, isn't he? I do not fear the worms, right? I can kill worms like they're not even there, but that's not the priority right now. There's a few different ways to kill worms, but I just like to do it with DACA. Alright, easy money. Right, we got ourselves some base resources, but I need to actually put down some power. I brought power with me, right? What in the world did I bring with me here anyway? I'll tell you what I did bring. I brought a background monitor that's way too bright for me. When a game is slightly dark, I deign to increase the brightness of my monitor. Today, 15% will do, up from 0. Right, so I brought this for power. I brought a lot of substations. That's unlike me. I'm not normally much of a substation guy. Sometimes it feels like different people are doing this campaign because I do things that, you know, I wouldn't do this. How did past Jake think to do this? He can't be trusted. Anyway, although it's a bit of waiting on the bots to come back to me, largely that's down to my bot speed just being so insultingly slow. If I had more bots, this would go easier. But I don't let them pick up these goods. They would take forever doing it. You can just run over and mow them up. I almost have enough to begin production, though, which is good. I do want to begin production after all. Oh, yeah, some fires can pop out as well, but don't worry about that. Bots go back up to 100% health after they come back to you. Ugh, it's such a slow amount of bots. It's a good thing I don't fire up my super late game save, otherwise I might feel the desire to have much better bots a little bit faster. Maybe that's a good desire to have. There are a few ways to suffocate a worm, and Jake, do this with DACA. There's plenty of ways to kill the worms. Tesla is a pretty big way to take them out easy, but I find Tesla cannons are a bit too vulnerable, and I don't like those big expensive imports just getting shredded by those guys, whereas DACA is cheap. Alright, I think that's enough. I need a place to set up my power. Initial power can go next to this. We have a nice healthy amount of sulfuric acid, 4,000? That looks like a bit more than 4,000. Yeah, how about 14,000? Okay, it doesn't really matter where this goes, so let's just thunk it down. Is this going to be good enough? Gee, I don't know. Why don't I just start building and see what happens? Actually, all this crap's going to get in the way, isn't it? Please dispose of the crap. I will pick it up, otherwise my bots might get funny ideas. Can't have bots thinking autonomous thoughts. That is disallowed. They're just there to pick up the goods. So I'm going to start out with some basic power. Yeah, because I need power for my smelters after all. But yeah, this space needs to be cleared. Don't worry about this being a waste of time picking up these resources. In the end, I need this tungsten ore. Without this tungsten ore, I wouldn't be able to actually build up the foundries, I think it is. Something here requires tungsten carbide. This is why I like them coming back to me straight away, otherwise they get ideas about energizing. This is a bit more time than I expected to be spending gathering rocks, but okay, let's just bring this out. I really want to have a look around and get my bearings first, but we need power pretty badly. I'll just slam it down here. Less thinking is better thinking, as is often the case. Let's just get these down. That one doesn't fit. Don't even worry about using the space completely efficiently. I want to save like 4 of these? Yeah, 4 seems about right. Because I want to set up some satellites later on so I can actually have an understanding of what this area is like. That means I'm also going to want to save a few accumulators. That sounds right as well. Right as rain. How many of these do I even have? Oh, that's all of them. 1, 2, 2 should be fine. Right, so let us begin with some simple smelting. I really need to get on my logistics actually and set them up on the other planets, but at the very least I could set up some... yeah, at the very least I could set up some basic resource production here first, because I have a lot of ores and things that I need dealt with. How are we going to do this? Where is it all going to go? God, I need to explore here. Right, how about you into you. Okay, that kind of maybe works. People hate that I use these, but use them I shall. So let's start out with... jeez. I should have stood in bed. Alright, yeah, how about we just get some basic stuff going first? Just give me that for now. You guys need to go and do stone, and you guys go and do copper. Ugh, I don't like the order of what I just did there, but you guys smelt up that basic stuff. I got work to do, and that work is going to be easier if I have this very, very slightly automated. We're not a lazy bastard anymore, so we can afford ourselves a few chests, a few inserters. Yes, inserters. What am I going to need? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe a few more. Gotta remember I have electroplants as well. But for now, let's just smelt the basics, huh? Yeah, sounds about right. And just get them into chests. So. This is gonna make steel. This will be making us iron. This will also be making us iron 4. I'm going to need another 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the timeline isn't so harsh, is it? But it feels harsh. Man, does this game love to feel so tight. Alright, here's my brilliant idea. You are going to be making steel. Yes, Matthew Steel. And then you are going to make me some iron. Actually, I don't want iron made here, do I? No, I want my iron made over here. I have something resembling a cunning plan. So don't do that. Instead, make me the bricks, because I shouldn't need raw stone for anything. You guys are going to make me the iron. And then you guys are going to make me the copper. Simple, isn't it? So yes, we're making the steel, we're making the bricks, we're making a bunch of things. I want to explore, but I really... Hold on. I'm going to need to mine things out, aren't I? Right. I want to explore, and I want to do a bunch of things, but first and foremost, let's mine out some coal. Because I'm going to need a bunch of coal for something. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to be doing it yet, but surely it's better to have it and not need it and waste time transporting it, I suppose, than need it and not have it and not have to do any transportation. I don't know, my point is kind of falling apart here. You're saying I've spent time planning this? Okay, I shouldn't need too much in the way of mining. Let's just go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and... 1, 2, 3. People hate the way I do this, but that's their problem. And I spy with my little eye something white to my right. There we go, I want that as well. I gotta drop power over, though. I'll bring it along and up, I suppose. Alright, again, I'll just make 3 chests of it, but I know I'm gonna need a bunch of this stuff. I don't know how much I care about this all being lined up properly. I mean, in the far-flung future, I might care about how much of a good grid I make, but maybe I'm caring a bit too much about things that figuratively don't matter at all right now. I need to make good use of my logistics power, though. Alright, there we go. This is glorious calcite. It's one of the many reasons that Vulcanus is overpowered. There's so much freaking calcite. I've got a very late game save, and I still haven't exhausted my starting patch of calcite. This one here is 763. The coal is 1 million. Those are... Well, the coal especially is a good number there. But again, all I think I care about right now is just grabbing a couple chests of this stuff. Not for the boop-de-boop research that I just got, but rather I would like to... You know what, I'm going to set up satellites and do a run around first, I think, because that's an automated task that I need done. So let's go and explore the perimeter and set up how many... Wait, I have no satellites. I need to make those. Well, I can make 1, and thanks to all this junk, I can make more. More, he says. Also, I have more ore for you, and more ore for you, And more ore for you, but that's the last I want to do of that. Can I have another satellite, please? Yes, I can. Can I have some power poles? Yes, I can. All right, so we're going to do a run around left or right or top and down. Well, there's a corner here. That's good enough for me. So we go in. We make sure we're absolutely not in this guy's territory. And in this chunk, we slam down a satellite. If you build on the angry guy's land, he will be angry. So if we just slam this down, that's powered. Power's going down because night is coming. Well, that's my problem. Coal is always a problem on Vulcanus, in my opinion. There's not enough. I think mining drills, the big mining drills you get here, and they're 50% saving of resources is pretty huge for that. So I'm not generally worried about coal. Because the coal patches are pretty big. It's not like Novice where you go, oh boy, 80,000 coal, glad I explored for this. You know, it doesn't take far to go and get big amounts of the stuff. So with any luck, we're going to find tungsten inside our starting area, but I become more and more convinced that that just doesn't happen. I should probably set down a satellite and explore this corner, but it's rocky as all sin. It's rocky. New guy whose nickname was Rocky, but it was not a flattering nickname. He thought it was because he was like the boxer, but no. No, it was not. Alright, good to get more of this stuff. I'm going to want to automate. Well, automate insofar as I tend to automate things, that. But we're in need of information. What is around us? Other than a bajillion rocks. You gotta hoover up this stuff so that the bots don't waste their time picking up items one by one. I just want to break the rock immediately, and I'll hoover it up. We've got tons of carbide, which is amazing. We've got tons and tons of this stuff, the sulfuric acid in the ground. That's pretty huge, because that means all of our energy production is just solved right here. We don't need to go and explore areas for that. We are likely going to need more coal and calcite. Well, more than likely, we are going to need more of it. Fine, we'll do it here. Here you go. Again, we'll give you some power, and some accumulation. All right, there we go. Except I can't get around you now. Alright, there you go. You get to work. I feel a bit bad that I've gone and blocked myself off there. Actually, I feel really bad about that. I may need to come back here at some point. Whatever. I can pick stuff up and put it back down. So hopefully they'll explore the area that I have not been able to get to. Right, this lava. This lava is going to propose a problem for me, but let's get an idea in the underbelly of it. We'll set up chests with everything we've found so far, and I need to go and sort out my logistics network in the other planets. Jesus. What's the hotkey for deletion? Interestingly enough, those big geyser things, they spit out, they give you chunks of sulfur. There must be a reason for that, but the reason is lost on me. And maybe it's to stop you getting locked on accessing sulfur because you need it for something, but there's so much sulfuric acid. And you can make sulfur from water and petroleum gas, right? God, there's so much knowledge you need to reach into your head and grab. Hello! Okay, this is pretty good and I have the space for it, so we're going to harvest the rocks right here. We're going to need to eventually, so let's just do it now. Great big Xbox huge rocks as well, full of tungsten ore. And we are going to need to set up the automated creation of tungsten carbide because we need it for foundries. And we're going to need a lot of foundries. Should have called this the Foundry Planet because foundries are incredibly overpowered. Well, are they overpowered or are they just powerful? Where does one draw the limit? Well, you never want to use a smelter again once you have a foundry. Is that true? Bricks still need to come from somewhere. We need our guns at Brixton. Alright, good enough. How much time have I wasted already? Well, I should check that my achievements are still on, by the way. Yeah, we can see it there. They're on. to disable achievements, I load a mod. So it'd suck to have this going and find the mod still on. I have to redo everything I'm doing. I really wish the sulfuric electric power wasn't so goddamn powerful. It is obscenely powerful, isn't it? It'd be nice. I think it would be really good if it wasn't here, because then you'd have to rely on solar, and that means you need to expand. You need to make tons of rock exploding explosive things, cliff explosives. That's it. Okay, what have we learnt now? What have we learnt? Wait, I didn't see this. Okay, well, apparently I ran past some calcite without noticing it, or my radar is working faster than I thought. But the second patch of calcite is quite close. It is behind all this lava, but it can go up and around it. We got our tungsten ore here. It's not a lot, it's only 250,000, but you don't need tons of this stuff. And actually it's well situated for automating my science, so what is this telling me? Since there's so much lava here, and I will want a main bus can't come down here. Bus could go over here, bus could go up here. Looks like the lava continues around there. There's a lot of flat ground here as well. So what I am envisaging is this area will need to be cleared. That's not a top priority. We have enough carbon. We have enough ingredients for tungsten carbide right now. So I will make a soft automation of that over here. I really want a radar up here and down there as well. Then I'd have to steal some of my power. I think that's worth it for the information, actually. Let's do that. And then we're going to sort out our other planets. Oh, I want to make sure that my thing got back here. It did. Okay, very good. Right, I need 2 more satellites. 1, 2. You guys make me more steel. You guys make me all of the copper. And then you guys get stonen. I'll need to steal a couple of you. Please don't mind me. I'll need to steal 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. And we'll set up what we need. 2 more of these as well, please. I'm not wasting my substations on little autonomous satellites. Considering the way demolishers work, my conspiracy theory is that the original... that was the way it worked originally, and they changed it. Man. Casuals, not even once. But yeah, I think it would be much more interested if you had to rely on large solar arrays here. And that would also encourage you to go for quality, because you use vastly less space, or on the other side, get a lot more output with that. Or just don't make that acid neutralization so incredibly powerful. It makes 10,000 steam for 1 calcite. I mean, come on. Like I said, calcite OP, Vulcanus OP. It's why we're not shifting all of our science over here, because there'd be no run left to do. I'd just arrive in Vulcanus and I'd stop. It's like, no point continuing if we've already won, right? I don't like how much time I'm wasting here. In my head, this went a lot faster. Don't worry about the lava, it doesn't hurt you, but if you throw anything into the lava, it gets destroyed. Even if it's a piece of copper wire or an entire space silo. Boom, and the dirt is gone. Right, 1 more satellite. I'm just making sure I'm definitely outside of the demolishers' range, because otherwise they come over and destroy this. I've long wondered if the demolishers can, you know, on the fringe areas when they're patrolling, can they come along and destroy your stuff? I guess we'll find out, since that's pretty close to the edge there. So that will go and autonomously reveal the area for me. There's a bunch of stuff I want. Should I set up automated tungsten carbide creation before I go and do other things? I need a ton of that stuff. How slow is it to make? Tungsten carbide takes 1 carbon, 2 of that, some sulfuric acid. I guess I will. Let's do that. I brought these pump jacks for a reason after all. Slam that pump jack down over here. Slam it directly into a device that makes me tungsten carbide. Use these even though there's no need to. And then set up just a little bit. Just a little bit more. 1 feeds in, 1 feeds out. This one gets all of that, and frankly all of that. And it desires power. Well, don't we all? But power corrupts. Alright, there we go. Tungsten carbide is now being made for me. What a wonderful world we live in. Slowly, but whatever. Maybe a little too slow. People criticize my lack of use of fast inserters. Okay, right. That should automagically make me some resources. Now let's go and fix some problems that we have. Let's start with Fulgora. So, Fulgora is getting to... Right. Let's start from the start. I left this little setup in my infinite wisdom here. I hadn't created the technology for requester chests because I wasn't allowed to. I wasn't allowed to do that until I finished researching something from another planet, and we did that. We researched some Fulgoran tech, but I can't remember what it was. Doesn't matter what it was, what matters is what we do with it. We start making requester chests, and that will allow me to move my goods around. Something that is also unforgivable around here is, look at this, the recycling on the loop isn't being done properly, and that is clogging the inputs over here. So we are going to speed this up by using speedy inserters. And part of the problem is that too many nice advanced goods that break down into too many other things are going here. So we're going to lift the limitation on this, because I shouldn't need so much of that. What else do I want to do here? Jesus. I do want to make a little bit of a mall here. And I want to do some module stuff, although I'm going to need these. Actually, whoa, no, don't do that. Undo that. Okay, good. I wanted those over here. I want the production of these things done. I shouldn't need too many of them, but make me like that many of them. And then this stuff can be put down. So yes, we need to recycle more of these goods, but I need fewer of the cool goods going in there. So go and grab more of these. What else do I want to do? What the hell am I doing with this stuff? I mean, this needs to keep flowing. There needs to be less of stuff coming out because it blocks this too much. I need this stuff constantly chugging out more and more. What am I even saying? Too many words, too much thinking. Whoops, that was not what I wanted. I want these things to be fed like so. I need to do some module production while I'm here. In particular, I want some productivity modules to boost stuff. Do I need speed modules here? Do I need efficiency modules here? Frankly, I would rather have both. I know people are disgusted by my use of efficiency modules, but there you have it. Shouldn't need to make a bajillion of these. Just make like one line and we'll be happy. Same with the efficiency modules. Too much happening that needs to happen, but so little time to plan to make it happen. Exactly, Chummer. I'm glad I can just pause like this and think for a moment. I want to expand my holmium production with the bot. I need to make a bot mall, man. I need to set this stuff up. I probably need more bots as well. I probably need more recyclers as well. Tell you what, why are we not making recyclers? That is something we absolutely should be doing. That and just a lot of these kinds of regular goods, inserters and the like. So yes, please make me recyclers. I think these things stack to 20. It does stack to 20. Alright, in that case I shouldn't need too many of them. Make me like 100 or so of them and we're good. I'll set up more bot things once I'm convinced this is running okay. But I also want to make sure that we're grabbing more of the LDS. But ideally we still have half of them coming through here. So I wonder what would Brian Boitano do here. Do I even have more splitters here? I have 11 splitters. Okay, that's got to be good enough. Right, here's my brilliant plan then. Doop, doop, doop. Out to the right comes low density structures, which are here somewhere. There we go. I take half of them. Nothing comes out here. Damn it, you slow-ass bots, hurry up. Hey, automated construction. I can't believe it took that long to do so. And let's grab these low-density structures, please. Only half of them, though. I want half of them going back into the loop. And also, I absolutely need a lot of these grabbers to speed up. Too many slow things. Also, I'm going to need more of these chests. It bothers me that I instantly recycle them instead of just throwing them into here. So... You guys only activate when I have something like more than, I don't know, 8,000 chests. Just buffer a whole load of chests. That's too many chests. All right, make it 4,000. So once I have 4,000 chests, then we can recycle them, but don't recycle them before that. We are very sadly lacking... Why do I not have any... Oh, this isn't a provider chest. Whoops. And I can't make provider chests. Also, whoops. Okay. Don't worry about it. What we can do is delete that. Move it over here, and then we have green chips available. But all the logistic bots are busy making the recyclers, because they all have to come over here and give them the goods they need. Okay, in that case, undo that. Get to work on the more important things. Although it was a constructor bot that brought that over. Alright, now you're going to get the chips you need to make the chests. But now I need you to make passive provider chests. And then we'll move things over. Okay, that feels like it's going to take a wee while. An uncomfortably large amount of time, no less. Does Deathworld impact lightning on Fulgorit? No. Deathworld only changes Novice. It doesn't even change Gleba, which is incredibly unfortunate. Okay, since this is going pretty badly and pretty slowly... hold on, there was one other thing that bothered me here. Look at this iron that keeps coming back in here. I think I need to void this iron. No, I need this iron to join the logistics network. That's what I need to do. So let's go and have you get in here. Get in there. Hold that thought. I'm going to have you join the logistic network here. You guys are going to be filtered for iron plates. Doo-doo. And then when the iron plates are filled up to the network, I just want them voided here. And the best way to do that is to put them into an assembler. And then the assembler puts it out into that. And the assembler makes iron chests. And we get some power over here for everything and everyone. Okay, this is clearly why I need a bot network. Because I don't have enough goodies. Yeah, what I need to do is actually make bots, of all things. There's not enough logistibots for everything that I'm doing here. I make engines, right? And I have this thing for making electric engines. Actually, I have all these electric engines right here, which is also kind of cool. I don't know what these things are doing here. They need to go away. Right, get the electric engines, start making flying robot frames and a bunch of other things. Ugh. I think these guys need to cook for a wee while because I am not ready for this, clearly. But at least this is sped up. Feels like it's not coming in fast enough, probably because this stuff isn't ready. And they're not telling me that they're lacking items. They're just taking their sweet-ass time doing this. Okay, well, at least the cargo size has gone up for them. Right, so Volcora is taking bleeding forever. What can be done for Novice? So there's a few realizations I had looking at my base and looking at the tech tree as well. And one of the sad, sorry things is that I need piddly yellow science. Why do I need yellow science? I already researched the thing, but I need to actually put it to use because there are several things here that I really want and or need. I don't need advanced asteroid processing right now. It's nice to get calcite involved, but we don't need it. I'm going to need the personal battery because my current personal batteries run out in no time flat. I am going to need some laser technology, damage and shooting speed. I'm going to need the portable fission reactor. I really want the stack bonus. I'm going to need military 4, I think, because there will come a time when I need to clear out the bases on Novice, especially when I come back. Eventually, if I need to expand too much, I'm going to need projectile damage 7, maybe even 8. I'm not sure about that one. And I really want the robots flying faster and carrying more, because as you can see, they're just too slow and too pathetic right now. There's so much needing and wanting. This man's greed has no end, apparently. Alright, so let's fix a few problems on Novice. One is that I've got all the steel buffered, but it's not going down the line. So we are going to reverse the flow of this steel and have it go back into this. How now? Input priority from what we're creating, output priority on that way, and then I want this to... Would you mind not being there, or even there? Could you, like, go there instead? Just don't be there. There we go. I do something weird like that. Alright, so there we go. So now the steel's going to feed back in here and hopefully deal with some of my shortages. These buffers are not big enough. In fact, why even have a limit on the amount of these things that I'm making? Blue chips are king. Red chips are also king, and those aren't limited. But that steel comes down and eventually makes flying robot frames. And those are needed for science. So please stick those in there. I already have low density structures being buffered here, if and when there's ever enough copper for that. What else is needed for making yellow science? You'd almost think this man could remember this stuff. Flying robot frames, low density structures, and there's one other bleeding thing for yellow. What is it? It's not the blue chips themselves, is it? Honest to goodness, I can't remember. It is the blue things themselves. Okay, that could get a little annoying, because I'm almost certainly going to want some of those over to Vulcanus to help the bootstrapping. I'll put them into the lognet, and what I'll do is I'll make a really small, pathetic yellow science factory thing. I can have that feed down. Alright, here's how it's going to work. And clear some space here, and I'm just going to make a bunch of stuff here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them will do. I mean, 6 of them is probably still too much. 1, 2, 3. Here's part of my brilliant planning. Oh, that's right, you don't have requester chests, but I preset that up, didn't I? This is why I shouldn't take long breaks between my runs. I forget everything I've done. Alright, you're going to make these requester chests for me, and then I'll be able to move these things around. Hey, excellent, excellent. Alright, so that means these guys are going to get what they need to make me delectable yellow science. Nope, nope. And they're also going to need to shove that in the log net. No, they can shove that up into a belt that comes along here. That's fine. Yeah, they don't need a ton of that stuff. Some people hate the fact that I use efficiency modules over productivity modules. Don't know where they get those ideas that that's a bad thing, but even so, this stuff is important to me, so let's actually efficiency module them up and then get this stuff brought out over to the labs. Back to the lab again. You messed up. Back to the lab again. Not again. There we go. Now it'll join on that side of the purple science, and everybody gets access to yellow. How and why and where they use it, I don't know. That's for brighter minds than mine to figure out. And also, it should tell me if I'm short on any of these items. It's not saying we're short, so I'm sure they'll be put together just fine. So there's my pathetically made little factory there. And I'm going to need some priority research done, right? Oh my, the baddies are lurking close. I wouldn't worry about the baddies then. They eat the wall of flame right now. Right, the bots do need to be faster, and the bots need to carry more. Fortunately, these aren't very expensive technologies. Tech is going to be at a crawl for a wee while, though. Where's the carrying capacity? I'm not seeing it here. That's because it was right under my nose, the best place to hide it. So make them faster and make them carry more, because I'm going to need these bots to work extra hard for me over in Vulcanus. It's going to be a pretty heavy bot factory, although it will be belted as well. Belts are beautiful after all. What else do I need? What do I need for me? I still need Automation 3 and Logistics 3. Those are pretty huge. I would love a better personal battery, but I suppose that's not a priority right now. Just get these done and I think we'll be okay. So I should deal with Novice well enough. How are you feeling, Fulgora? Are you able to do things for me yet? Yeah, you can shove things into the log net. Excellent. And apparently you have everything you need. This stuff is being made. Excellent. So the iron plates are now getting voided if we're not already facing any problems with them. There's nothing missing on the belt here, which is excellent. Do I have my prod mods now? I absolutely do. All right, so prod mods go doot, doot, doot into all of these. You guys are also going to need some prod modding. I may run out... Oh, actually, just prod mod the whole damn thing. This stuff is so important. Everything relating to holmium needs to be prod modded. Well, these ones would be pretty expensive to prod mod. Right, tell you what. Did I blueprint this thing? Ah, of course I didn't. And I can't see it to copy it. But I can see you. Okay. Let me just take you and thunk you down somewhere here within my log net. Can you guys build that, or is that going to be a problem? We're missing the modules, but that's fine-ish. I don't think I need that many of you. Yeah, but you guys keep on working for me, please. Still want more bots, huh? So that I need flying robot frames. You need to make me some requester chests, because we clearly don't have those. And yeah, just output me like 100 of them. Alright, hopefully once they've done all of this nonsense, I'll be able to come back and actually sort out the creation of more bots, because I actually want proper bots here. I'm also, at some point, going to need to transform these into more electro plants, but that time will come. I also really need to make sure that this science continues on. Anything else I really want to care about so much here? Got the holmium done. Iron plate's no longer coming onto this. The whole line looks a lot cleaner. There's not a lot coming out of here, which is good and bad. It can be bad if there's too much plastic. Or rather, not enough plastic. And look at these poor buggers. They don't... Oh, right, that's right. How does the iron actually get over here? I think we're going to... we're going to bring that over by bot. Yeah, it's a sensible thing to do. I could always just drag something else over here, but that's not happening. Right, you go there. You go and shove it out, and you are to request... well, the iron, of course. Shouldn't need that many of it. Just give me like 200 and we're fine. So now the iron goes over here to continue making accumulators for the good of all. It doesn't look like they miss any of these goods, which is great. I clearly left enough behind. All right, we'll let that cook for a bit, I reckon. Means I can get back to building up Vulcanus. And hey, would you look at that? There's resources for me. I like resources. I could even make a few iron chests to leave my things behind on. And you should even have a bunch of calcite. Tungsten calcite, right? Wonderful. Do you need more carbon? Well, probably, but you don't have it. Could I make a foundry yet? Ooh, I need refined concrete, lubricant, electric circuits. A lot of things I need for a foundry. I need to think about what I'm actually doing here then. How does the ordering go? If I'm going to be making this thing, I actually need to set up basic coal liquefaction, and I need to get some electric circuits made. But once I have a couple of foundries, I'll be able to automate the production of a ton of goods rather than having to go around and pick up rocks. That's okay. What's the plans after Factorio? It's probably Factorio for most of the day today. Right. Good thing I brought you with me. All right. So you there. You are going to make me electric cables, and then you're going to feed into this thing, which is... Oh my days, why do I have such crap here? Just give me a bunch of basic things for now. You are going to make me green circuits, and I know I'm going to need both. And then for now, just deposit the green circuits into here. You can have, well, a bunch of things. These guys are hungry after all. There we go, just take that for now. And then, yeah, feed them over here, feed them over here. Gosh, there's a lot of basic stuff that I need, and I kind of wish I'd set it up earlier, like producing the basic goods for this. You also need a bunch of iron, and I'm kind of horrified at my lack of iron here. Because I don't have enough iron ore to get things going. I need to set up basic coal liquefaction. Why am I making basic coal liquefaction? Also, where am I making basic coal liquefaction? I need the lubricant, don't I? Yeah. Alright, well, the coal is over here, and the border's pretty much here, so... pipes are cheap, but at the same time, I don't want to drag things very far. Maybe just do it right here. Yeah, the bottom end of the coal. So, basic coal liquefaction, please. That is going to require... Oh yeah, sulfuric acid is needed. Damn, I need a lot of pipe-related things, don't I? That means I need a lot of iron-related things. Okay, then I guess I'm plucking rocks for a wee while. I don't have the goods for everything if I don't do this. That said, make me all of these. Deposit everything except for my bots. And then let's go and pluck some rocks. Exciting times, but it seems I need a lot of this stuff. And then as soon as I have a foundry going, our rock plucking days are over because we'll have ungodly amounts of goods from the lava. Lava gives lava, and lava can be turned into all sorts. It's the big rocks I really need more than anything. Thank you, bots. Grab and keep going. So the only time I've played Vulcanus before was on my main Factorio run, and I arrived with nothing, I believe. Because I wanted to do all the planets from scratch. I may have brought some bots with me just to speed up building and harvesting, but I didn't bring power sources, didn't bring machines for making more things. That was really cool. That is a peak way to enjoy Space Age, says the man who's only done it that way. Apart from now, I suppose. I kind of brought bootstrapping with me. But I think it teaches you a lot about what a planet can offer you, and what you can offer the planet. It's also just really enjoyable. Factorio is a game about solving problems, so having them solved for you feels pretty bad. Hey, we actually did a bit of piddle science already. That yellow science might be going faster than I thought. Alright, so clearly I need a lot of iron ore, but clearly I've managed to procure quite a lot of iron ore. I'm going to continue eating up all these rocks. The worm won't mind. The worm only gets angry if you attack it, even if you don't do damage. And when you build on its land. When you build on its land, it seems to take a little while, and then it notices that you've built, and it beelines for destroying it all. And it will destroy it all. It destroys pretty much anything on contact, and anything it doesn't contact, it can use this like underground explosive ability. Can't think of a better way to describe it than that. Give me the rest of the goodies, please. Thank you. Silly bots flying over fire. Right, there we go. That'll get me the iron. And then we're going to need a bunch of, well, iron goods. I'm also going to want to bring over the calcite here. I'm not belting over that calcite, heavens no. Might have alluded to thinking about that, but that ain't happening. Don't put it in there anymore. Put it in there. And then you are going to... Oh, that's right, you guys need to do this as well. I can't imagine needing any copper plates now, so just shove it into here. That and that, of course. How's that calcite at Co coming? Take more of this, take more of that. You took it all? Excellent. Fun fact, worms have 4 different speeds. I'm not sure that's very fun, but it might be a fact. It feels like something I didn't want to learn. Alright, good to see that that stuff is coming along. Right, what am I doing right now? I want to bring over my calcite as much as I can. So actually just dump everything, grab the calcite and bring it over. I should have a couple of chests of stuff now, and that's going to be needed for the liquefaction, which for the longest time I thought was liquefaction. But I guess liquefaction is just that word, but better. Yoink. Thank goodness for added carry capacity. Giant worm wreaking destruction on an alien planet with resources. Where did the Factorio developers get these ideas from? Very insightful, isn't it? Right, so I'm going to need these goods. Figures I have too much space or not enough space or something regarding space. So take the calcite, shove the calcite into... I'll probably just need one of these for now, but there you go. Unfortunately, I need to pipe a whole lot of this stuff over. Further unfortunately, I don't really have iron, do I? Damn, I made too much steel. What a problem to have. Alright, well, let's just assume I've got kind of enough for now. Alternative thought is bring the coal liquefaction over here. Yeah. That's the new, better idea. Get the coal liquefaction done over here. I just need basic stuff. Very, very basic stuff. We can set up better stuff later. But for now, I can't be bringing all that stuff over. So, you go here. And, man, this is going so slowly. In my head, this is going to go a lot faster. There we go. Very simple coal liquefaction. Gets all the goods you could ever need. Gets done very efficiently. And then we set up 2 chests to bring you calcite and coal. And that gives us heavy oil. How much calcite can I be carrying with me? That much. What about coal? Alright, well, I'll dump the calcite and take back the coal. Heavens knows how much of this stuff I'm going to need, so just take both. This one's full of calcite. And I don't think it needs to be dropped in so fast. How much coal do you need? Rather a lot. How long does this operation take? 5 seconds. Alright. I'll deign to use one of the fancy ones for coal. While I'm thinking about such things. Have even more calcite, because I don't know how long I'm going to be forgetting about this, but I'm going to guess rather a long time. Alright, looking somewhat groovy. And now we bring over the coal. What do you mean I've got too much coal? There's no such thing. But Jake, why don't you have any belts? Because I'm short on iron. There's so many more things I could have brought over to bootstrap this faster, but no, this is what we get. Alright, there we go. Now with that, we get oil. And with oil, we can make lubricant. Of course, we need pipes to move oil around. You there? You gotta make me lube. We need lube badly. And then we're going to need a machine to make us the foundries. And I need refined concrete. Well, that's a little complex, but only a little. How are we going to do that? We're going to make you, which pumps into a chemical plant to do acid neutralization. Hey, would you look at that? These two can share. Simply fantastic. All right, we're going to neutralize this stuff into a huge amount of steam, and the steam gets condensified into water, and that water is needed for other things. Gosh, building this in a rush is something else. Right, so that water is going to be needed to make refined concrete. Refined concrete is made in a machine. Who would have thought? But we need to make concrete before we make refined concrete. Oh, man, what a situation. All right, very well then. That means I need yet more ore. And that means you can be the one that does the refined concrete, because that also needs water. So the concrete becomes refined concrete. You're going to need ores. You're going to need a bunch of things, as ever. Take all those stones that I've been making, clearly very wisely, and then all that metal ore, which you don't need a ton of, but you need some of. Let's just go and grab some bricks. Not bricks, ore. The ore for the bricks. Stop thinking about the guns of Brixton. That song isn't very good. Why did I keep listening to it? This lava really blocks the way, but there's a whole lot of rocks over there to be enjoyed. How long have I been here now? I feel like I've wasted an hour already. I have wasted an hour already. Oh, that's not good. We don't even have the beginnings of a factory, really. Good luck with challenge today, Jake. We're all hoping for a stranded spaceship. No, Alpha is hoping for a stranded spaceship. Alpha hopes my run goes really, really badly. He's sick of me winning all the time. And conversely of him doing the opposite of winning all the time. So he's just aching out for things to go badly so that, you know, when I'm winning this run, but it takes me 42 hours, so I lose and things like that, he'll come in and go, well, here I am to do the run. And then he gets cocky, starts in Gleba, and immediately dies. Ah, I will get my pound of flesh, don't you worry. Alright, there we go. That should be enough to bump up the production, because we need that refined concrete. Do I still have some iron plates on me, by the way? I think I do, because I need these iron sticks. How do you make the bots break the rocks, but then not take the rock with you? I disable and re-enable the personal roboport. I have that bound to a hotkey to make it easier for me. And if there's one thing I like, it's when the world is easier for me. I might be making a few too many sticks. Give myself another one of these. Because, oops, there. You're going to need some steel. I'll give you some steel. I'll give you sticks. And then you're going to need to put that out somewhere. And there we go. Amazing. I'm going to need more sticks for this thing, I'm sure. These things eat a lot of sticks. So there we go. I'm very, very slowly going to make myself a big batch of refined concrete. And that refined concrete is the final piece needed for making the foundry, which is made right here, of course. Because we keep it simple, stupid. How long does it take me to make a refinery? Not that long. Alright, come on, give me that. They make them 10 at a time, but they're relying on those bits of concrete coming in. Concrete takes 10 seconds, refined concrete takes 15 seconds. Only a small difference here. But when I first get my my foundry, that foundry is going to set about making more foundries. Because the foundry can make foundries with increased efficiency. Is there anything else I need to do whilst this is happening? Probably. There's a bunch of stuff I probably want from Novice to speed things up. The red circuits come to mind immediately. Alright, there we go. First foundry, and as soon as we have this foundry, we tear down this foundry factory. Because I don't want more foundries made in this thing. I want them made in here for the 50% foundry making bonus. Ah, welcome Baron Von Own. It is ever the pleasure to see you. Do foundries need steel? Of course they need steel. Does everything need steel? Alright, good. We got our beloved foundry. Now you go away, and then you become the foundry. And the foundry, of course, makes no, not big mining drills. No. The foundry makes foundries. There's your stuff. There's your other stuff. Here's your refined concrete. Wow, look at how much faster it is at making them. I need more refined concrete, by the way. Alright, now that I have foundries, I can start making all the goods that we're very slowly making. Steel, iron, copper, sticks, wires, you name it. As long as it's a base material like that. Hell, even the fancy stuff can be made in the foundries. But I need to take a very swift water break before I dive into that. So I'll be back in just a minute whilst you oogle these researches that we're very, very slowly making. And Ninja is there to make me feel a bit better. He says, I used to watch Alpha play Mahjong and chuckle about D ranks. Now he's reached rock bottom, he can no longer get any D ranks. Ah, that also means you don't get more of your chuckles. What a shame. Alright, let's go. As someone who's never played this game, I would rather see what success looks like. I would also like to see what success looks like. I'm not playing this with the intention to fail. Alright, so 2 more cycles of refined concrete. We're pretty good there. I need a few common items because you can't just go with this stuff. You need a bit more. Sadly, my steel is largely gone. Sadly, most of this stuff is largely gone. Not the electric circuits at the very least. This stuff can pretty much be dismantled now, except whilst I'm still waiting on some things, I may as well get that done, right? The production of this may yet go places. For now, however, let's do yonder. And still collect some of those in case I need it. But what I wanted those goods for was so that I could get offshore pump. Alright, quick design in head time. Oh wow, those satellites are doing great. They appear to be revealing a fat lot of nothing. I mean, if we go and search for coal, there's only that coal. If we go and look for tungsten, there's just that tungsten. And calcite is just that calcite. But you know, they're doing great. So one of the fun resources you have in Vulcanus is space. You might notice that a lot of the space is covered in cliffs. We're going to need cliff explosives to deal with that. Before I even start making a proper factory, I actually need to make a dedicated cliff explosive factory. And given how many there are here, I estimate 2,000 cliff explosives needed. So I think I should produce 60 a minute seems reasonable. Or thereabouts. So where does the initial factory go? There's a good little wedge here next to the lava, so I think we process the lava here, we process just goods here. Once I have more iron, it'll be a lot easier to pipe the stuff over here, so I will do my basic coal liquefaction here, oil processing, plastics, and we just get a general mall going here, an actual bot mall. And that will give us the goods that we need to make a proper base. Okay, well, there's lava all the freaking way around us. So the base is going to have to start here. At least that's the power and the resources and the resources and the resources. And then we'll have a line going up. I don't like that it's trimmed off by lava here. But I don't mind the worms. The worms are not a big deal. There's also more space if I need my general mall area to be larger. By killing the worm there. But once I just start making the base ingredients, things should, touch wood, go a lot better. Right, so I'm going to need a whole lot of pipe work for this. Alright, so in that comes, and then just get that stuff coming over. And then our mighty refineries are going to do that. It's iron first, of course. Iron is the goat. So we... how does this work again? Molten iron from lava. Yeah, sounds about right. We bring in the iron. Unfortunately, it also needs a ton of calcite, and that is not something we are currently able to automate. So instead, we will do this. Very, very simple. I'm going to want a second one of you, by the way. And these will definitely be eating my my little green nuggets, the efficiency modules. All right, that's going to put out the this other stuff. It also needs to have its stone brought away. I don't know the rate at which that needs to be dealt with. But there are so many things I don't know. God, I need iron already. Okay. Looking forward to when these guys give me more iron. Wait, where is my iron? It seems to be gone. How could all my iron be gone again? How does this happen? You there. I need another foundry stat. What's that? You're going to make me 2 foundries? Well, thank you, my liege. I'm in need of more tungsten carbide. You have that for me, right? Of course you do. And I'm in need of more steel. I don't have that. Okay, well then, no matter what we're left with, we're going to have to figure this out. That, among other things, is going to require some more calcite brought over. Don't worry, I'll bring the calcite. Personally, I prefer to use the natural cliff explosives that move around. Never get tired of it. It's not really something to do on a timer, though. Oh, you mean manipulate the worms to destroy the cliffs for you? Yeah, if you were fast, you could handle that. But I'm on a timer, and death would be quite the setback. So no. Right, the foundry should aid production immensely. I'll forget should, it will. I don't like this manual back and forthing though. We'll fix that in due time. Alright, you won't be made. You will not be made just yet, but this thing needs to. Oh, right, power. Power is a very real thing. Which I notably don't have. I don't think we'll be using these anymore, so I can probably just gobble them up now. Chomp, chomp. For some reason, these ones are still working. I guess the bricks still had a place. Yeah, still got all these stones and things. These guys can be repurposed for their bricks. And they will. Right, so out comes the molten steel. And then the molten steel becomes a few other things. Right, well, I need a bunch of stuff. For now, you're just going to have to do whatever for me. Yeah, so make me steel and make me... I mean, you can't be doing that. Just make me the things that I need, goddamn. This energy network of mine could stand to be improved greatly. But yeah, I just need some basic materials going right now. So there we go. They're gonna be getting on with that. And these things won't be able to work because they're going to stock up on too many stones, which I need to deal with. I mean, right now I can manually pull them out, but you better believe that's not a good solution right now. What I really need is the metal in order to make the transport belts, which funnily enough require a lot of gear wheels, which is another thing I should be making here. But we're going to take these stones of yours, and then we are going to delete them. Whilst I hear the very, very angry guy in the background. So there we go. That thing, how long does it take to do this? Not long. But anyway, there goes the stones, at least. There we go. Stone destruction taken care of. We can do that in a much, much better way later, but later isn't now. Now is now. You bait them with pipes. Oh, that's right. They go crashing into pipes as well. So you just lay pipes around all of these. Interesting. But we very clearly don't have the time for that. Okay, more of these, please. What do you mean you need more tungsten carbide? As it happens, I can't afford to give you more tungsten carbide because that requires carbon, which I don't have. I could make my own carbon. How is carbon made again, please? I don't mean in real life. Carbon requires coal and sulfuric acid. Hang on, coal? Sulfuric acid? Why didn't I automate this process? We have all the sulfuric acid a man could need right here. There you go. Pump that out. Pump that into a chem plant, please. This chem plant is going to make me carbon. It's going to make me carbon. And you are going to require coal, which I will shove into you with reckless abandon. Once I grab the coal, of course. Hey, would you look at that? I'm running out of power. We're going to need to fix that real soon. I can do a stopgap fix, and you know how that is. It's good enough. For now. So more refineries, and once I have the refineries, I'll be able to make tons and tons of power as well. Alright, there you go. What's that? You want some more? Well, I'm not surprised, but I'm quite sleepy. Right, there we go. So you are, through the power of all my ore, making me the tungsten carbide that I need, agonizingly slowly. Alright, 3 more foundries, please. At least this is set up pretty well. Tons of bricks and such. Whilst I am over here, however, I am keenly aware of my need for more bricks. So we're going to keep this disaster of an automation going. And it is a bit of a disaster of an automation. There we go. You make all the stones, the stone makes bricks. And then really we just need more ore for you, but ore is simple. And then we get some more of this, and we get some more of these. It's all just wonderful. Look at that lack of energy, it's hilarious. It's because these things are so power hungry, so we're going to make them a lot more efficient immediately. There we go, loads and loads for us. Whoop. Yeah, right now I want the steel and the other stuff. I'm just making the base ingredients, and I see very little reason not to just do that currently. So I'm also going to want sprockets. Sprockets are good. And could always use more sprockets. And what else can I be making in one of these? Oh, that's right. Eat your greens, Professor. Eat it. Don't really care about the sticks right now. Gonna need copper at some point. I'm probably gonna want even more steel, you know, we're always hungry for steel in this game. It gets pumped out at a reasonable rate, but I guess this will do for now. Whoop. I can also make belts very cheaply in these things, which is highly amusing. So you shove one of these down and you say, I would want lots of belts, please, and it goes... And let me tell you, that is intensely satisfying. We are not going to be tolerating crummy base-level transport belts around here, though. That's just not how we operate. We're going to be having actual Speedy Gonzales fast transport belts aplenty. So yeah, that's why I want these big banks of these items. So much I could automate? Yeah, no doubt about it, but that's not how we're operating today. Keep them coming. Oh, I'm loving this. Oh, you're loving all the hand-fed glory. Blue belts for everyone, says Ninja. We haven't even researched those yet, but we have sped up our robots considerably. Alright, come on. Where's that bleeding carbide? I need more of these. More. Little low on sticks, though. But those sticks are just needed for you. Oh, you're out of steel. Yes, well, fortunately I have steel. It doesn't take that much. You know, it's 8 sticks to 10 refined bits, and I got tons of them, so it should be okay. Can I make another one with a carbide yet? No, because these things need 50. Come on. What am I at? 3, 6. There we go, one more. Alright, so what I'm going to do now, I reckon, is assuming that my power can hold, and it'll hold fine if I have enough of these efficiency modules. It's at the point where I'm going to take efficiency modules out of anything that isn't a big guy, because those big guys swallow tons of power, and they're going to be working all the time, unlike these things. So yeah, I'm going to set up the automation of all the base ingredients so that I have tons of them when I come back after I do a bit of doohickeys with the other factories. I do feel a bit like I'm going to need more steel than anything else. Also, hilariously, I'm going to need some pipes. It'd be nice to have one of these, just general things like that I need, but oh well. Keep them coming. Right. I shouldn't need more of that just yet. I think this will be enough, but what I want to do is put down one of these so I can tell at a glance if I'm making or losing the molten iron. Anyway, I still need more sprockets. You know, this is finally the planet where you no longer struggle on sprockets because these things just crap them out. And it's beautiful. alright. So leave them be for now. I would also like to make some coppery goods. I'll leave some space just in case. Yeah, some might say that's enough space. So if you're going to be doing molten copper, let's not have these things mix ever. While we're at it, by the way, could you make me tons of pipes, please? Thank you. You do that while I'm contemplating what's going on here. Didn't I say we're not using these crappy belts? I think I did say that. No time for crappy belts. Also destroy that stone. Might not be getting destroyed fast enough. There are better ways of destroying stone, by the way. But this is what I have, and I do need to destroy it. Also, I might need to bank some of this for later, so actually, let's also hold some of that. Where's my pipes, damn it? Need pipes. Not too many pipes. Alright. In comes that, and out comes glorious copper. But hang on, what do I even need copper for? I didn't think that far ahead. Thinking is overrated. It also would have been good if I'd brought over some calcite. For now, just take that, whilst I can contemplate what you're doing here. And yeah, we're making a right mess here, and I'm not exactly thinking through what I'm doing, but that's because I don't have time for thinking, I only have time for doing. What could these things be doing for me? When it comes to copper, there's actually not that much of stuff that you could be doing, but we'll need to cast copper and some copper cable. That kind of tells me that these two things should work together, so you should actually be making me iron. And then you should be making me the sprockets. And then I should be telling myself I have way too much iron. That's never really a problem. Right, so out it all pops. I want you to be making me copper cables, please. And also, we're going to bring in the electroplant. It is back, and it's madder than ever before. The electroplant won't make the cables are made here. You will make me these things. Also, you will make them without costing me an arm and a leg. Okay. Also okay. These need to be the fastest ones around, by the way. What's your problem? Your problem is no output. Well, I'll solve that right now. There we go. Now we're making tons and tons of circuits, although I'd love to be making tonser of them. Problem is it's not the priority for the metal plates output. But honestly, what are metal plates even used for these days? There we go, now you get the bulk of them. Gosh, you're slower than I thought. Alright, just feed them into this. How often do you actually need metal plates? Is everything... No, not everything is okay, because 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I want that. Some attack in novice, not my problem. Oh yeah, we've still got some more transport belts to turn into stuff. Right. These goods are being made. Even so, I don't want to go away until I begin proper cracking. So there's still a few things that need to be sorted here. That may or may not include power. Look at that, power dips pretty darn low. That said, that could be solved with solar panels, but it would also need accumulators, and I don't have batteries set up. And I don't want to set up batteries, I want to move over to better production. That is actually, funnily enough, going to require rather a lot of copper plates, which I just said I won't need, but here I am claiming the exact opposite. Don't worry about me, I just make things up as I go along. Maybe you should worry about me then. Right, copper plates, copper plates. I'm going to need a ton of those, please. And do it efficiently, please. And please me, please. Alright, good. The things are backing up in general. Excellent. That's what we want to see. So just basic goods production. Is there anything I'm missing here? Is there anything I could be making one of these, but I'm not? Sticks I don't really care about. Wildcard items like this I will make on demand. Okay, that's good. What is still needed for you? Possibly steel. Grab the cold steel. Yeah, I'm glad I made extra steel production. Need tons of that stuff. Northrex says, hi Jake. Well, welcome. More carbides, more better. Give me more foundries, please. What's that? You need more of that. That's fine. Stones. Stones I could bring over in my own bleeding time. But yes, good to see the foundries rolling in. This is what it's all about. And now I get to enjoy having 10 of them on hand. I really want to send foundries and big mining drills over to you-know-where. And I will as soon as I have some free time to do so. But before I consider free time or not free time, we need to consider the important matter of automating everything here until I have it built up to the point of expanding into the real base. And there will be a real base, and the real base will actually happen faster than... well, faster than it's happened on any other planet. I'm not sure what the competition is on that front, but it's not high, I'm sure. Alright, this is fairly clear. So, I'm not really making pipes or pipe to grounds right now. I'd like to fix that forthwith. So, please make me pipes, please make me pipe to grounds, please make me very sad about my lack of modules here. I shouldn't need a ton of these, but... oh, you're gonna have to be faster than that, man. Running out of power poles and the like. Well, we should start investing in these, actually. Right, so there we go. Now I'm actually making pipes to ground, which will be necessary. Yeah, there we go. Just gonna need a ton of those. As long as the production is going, I'm relatively happy. But yes, those pipes will allow me to do proper coal liquefaction, which means proper or better or more oil refining. Alright, think about it. What needs to be done here anyway? The coal needs to actually be properly belted over to an oil refinery that does proper oil refinement into lots and lots of things. That also needs sulfuric acid being brought over, so the question is what's better? Bringing the coal to the acid or the acid to the coal? Iron cost tells me that doing pipe to ground is cheaper, and I'm going to need this stuff moved around anyway more than I need coal moved around, and I still want the coal over here for vast production of grenades, explosives, and cliff explosives. So I'm going to bring this over, and then I guess I could actually like bring it over and up. Refine everything over here. I'll even refine it all the way down to petroleum gas so that I could make red circuits. Bish, bash, bosh. Make the goods here. This is just the general production area. Don't worry, the real factory is over here. So it's close enough that I can get goods, but not so close that I infringe on the new factory's whereabouts. So I slam down a bunch of pump jacks, pump that over, and then we use that for simple oil thingamajiggering. Yes. Are you back from the Philippines? I've been back from the Philippines for like 2.5 months. I got back at the start of July, I think. So July, August, now we're halfway through September. That sounds about right. Philippines was pretty good. I may well be back there. Those satellites are really doing God's work. Forgive me as I think what I'm doing here. Yeah, so that comes over here. I need the calcite, of course, so I need a lot more belts, but that's okay. We can make belts. You know, we'll have plenty of goods made as we set this stuff up, and then I can just make the belts. Belt the calcite over, have the coal here, pipe that over, do coal liquefaction, make heavy oil into light oil. We'll start making rocket fuel. Maybe not right away, but we want the skeleton set up for it pretty swiftly because I'm going to need it for rocket launches. Because the sooner I can get 1,000 metallurgic science off this planet, the better, because I need those cliff explosives yesterday. And then the petroleum needs to be made into plastics, which need to be made into a very basic red chip factory. All right. It all makes sense to somebody, potentially even me. So let's start with just you. You do the simple coal liquefaction, because that gives me a good idea of what needs to be done here. And we're going to bring pipes to grounds. Oh yeah, man. So nice just having metal goods on demand. What about pump jacks? I only have 4 of them. Can I make more of them? Of course I can make more of them, although they need circuits. What kind of mad lad has circuits available? Oh, that's right. Me. Alright, there we go. Solved the pump jack disaster before it became a disaster. And let's just pump this stuff because it's kind of isolated. You know, they never solved how annoying it is to actually make place pump jacks. They remain one of the few really kind of manual things you have to do in this bleeding game. Sorry, I don't mean to sound so negative, right? I'm just under a lot of pressure. I will bend, but I will not break. Oh, I will also get myself stuck. Right. It's not a huge amount of sulfuric acid, but we can add more quite easily. We are running out of power, don't worry about that. We only run out of power during the nighttime when the accumulators run dry. But I will be sorting the power crisis soon-ish. But first we're going to create more demand for energy. Okay. Funny thing is, I'm not even going to need this piped up here when we discover significantly better coal liquefaction. Maybe I should solve the power crisis right now. Hey, would you look at that? I can make steam turbines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whoa. Don't tell me you need sprockets. I don't operate like that anymore. I have all the sprockets I need. I hope. What was I at? I'm at 6 plus 7. Or 6 plus 7, 13, 14, 15, 16. That is fine, but I'm going to need some more chem plants, which is also fine. We have a lot of those too. And how about pump jacks? I still have those left over. All right, where does power go? I actually would quite like my power fairly far away, so I wonder if I can make power over here. By the way, I also need calcite over there in order to automate the process. But that calcite can use those crappy transport belts that I said I wasn't going to use. I might need a few underground belts, though. It's so incredibly cheap to make power here because of how cheap calcite is. I really think the planet overall is imbalanced. It's just so damn easy. Now, you could solve this as a mod. You could easily say, well, Jake, if you think it's so easy, just mod it then. There's always something I find a bit detached from an experience if I change it with a mod, though. Like, you have to purposely be holding yourself back. Solves some of the problems, though. Like, I don't mind modding the long dark to make it harder, but I always far prefer it when the difficulty comes from an official source. Anyway, I know. Impossible to please this guy. Recht. I shouldn't need a lot of these, but I don't know how many, so let's just go with 4. We're going to neutralize this acid. Bloop. We're going to need that acid to neutralize. Hey, Solaris, get. How much of this stuff does it need? I don't know. It's power, so it's kind of important. I guess I'll just use all the pump jacks I have. Yoink. Did he think to bring power over with him? Did he, buggery? At least the simplification of the fluid dynamics makes this so much less of a pain in the bits than it used to be. Remember having to think about pressure? Long lines of nothing but pumps, because otherwise your throughput just goes away in unpredictable ways. I like how much faster my bots are, by the way. Oh, this research has been good for me. Real good for me. Right, let's bring this over. You cannot go around lava. You cannot put pipes to ground through it. You cannot do underground belting through it. Just something to keep in mind when designing. Alright, there we go. You got your acid? Of course you've got your acid. You don't have your acid. Why? Where's the acid? Oh, it's unpowered. Yeah, that could cause problems. Go bot, go and place that for me, because I'm too lazy to figure it out myself. And then the rest of this we'll just bring back this way, because those substations are expensive, and I don't operate expensive things. Hang on, you're going to need to be somewhere like here, aren't you? I need those crappy wee inserters working their little arms and legs off. And there's still no power because power is there. Okay, let's get on the case. All this is to solve our power issue. It's not really solving anything, it's just making a bit of a stopgap, but stopgaps, thus solving the problem now and forever. Alright, there we go. That comes in, you're going to neutralize that acid when you have it available. You're going to stock that acid up in another one of these, which I obviously made in advance. Right here. Right here. And that's going to start getting me the steamy steam. Alright, great. And what do we do with this? Well, that's why we made a bunch of these. How far up can this reasonably go comfortably? I don't care. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There they are. Power them appropriately or inappropriately. I don't really care. Go bots, go. Anything I'm paying you for. And thus there was power. A significant boost in power. I mean, that won't save me for a long time. That's not what I mean to say, but whatever. That will do for a while. And it'll be supplemented by solar rather nicely. Keep me going through the night if nothing else. Have you built pump jacks outside worm territory? Hopefully. You think he's going to go for those two? I guess we'll find out. It'll be interesting if nothing else. It is close. It might get destroyed just when he's on the peripheries of his own land. But yeah, we'll find out, won't we? Right, why does it look like nothing's moving here? It's kind of eerie when everything is stopped like this, you know? You know, well, you're out of sticks. Well, aren't we all? Alright, you can keep that going. You can keep this going. Wow, I made rather a lot of carbide. It's okay, if they destroy a pump jack or two, that's no big loss. There's much, much larger, more important things that those nasty beasts could come and take from me. Alright, there we go. Tons and tons of foundries. Loads of them. More than a man could possibly need, right? I'll still keep it there in case I need to come back for more. Are bricks relevant to me? I think they still hold some relevance, but I still have a bunch of them. So how about we do this, and then instead of what we were doing before... No, I've still got bricks saved up over here, don't I? And take a few of those in case I need them for making things like refineries. I do feel a little shy on those, actually. Let's make like 10 of those in case we need some, and same for chemical plants. Right, so good to see all my base resources being made in earnest. What's your problem? What's your problem? What's your problem? Calcite, of course, I only gave you finite amounts of calcite. Is it finally time to belt the calcite over? Yes and no. Perhaps more no than yes. In order to belt, I need belts. You there. I need transport belts, which are easy to make. And you, I need fast transport belts, which are easy to make. Just manually get this done. It's faster than thinking about it. Very fast. Take it all, put it all. Take it all, put it all. Take it all, put it all. I mean, yeah, I could make something that automates this in such a fashion, but it just goes so incredibly quickly. Just take and put, take and put. Double check on the power. Look at that, not even touching it. Excellent. And now I'll end up with lots and lots of fast transport belts with which to, well, make some other transport-related tools. But we shall get there. But yeah, I want to belt my calcite over so it can automatically deal with this stuff. Out of sprockets, what a world. I'll take half of those sprockets. I knew this would be sprocket heavy, but that's exactly why I automated the production of sprockets. Also, I don't need you doing that anymore. What I need are some basic things. Undergrounds. Oh, that's right, undergrounds need basic undergrounds. And then I'm also going to need splitters, and splitters need greens, but I have greens. I eat my greens. Keep them coming. Alright, enough of that. Make me the red undergrounds. Those are the real ones that I really, really need. Go figure, those things are incredibly hungry on sprockets. Keep them coming. Yeah, turn all of those undergrounds into red undergrounds, please. I might not have the budget for that, actually. I guess I won't be making all of these. Anyway, that's enough of you. I want splitters as well, please. Splitters require yellow splitters. Keep them coming. These are all tools for automation. While this is going, by the way, I should absolutely be making myself tons and tons of inserters. Because as long as I don't need to use... As long as I just make them with my finished ingredients, it's fine. Okay, that should be fine. Make me these now. Yeah, these are nice and quick to make as long as I already have the sprockets and the other things. Yeah, the whatchamacallums. Yeah, those. You get the 50% bonus on each of these things, by the way. The output is enormous. Did I mention how incredibly powerful foundries are yet? Might have come up once or twice. Okay, one could say that that is plenty. Right, thank you for your time. I'm not sure the worms stop at just one. Well, they haven't destroyed anything yet. Hey, Logistics 3. I don't need Gleba anytime soon. What could we currently be working on? I would like my bots to fly even faster, please. And then the inserter capacity bonus would be really nice, but it's quite a lot of research to get the final bit for every arm. I'm gonna want elevated rails at some point for Fulgora. Better be ready for that. And I am going to need laser weapon improvements. Although, is that more important? I think I'll just take the green one the blue one first. I want my personal battery improvement. I need military 4 at some point. And I want the portable fission reactor, so just get those researches done, s'il vous plaît. Alright, these guys are going to need a whole bunch of long arms, because they need calcite and coal. I feel like I could have done this a lot more elaborate. How much coal and how much calcite? I could bring them around on both sides. Also, how long does it take? It takes 5 seconds, 10 coal, 2 calcite. Okay. Here's how it operates. Ugh, I don't like this design. How do I make it more like something I like? Of course, belts to ground. What am I thinking? I'm wasting time here. Don't know why that wasn't my first thought, but it wasn't. There we go. Now we can bring in that and that. And that way, this is the coal, and this is the calcite. I know I said no to yellow transport belts, but calcite is needed in such low quantities that it's pretty fine to yellow belt pretty much till the end of days. Ew, who put all these bits of coal in chests? Some rotter. Right, we'll figure out the fancy ways in which we make better coal in due time. For now... What the hell is this? It's not good just having one lane of this, but whatever. Like I said, the finer points will be debated by finer minds than me. I just need this going. The left pump is not connected. Was that somewhere back over here? Or was it somewhere over here? Hey, it's you. Amazingly, you can remotely turn these things. No bots needed to do that, so that's quite welcome. That's right, calcite. I don't worry about that one pipe as long as the power is flowing. Good enough has to be good enough in this run. We don't have more of these, but I could make a few more of these. I probably will need them. So let's work on that. As I mentioned, you need very, very small amounts of this stuff, so let's just take it and bring it. Do I have undergrounds for this? Let's find out. Well, whatever. No, that's not quite whatever. Don't be so lazy. Get this stuff out of my way. Thank you. So, cliff explosives unlocked on this planet. And enormously helpful. Fortunately, iron is so cheap. I've already burnt 2 hours on this bleeding planet, by the way. We have nothing that really resembles a base. Alright, there we go. That's going to get the coal running at least. Thank you. Alright, now. This is basic stuff. And this stuff I need to be rid of, by the way. Could you just take the coal back? So fresh, the cows want it back. There we go, good enough. Alright, basic though it may be, Oi, let's not have all this burning nonsense around. Please remove. It gives me trace amounts of other goodies. Yeah, this stuff is no longer necessary. Go figure now that my bots are relatively fast. So, I need water actually for cracking. But hey, we brought this stuff over. That's good. And we already have calcite here. That's also good. So we can actually just crack for water right here. well, neutralize for water, and then we use the water to crack. So please do acid neutralization. And I'll bring you a touch forward. Acid neutralization. You go here, you go here, you go like so. Go, bots, go. Thank you, bots. In. And then this stuff becomes H2O through a process of steam condensing. I have no idea how much of this stuff I'm going to need, but here you go. These are not numbers I have run. In fact, most of the numbers here are not numbers that I have run. Have I run any numbers at all, perhaps, is a more enlightening question. Right, there we go. Now I have the water, and now I can begin the cracking procedure, but I'm short on pipes, so let's solve that. Let's get rid of this nonsense out of my inventory for now. What did I come back for? Probably pipes. Alright, pipes please. Including some to ground, but also some not to ground. It's a lot of pipes. Wish I had more inventory space, but we need Gleba to solve that once and for all. Okay, sodio. We're a man of water. Let's have some of these to hand. Let's just keep it simple, stupid. I would like heavy oil down to light oil. We already have lubricant made. Do I need more lubricant? Lubricant's like the easiest thing to possibly do, but let's just get this down to light. V-switch, V-switch. Is that going to be enough of them? Unconvinced. More, please. Oh, that's right. That's why we have bots. Hey, you know what? Even this part could be done by bots. So doing all this by hand. Donk, 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 donk. Like so, perhaps. And then huzzah. This might be the first time I've actually had bots construct something semi-complex for me like that. It's beautiful. Right. Water, please. Heavy oil, please. Power, please. Yeah, good enough. Now they have the light oil. How does the light oil operate? Questionably. Light oil needs to be made into petroleum. Actually, why don't I just copy this? Change it over to cracking light oil. And instead of this abortion at the end, we just feed in the light oil. And there's the water. Can the water keep up? This stuff condenses into 90 a pop. These things drink quite a bit, but take a while. These things make so much freaking steam. And I'm not infringing on big... well, not even big, but okay, let's call canny there. No need to cheese off everybody here on this planet for now. You're missing some pipe inputs. On any of these? I'm not seeing them for now. I'm sure it's fine. Alright, now that I have this, I can move that stuff around as I see fit, and I'm free enough to be making... perhaps I should make it now. Solid fuel. For... you know what, we'll set up a very basic thing for that. Solid fuel and rocket fuel. How's that work again? I think these things make the... Oh wow, I'm out of these things already. Gonna need more. I'm glad my basic production's going fine right now. Right, you guys make that. And then, not even caring about ratios, we never did. Make this as well, please. And this is just so it's ready for me. I might have imagined it, but didn't my quick bar setup not suck at one point? This is me we're talking about. I definitely imagined that. All right, there we go. Now rocket fuel is automated so we can get off this planet when we need to. And we're making petroleum gas. Notice that I have no buffers and, well, practically nothing set up to prevent lockups here. But this stuff only makes heavy oil, so for now it's not a concern. When we get better heavy oil cracking, I will probably solve that for the main base-ish. Yeah, we can believe that. Need a bunch of this stuff now and forever. It's going to be used in plastic production, which we should probably just make here and now. Yeah, just make basic plastic production, please. It needs coal, which is right here. All we need to do is mine it out. We don't have big mining drills yet, and that's something I need to get on quite rapidly, but it requires mining drills anyway, and it requires the electric mining drill. Ever the Ronso. Alright, well, don't sweat the small stuff for now. Just increase the production of coal. We don't need to worry about pollution on this planet, thankfully. How I improve this production, I'll figure out in due time. Plastics. Hang on, did I know how to make plastics? Novice, how do I make plastics over here? With relative ease. Good enough. Which side's the coal? I'm disgusted by what I see here. Let's just make it live. Also, I don't really need it belted anywhere. I just need the stuff chested so I can make it on demand, don't I? Yeah, that's what I'll believe. No need for fancy crap. I have 4 of these guys making me plastics. Brump. There we go. These guys get fed by old Sir Longarm. And then they just shove these out into these. Since I wanted this to be a bot base, I already regret setting up like this. I shouldn't have done it like this, but we've done it like this, so we've got to live with it. I also want so much more of these. Go there, get it done. To the task. Just bring them down here, and I will figure out how we put them to use very soon. Whilst the very angry sounding beasts are nearby. Alright, there we go. I think that's something. Every second petroleum maker doesn't have an oil input. Every second petroleum maker doesn't have an oil input. What? Ooh. I missed this part, didn't I? Good thinking. I did not see that for a good wee while. Alright, there we go. Not that they're going to be getting enough. This was overbuilt, but whatever. The plastics flow now. I also need lube, and lube actually needs to come down here. Also, lube needs to be somewhat prioritized. Why, though? I can't remember why. Let's not ask questions. You there. Your job is to make me lube, just in case we'll have 2 lubies. And I want that lube down here. Running dangerously close to other things. But this is so that I can make goods down here. Remember, this is my goods production area. Because amongst other things, I need to make a whole bunch of electric engines. I know how much of a fan I am of making electric engines my way, or potentially the highway. Right. Alright. No messing around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Take this. Make more of it. So, what does a man need to make engines again? Oh, terrible. Dedicated production yard reporting for duty. Seems I need my usual of engines. Wait, why am I making a ton of electric engines? Well, I want a bunch of bots as well, because I'm trying to make a bot network, but I just want to burst produce a bunch of this stuff. And that'll be made a bit easier if I have the freedom to do so. Take all my junk. And then give me all of the... Well, I do not make enough of these now, do I? Oh well, this'll do. That will not do. Oh well, it'll do. Okay, that somewhat did it. And then sprockets aplenty, please. Whoa, I'm out. Alright, there we go. They're still going to need more pipes, though. What's the pipe problem? There is no pipe problem, actually. Or at least none that I'm willing to admit. I guess the problem is a lot of them goes into pipe to grounds now, and I don't need more of that anymore, so please stop doing that. If there's anything I need, it's more sprockets as usual. Alright, good enough. Alright, are things okay? What am I even doing here? I need to think about... There, that helps me think. That's not the one. That's the one. That helps me think a bit. Let's figure out where things are and what we do with them now. I think at this point I can start thinking about automating the science. If I make some electric engines for bots and make a bot mall, I'll feel pretty good about that. Plastics will be included here as well, of course, but I want to make a bunch of electric engines. I'm already making this. I'm going to import some blue chips so that I can set up a rocket silo, and I'm going to start making the electromagnetic science. There's no good reason that I... Not electromagnetic, the other one. Metallurgic science. Alright, that's what I'll do then. In order to do that, I need this thing back, but I just put it to use. So in that case, I simply need more of you, which needs you, which needs... Whoa, iron plates are needed? And some fool isn't banking them for some reason. And what was your problem again? What actually was the problem? Why did all this stop? Ah, the calcite! The calcite which I said, I'll build over the calcite now. Do I see the calcite? No, sir, I do not. Of course, of course. Again, we don't need a ton of it. The iron plates, they are a lacking. I got too much of this other crap. Thank you. Are there any of these goods that I should be producing more of, but I'm currently not? Ostensibly sprockets. Make a different sprocket saving area. It's all about making tons and tons of resources right now, after all. And yeah, that's funny. Of course, I don't have enough of you. Can I shove in more of these, by the way? Because that's what these guys are going to be short on. I can. Amazing. Right. Calcite is already kind of here. Just need to bring it down. Not surprised that the plastic is a bit slow. It's because my oil production is quite slow. Not a problem. But calcite is if I don't bring it down here right now and automate this. So... Ugh, this is hideous. You there, you there, you there. Now I feel a bit better. Do I have enough of this? Oh well. Having the live feed in terms of numbers of these is also kind of useful. Clever people than I would have thought about this. How do these guys get their delicious feed of that? I see it now. Yeah. No time to wait on a foundry, just get it built like so. I'll just pick up the pipes full of boiling hot lava. There we go. The calcite will come, the calcite will feed them. The remaining calcite here will be used up like so. And yeah, they use so little calcite. 1 per 500. The output there is enormous. I'll get all that flowing again. And also, somewhat hilariously, I'm going to need another one of you. Because this is where we're going to make our... Okay, that means you have to go as well. I'm sure you're okay with that. This is where we're going to make red circuits. Not a ton of them, but just enough to keep going. But Jake, what about plastic? You make an excellent point, voice in my head. What about plastic? Good thing I bank all this plastic. This is just red chips for on-demand needs. At least we make extra pair. Okay, right. As I was trying to do but got gracelessly distracted by, I need to make more ass machines. Sprockets, yes. Circuits, no. Circuits, kind of. And iron plates. Why are they in such a short order? Just make me like 50 of those so you can make me like 50 of those. But you're going to need steel, yes. Sprockets, yes. Circuits, yes. The assembly machines themselves, also yes. So I should just queue that up from the start. And now we're going to go hunting... We're going to go hunting this because I need that tungsten ore patch. While that is happening, I'm still a hungry man for electric engines. So... well, that's part of what this is needed for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... how many of these do I even want? I don't know, but quite a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 should do for now. You guys are going to be making my beloved electric engines, which I for some reason need tons of. And no, I'm not automating it. At least I'm not automating it any more than this is automation. Also, I want all of these, please. Doop, 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 doop. And I still need more of these assembly machines, but that's my problem. So in addition to the engines, which I will pick up in due time, they need electric circuits. Lots of it, by the way. Or lots of them. I don't have lots enough of them. I'm trying, but my problem was that this thing was shut down for way too long. And that is a real problem. Alright, well, I'll just have to wait until we get those, and then I'll have that set up. How about you, though? Are you guys done? You're almost done. We'll get there soon. Make a real base, they say. No automation, they say. Look, this is all so that I can make the base. Believe me. Listen and believe. Right. To drill this out, I need big mining drills, actually. That's a necessity. Big mining drill requires those electric engine units. The electric mining drills should be no big deal, and the molten stuff, that's no big deal, and I'm making the reds. But yes, the electric mining drills. Why don't I just get started on those anyway, right? I should have enough of these for now. Good lord, how can one man be so full of crap? How's it even possible? Right, I need to make a crap chest. Here we go. Crap. Gosh, I don't know. For a man full of crap, I don't have enough crap. Alright, good enough. It's a lot of engines. Why did I make so many engines? How many engines are you willing to take? 86? Where's that number come from? Right, fortunately you don't need a ton of electric circuits, however... how many of these did I make anyway? What the hell am I doing? I don't even know. The time pressure is immense here, by the way. That was almost good enough. That was almost 100. I was just so short of being able to split these perfectly well. Give me back like 2 of those. I'll figure out the rest later. I'm also still dangerously short on these big old poles, and why, I'm not entirely sure. You can make poles faster in these, by the way, which maybe I could consider. But they, of course, need sticks and copper cables. Well, copper cables I can grab here. As for sticks, I can make them on demand. That's if this is connected to my stuff here. Which it could be. You there. I'm a man in dire need of sticks, please. More sticks than I can shake a rod at. There we go. Make me tons of those things, please. Destroy biter bases early is such a waste when it comes to evolution management. Well, yeah, but that's a very small thing to think about, in my opinion. But hey, small minds need small thoughts, so don't knock them. Alright, there we go. That should solve making these for a while. This is also how you should make substations, but I'd rather not rely on needing to place lots of substations for a wee while. Right, lack of these is actually about to become a problem. Believe it or face disbelief. So I actually need to solve that issue slightly with a vast amount of production. Fortunately, I've been wise enough to make loads of things that I need. Can I upgrade to steel chests these days? I don't see why not. Make me loads of steel chests. I also want more inserters. Inserters are in need of greens. No, they're in need of iron plates, which I'm constantly short on. I hope I'm not ending up short on sprockets here. There's a real base coming at some point, I think. Get that out of my face. I just tried to do that. Alright, there we go. I need that stuff. I need that, and I need sprockets, and I need steel. And if I need more sprockets, I'll just switch these things over to sprockets. That should blast process some stuff out for me. Or I could be telling myself, I'm so certain I'm in dire need of sprockets that I'm going to turn this around and make myself a bunch of them. Alright, I'll believe that. And I'll be able to see if I ever fall low on liquid iron, which I am. Molten iron at that. So does that mean we just process more iron? I think it does. Just give me this and put it here, please. Alright, seems to work just fine. Good enough. Yeah, okay, my demands there are caning my need for actually processing the lava. But don't worry about that, worry about what's to come. And what's to come is getting rid of all of this. Falling prey to my lack of storage space again. That's okay. I think it's okay. Just fill these things up on ungodly numbers of engines. And then get rid of my engines. And then kind of get rid of everything, because I've got work to do here. Right, what are these going to do now? They're not going to do what they think they're doing. I need guns. Lots and lots of guns. Who was it that defeated Tritac? Guns, guns, guns. What am I doing with all these guns? I haven't figured that out yet. What does it take to make these? How many do I need? Like 300 maybe? Copper plates, iron plates. Ooh, copper plates. Tell me I have loads of copper plates. I do have lots of copper plates. Amazing. Tell me I have even more copper plates. Alright, good enough. They already have some sprockets. They're going to need more, but I also need my iron plates now, which I've now been blast processing. Although not enough of a blast. Okay. Need more. Need more. Want to have a quick check on Novice, make sure it's fine. How's that steel buffer of mine doing? Running rather low. But I am rather happy to see that my pathetic amount of science, 17 science per minute, blistering. But wait, that is stopped short due to purple, not yellow. That's nice, that means when we do non-purple science, that should go rather quickly. Brilliance. Alright, so we need a bunch of guns. How are we doing on the guns? But guns alone won't solve my problem. Guns are going to be firing blanks with no ammo. Still need more, by the way, which means I need more iron. Where the hell's my iron? Keep it flowing, please. Guess I made too many of these. I'm still in dire need of more iron, by the way, which means these sprockets aren't really what I need. It's more iron. Interestingly, I may need a lot more copper. Shocking, I know. Bleh. Also, interestingly, I may want some more modules, but depends on the power requirements. It doesn't seem that bad. Even so, let's keep things in a good place. Just make a bunch more efficiency modules for me, and make them efficiently. Alright, this all seems to have stopped, rather. How are my gun numbers looking? That is enough, but I want more than enough. In that case, consolidate it down. and just make one final strip of them, please. Alright, there we go. As for the rest of you, guns can't be firing blanks on me. Make me lots and lots, I mean ridiculous amounts of ammo. And that's going to need a ridiculous amount of iron, which I notably don't have. Alright. Yeah, I need like 4 lines of that stuff, huh? Get that out of my face. I have entirely too much steel as well. Yeah, I can make little boxes for crap that I've picked up too much of. So my point here now is that I would like to... I'd like to solve my lack of liquid stuff. Once this blast processing is done, though, and I only need it for the ammo, we can turn off this part of the base. I want to have a quick check on Fulgora. Yeah, are things actually running is my question. Production in Fulgora, please tell me about science. Science production is pathetic. Why is it so pathetic? Lack of electrolytes. Well, I've made them as efficient as I can. How's the power over here, by the way? Don't tell me it's been blacking out. No, it has not. That's good. Probably because I built this. Oh god, where's all the junk? Uh-oh. This is a problem. This is a big problem. I've actually mined out most of the scrap. That means this stuff needs to move around a bit. Is this within the building network-ish area? Yes, it is. Okay, okay. And I never actually set up a bot network here like I said I was going to. Right, here's a thought. See this thing? I don't. It needs to go away. It needs to be migrated here. Because I'm going to need this space for mining out more of this junk. I also hope that I have the capacity to dig this stuff. I could also send over a foundry and some big mining drills once we have them on hand. Speaking of big mining drills, they're not far away from being able to make them, which is good, by the way. How did I poorly automate the creation of this stuff? Because I need to automate it a lot better right now. Oh, it requires the ore, which I'm tapped out of. We're going to need more of that. Hold on, I don't have more of that. It also needs carbon, which I do make here, and I have plenty of coal for. Right, but it's that ore that I still need more of. I just need a little bit more. That's okay, though. Don't worry about it. Do efficiency modules make sense on Vulcanus? Reduces power consumption, but power is free. Yeah, but it takes time to set up the power. And time I am a little shy on. You may have noticed. It might have come up once or twice. My overwhelming need for time. Of course, I'm sure there's many, many better time-spending ways of doing what I'm doing right now, but I'm doing what I'm doing. Alright, is that enough? I think that's enough, actually. Let's start making ammo. Wish there was a way to make ammo more efficiently. Wouldn't that be cool? Right, I actually need to make several batches of that. Actually, what is it? How many machines do we have here anyway? That's 32. Okay, I'm going to make 2 batches of it. I'd rather make 4, but I don't have time for more. Or do I? How much iron have you guys made? Almost enough. 2 batches I think I'll have to do. So that'll make me 100 of them. Well, no, so that's 32 times 50, 300, 1,500 or so. It won't be enough, but it'll have to do for now. Yeah, because for now is all we have. Yeah, look at that, struggling to get the... Well, it's almost struggling. It's not struggling that hard, really. Trying to think if I can ease up the production of any of this stuff, but no, not that I can see. I can't. I just need to make more, right? It would be so easy just to up production. It's not like I'm short on foundries right now. But also, I made a junk box. Ooh, I don't have a lot of tungsten ore. I need to actually go and grab some more tungsten ore. Or do I? I only need a couple of big mining drills, and we should be relatively set. What did I just research, by the way? It was there and it's gone already. Now, we'll clear this and then we'll get the ore. I know I only need a little bit to make my first big mining drill, right? Yeah, I only need 20 tungsten carbide. And I now own hundreds of it. Okay, well, that's good. That's 110, at 20. I can make 6 or so if I just have 118, 19, 20. Good enough. Get the molten iron, some reds, and we have big mining drills. But that's not worth a damn unless we can clear with the power of DACA. By the way, if this DACA plan backfires, I'm losing all of this time. But it shouldn't backfire, because it's a brilliant plan. Let's believe that. How are those engines of mine coming along? Wonderfully. Well, that is wonderful. There we go, store those for soon. Right, so these things need steel and they need copper. That should be enough steel. And what's the ratio here, by the way? It's 2 to 2, okay. Okay, but they need a lot of copper as well. Yeah, and good thing I blast processed all that copper. Oh yeah, okay, feeling good about that. Efficiency isn't really the name of the game here. I need to clear this area because I need to get that tungsten ore. Foundries can make big mining drills more efficiently than I can, 50% more efficiently. So you are going to be doing this. You need reds and the other thing. Oh yeah, and also the molten metal. I would get everything in my way, wouldn't I? You are probably not needed for this anymore, so cease doing that. You know what? That's fine. Make that with this. Grab what you need. I'll get the engines and the reds for you. Huzzah, reds. How many reds do you need? Only 10, that's good. And the big the electric engines are right here. Go! Oh, it's beautiful. And we have time to spare because we need these piercing rounds to be created anyway. By the way, how many on Fulgor? This is what's so stressful. So many different planets I need to be checking on. Oh god, this isn't actually part of the electric network. Tell me I have one of these going spare, please. It would seem I do. Okay, very good. That cleared some of the space for additional scrap mining. I cannot overthink this right now, so I'm just going to move the whole thing along. Thus solving the problem forever. Now, this is a disaster right here as well. Notice that there's no power. Oh, dear lord. I think I see the problem now. I cut power. I wonder how long ago I cut power. No, I think that was just when I picked up all this stuff. Anyway, all of you are clearly not suited for what you currently do. I don't even think that's all within the network, but whatever. I need you brought up to there, please. Concerning. I'm unsure if I have enough of these, or indeed any of these, for replacements. There, you've made plenty of those. Please now make me those if you can, from somewhere. Not a ton, though. Just a wee bit. Oh, God. Just whatever, man. This is why I needed to make more bots over here, but I never did. And now the lightning is going to cause issues because this is no longer protected. Yeah, it mostly is. Tell you what, don't destroy that. That's kind of important. And since you seem to be struggling on that front, have some more of this. You're not really lacking anything. Right, would you look at that? I got big mining drills. Amazing. And I can't have more of them. That's less amazing. How's the ammo doing? It's all done. That's amazing. Alright, what's my plan to kill the big bastards? DACA, of course. Turn off my bots for this, and I need a bit of space. This is a bit of space. Truly a bit of space. Right. I need 14 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, not like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Is that 14 of you? I guess so. Could I please have this? Only knowledge of it, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good enough. And I also need you to all link together. Nothing is being built, by the way. This is just planning. But an ounce of prevention and all of that. See you. I need you to be enabled when... Ah, Christ. 14 times 14 minus the corners times 5. How many is this even going to need? Sorry, we can figure that out right now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right, trim off the corners. One, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. All right, how many is that? 156, 500, 700, 780. All right, enabled when red ammo is less than 780. All right, glorious. Except I need all that stance carried out to all of you. And does that include being connected to each other? It does. I'll just re-trim off the corners. And I will also connect them up the center. Please tell me I enabled read ammo on these or I'll have to redo that. Of course I didn't read ammunition. All right. Please read the ammunition as well. And we'll trim off the corners once more. So this will destroy small demolishers, and if I get enough ammo research, it'll destroy medium ones as well. Big ones need something more. These will work on the big guys, but they need additional things like... Okay, that should be fine. That all looks fine. I want to test build one before I go into battle with it. But a small problem is I don't have enough bots on me. But a counter to that problem is to simply build this. Oh, I need batteries. Buggery. Batteries are not hard to make. And I do have sulfuric acid over here. In fact, sulfuric acid is right here. Alright, alright, alright. Make me some batteries, pretty please. God knows how many of these things I'm going to need, so maybe it would be prudent to set it up like so. There we go, just get some batteries, that way I can make some personal roboports, steel, gears, batteries, reds. That should be fine. Batteries, not harder than gears. Oh, they're easy. It's always just a question of time. What's your problem? Iron? Okay, I think this should no longer be making iron like that. All iron should be fed into creating this. But the lack of molten metal is a problem now. The problem is I still need this iron for making more DACA. But I guess for now I can cut it off there so that the goods can come in here. I wish I'd given myself more space for processing the lava. I mean, I suppose I could. I mean, this stuff could still come along and things. Oh, here's a bit of a problem. You get stopped due to having too many stones. Right. Yeah, that is a problem. A very real problem for very real people. Do it like that, then. Yeah, okay, so the problem was actually at the stone bit. I have a problem, I have a solution for that, but not one that I'm willing to invest in right now. Where was my mind at? Something to do with batteries and roboports and killing the buggers. Alright, one more of these be enough? I'm short on batteries as ever. 20 going faster seems fine enough, and those batteries will take forever. I guess I'm surrendering one exoskeleton for this. Means I'm a bit slower. If I'm surrendering one exoskeleton, I'd really rather... look at that power go. It's okay, shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, that'll take a bit of time. Time is not something that I have right now. But what I do have is guns. So now I have well over 1,000 ammo, that is. And I should be able to construct this. So I get built up by my bots, lickety-split. And then I get fed ammo by my bots. My bots being able to do this quick enough is actually a pretty big deal. Because the demolishers will come in and engage with this thing. I just realized I didn't blueprint this. Okay, well, so be it. We can build it again. Alright, and now... Wait, 750? Did I miscalculate that? I guess I did. Well, I'm glad we built it first before they come. That's 750, not 780. Why does that feel wrong? Well, I guess it is wrong. 750. Yeah, 750 ammo in the networky bit here. Did I trim off one of the corners too much or something? Because I've built this before and I swear that number isn't correct. Because that should be times 5, right? 500... no, something isn't right here. Something is not right. Are one of them not connected? Or is maybe like one of them's not reading their ammo. Something isn't right here. Oh well, it matters little. Because I'm going to have to rebuild the thing. Hilarious, I know. Actually, perhaps the problem is... Alright, read ammo, read ammo, read ammo, read ammo, read ammo. It's one on the ends, isn't it? Isn't it? I swear something isn't right here. Ah, these ones at the bottom weren't reading ammunition, so that's 10, 20, 30. It was meant to be 780, I'm not going daft. Alright, but never mind that. I need to redo this anyway. Don't worry, we're just wasting time, and it's not like we aren't dripping with time. I can't blueprint this because it doesn't remember ghost orders like that, but that's alright. The bots are here to serve me, not the other way around. Besides, this is all a way to earn me some extra time so that I could go and make the extra bot backpack thing. What does the circuit condition achieve? You're about to see in about 3 minutes. I just need to rebuild that and blueprint it. Yoink and yoink. I'll get that slammed in to eat up my energy again. Alright, so once more with gusto. 1, 2, no! Bot's always there to betray you. There we go, get that thing powered up. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 2 is 14. Hey, Gleba's been discovered. Right, we're doing all this research, which is great. Oh, I need Power Armor Mark II so that I can make Giga Armor. Giga Armor sounds good. Is there anything else that's kind of necessary? Explosives, maybe? Can't believe it's only 400 to make what was formerly the most powerful armor in the game. I want all the upgrades to laser shooting speed, and then I'm going to want the ones for laser damage. Where is damage? There is damage. It's drinking my yellows, but yellow needs to be put to work one way or another. Although, what about the projectile damage? I mean, that's more immediately useful. Works for the spaceships as well. Yeah, I guess so. What is it you can't blueprint? You can blueprint ammo into turrets and target priorities. Yes, but if the ammo's already been put in, you cannot blueprint that. So you need to blueprint it like this. Go into this and put in some imaginary ammo. Imaginary ammo, not real ammo. So yeah, read ammo. That was the big thing I missed here. And it was 780. Okay, now we have you. 4, 5, 6, 13. All right, need one more. And that should be all connected up, and trim off the corners. Weird how it didn't do the remembering the ammo or reading the ammo counts in the bottom ones. Maybe I should review the footage and see what I made wrong. Alright, there we go. Read ammo, read ammo, read ammo, read ammo. 780. And now, this time, we actually try to remember to blueprint the bleeding thing. And then, here we go. These are the only blueprints that are allowed in this run. My stored blueprints are disallowed. And this will be demolishing. And it will demolish the demolishers. All right, very good. And now I can actually place this wherever. Do I need to play around with this? No, I can probably just delete it now. And then we can build it. All right, go on, take care of that. Take care of this smoldering fire. I don't like it. Hope we don't mess this up. You could probably just place a block of 50 turrets. No, there's a problem with that. The circuit condition is there so that the demolisher doesn't aggro until he goes right into it. Because if he aggroes early, he does his underground explosive attack, which will knock out a lot of them before they even engage. But this has it all. Food, fun, and fashion, the mall has it all. Alright, is this actually within the range of my radar? Potentially. Alright, so let's actually build this now. And with the extra bots, this should be doable before the Demolisher gets here. I certainly hope so. Go on, feed them ammo. And I know this will work if they say that they are not set to engage. Come on, hurry up, bots. He could be anywhere. So this green light should turn red once they're all fed. Yeah, there we go. So now they're set not to engage until they go down on ammo. My wee bots, come and join me. My power is completely worn out, so my legs won't take me anywhere. And then when the big bugger notices that, he'll go over and bang, he will disappear. And it does appear to be within my radar range. How convenient. So when he patrols over there, we'll actually be able to quickly go and check it out. I mean, I'd like to watch the whole thing, but we are on a timer. Oh yeah, great! Great that it worked for you, Max. Can't wait to see your own 100% Deathworld run. Freaking max seating. Right, if I'm going to do that again, I am going to need more ammunition, though. Fulgora still continues to lack one of these things, but at least the stuff is continuing to flow to a degree. Yeah, because that lack of anything flowing here was cause for great concern. I do need to augment Fulgora a lot. It has made me... Oh! Whoa, hold on. He's noticed the gun turrets. It did say that he noticed it. Alright, he's going for it. And then the moment he actually destroys one, suddenly the whole network no longer reads that there's 780 ammo within the area. And now that he's close enough, because if he engaged at range from here, he'd be using the eruption attack and blow out loads of them. But now, goodbye Demolisher, with very few losses. Alright, now we need to go and pave over his land with tungsten ore extraction. And I lack the gubbins to be doing more of this. That's a little bit sad. Alright. Come to me. I should be bringing power down here. Alright. Wait a second, how do I get this tungsten out of here? This place is a maze of lava. Where even is the tungsten? Right, it's over there. So the tungsten has to flow over this. That doesn't seem great, but I guess it's good enough. So yeah, Demolisher certainly didn't last long against that. It's my favorite way to take him out. Alright, if any of them need repairing, well, preferably not replacing. But yeah, how many did I lose there? In fact, we can even check that on production stats. Ammo. It doesn't count that ammo is used? Or is it? No, it's called magazine, isn't it? What? Piercing? There we go. We spent 188 magazines. And we lost 18 gun turrets. That's very, very cheap for what we managed to do there, which is kill a Demolisher. Didn't have to risk running around lobbing poison capsules or any nonsense like that at it. So yeah, I'm a big believer in this way. It's also automated, because once you set this down, you can just leave. Might take up to 5 minutes or so for the Demolisher to do his patrols and notice that it's gone, or that it's there. Glorious. Oh, I don't have repair packs, do I? Shoot. Well, whatever. If they're going to explode, they're going to explode. Power armor researched, although I don't have the gubbins for it. I'd really like the portable fission reactor, by the way. Have I already researched that? Phenomenal, I think I have. Anyway, this is now mine. I shouldn't need a lot of exploitation of this for the time being. So just get me what I need to automate this stuff coming out, please. We can improve this in the super space future. This is where I discover that I forgot my efficiency modules, right? Because these things are quite expensive on power. But power is free on this plant, don't care. It's time. It is time. Why is that not power? Okay, it's cut off. Well, I can uncut that off on the way back. This will probably have to feed the main base for a good wee while, so this will be the passage of tungsten ore around here for a while until I sort it out better. Where's it coming up? Alright, just up, around. Remember, you can't do underground belting through lava. It's one big pit of lava after all. I thought I wanted to make a bit of a bot base here. How did that not work out? Right, why is this here? Why do I need tungsten ore? Because I need to process tungsten ore. I need to make the calcite, and I need to make the stuff for science. Okay. Wow, we don't even need to expand further, do we? As long as we have this, we could actually begin making metallurgic science. And when science is automated, I can send it back home in a rocket. I'll need to import some blues for that. I'm not making blues here yet. I could import low-density structures. Plastic production is a bit pathetic right now. Only a bit pathetic. I think we can make low-density structures here without having to import them. Alright. I am going to need more refineries, though, by the way. But yeah, I need the calcite. Tungsten, not calcite, the tungsten thing. How do I make that stuff again? Right, the carbon is made from coal and sulfuric acid, which is already nearby. Coal, sulfuric acid, and the ore itself is all I need to make the tungsten carbide, of which I need plenty of. Okay. And those can be made in assembly machines, which is also okay. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, let's just make a bunch of it. I don't know how much of this stuff we're going to need. Not sure we even care. Just bring it in. It does get a little awkward with having to bring in fluids, right? Yeah, but only a little bit. Only a little bit. Whoa, what the heck did I just do? I think I alt-scrolled or something. I did some kind of weird scrolling malarkey there. Right, so the carbon needs to come down too. Don't worry too much about that. So we get that. These are probably going to need more long hands before long. This is why I wanted to bot my base up, you know. Think. If the carbon's coming in, and the carbon's going to need coal, and the coal is up there, and also needs sulfuric acid, one way or another, something needs to be belted. But there's sulfuric acid right here, so... Oh, and of course I'm out of these. Just make them by hand, I don't care, and I'm sure I have access to greens. Also, the bots need to stop doing things without me telling them explicitly to do it. More of these, please. No, Vulcanus is a second. We already built up Fulgora. Is that 20 hours remaining? That's a little concerning. How long have I been here today? I've been here for 3 hours, and I want to have the base done in 8. Alright, so you guys are making me the carbon. Carbon takes a second to make. How long does it take to make the U? That also takes a second, requires 1 carbon, so I actually need 8. That tells me that... Oh, well, whatever. Make 8. This is potentially over-preparing. And then... Can't believe I'm running out of pipes here. A lot of back and forthing. More than I like. I'm glad we've got the extra legs. Where does a cunning man leave his pipes? Where does a cunning man leave his pipe to grounds? I feel like you can never over-prepare. No, they're certainly over-preparing to the point of it being a pretty poor idea. What was this needing again? Needs the sulfuric acid. There you go. Got your acid. Got your access to coal. Got the power. Feel the power. And then the carbons, they come on down. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then switch over. And then these guys complain because I have no power either. Alright, very good. Carbon is on its way to my crappy little factory. Well, it's certainly little, and it's certainly crappy. The factory part, we're unsure about that. Right. Carbon's a go-go. This is full Mega Man Legends now. It's a shame the community never got more involved in the creation of Mega Man Legends 3, then maybe we would have seen it. Alright, so this takes care of one of the things needed for metallurgic science, I mean. And it feels good to just lay down pipe to ground like I don't even care, because I don't even care. It's made incredibly cheaply. Alright, the carbons are in. Now we shake them out. Although, how exactly they get shaken around, I'm not entirely sure yet. I'm going to need more of these in due time. And more of these I'd like right now. But they need sticks, sire. Well, we can get them some sticks, can't we? There, make me loads of sticks for a little bit. Sire, they also need... Yeah, I know. There you go. Thanks for the sticks, don't care about the rest. I haven't played Mega Man since I was 6. I just replayed 2 over and over. Well, that's the way to do it. If they've already made the best Mega Man, why continue to indulge in other ideas? Right, at some point this needs to be different kinds of ammo, but for now I can just store my gun-related things over here. Actually, that's still enough guns and ammo to clear out another area, so I should ask myself, am I going to do that? Wow, those satellites I put down earlier have been doing God's work. They found anything? Have you found any coal? Yes. Have you found any additional calcite? Yeah, well, we found it was more near us. How about tungsten ore? That's a no. Alright, so that tungsten ore is going to have to last us. If it doesn't, we're going to have to go out on an exploration. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very good, very good. Now, foundries. What does it take to make the fancy plates? It's just molten iron together with this. But we do need molten copper for the other stuff. In that case, I can dedicated bring it up here. This isn't getting in the way of anything in particular. This stuff I need, by the way. It's always so hard to see that when it's somewhere like there. Move that over a bit. Please split off priority towards science, but I will need these for reasons. I still haven't made this into a bot base. That was the whole bleeding point of setting up the electric engines, and I never bleeding did it. In that case, if I'm going to get that thing started, I'm going to want flying robot frames. So I can actually get some LogNet bots going. I'm going to need to make a bunch... Oh god, that needs a lot of reds. And I do not have a lot of reds, because I have no real plastics. Because I have no real oil production. Because I have no real coal liquefaction. Alright, so a lot of problems here. In that case, this is maybe not even necessary right now, but I still want to do it. We're going to do it. I can't be stopped. Batteries and steel, huh? Not sure I gave enough gubbins for loads of batteries, but at least they are producing. Good enough. Right, just get that going, slowly, gradually, but inevitably. Right, so I may be overproducing this. How fast do the foundries produce what I'm looking for here? Can't wait for the real planet. Glaba's the real planet, right? Takes 4 tungsten ore and 10 molten iron to make this, but how long does that take? Tell me more, tell me more. 10 seconds to make 1.5 of them. So if I want 1 per second, I'm going to need about 7 of these. Might as well make it 8 to make it a nice round number. Do I even have 8 foundries? Absolutely not. And my foundry maker is over there. What's it lacking, by the way? I'm not sure it has anything in it. I have forgotten what you even need. The refined concrete is over there, but I got steel and I got green, so just bring the carbide over. Yoink. Big yoink. Well, maybe not big enough, but sure. Oh, crap, I reset the thing. Why? I sure hope it was already done with what it was making, then. Uh-oh, you're done. Because you're out of sticks again? Because you're out of sticks again. Well, that's slightly concerning. Just bring them over a fat batch of sticks and we'll be done here. Also, I need another box of junk. But not that junk. Junk. Actually, that isn't junk, is it? Because I need that for something over there. Okay, well, the problem as ever is I've got too many good things. Frequent problem. Too good. Right, those sticks that I made and ended up not using, please. You'll make me sticks to bring over there so we can get back all of that. You keep this extra trash that I have. So I get those going, I get the foundries going, I get that going. Metallurgic science also needs to be made in foundries, which is another reason we need to continue the foundry growth. Yeah, just bring these over back and forth once and once. Iron ore for what? Iron ore for making concrete. I know, it does seem like a bizarre thing to actually need around here, but there you go, concrete. Also, take some more bricks. Bricks are good. Also, take some stones to make into bricks. Take your sticks to make the refined concrete. And make that for me, please. I'm aware there's a Vulcanus recipe, but I don't have that stuff set up over there right now. So we'll make do with what we have. Many of these things I am fiercely aware of. Alright, go back, make the extra foundries, and then start building this up, and then it's going to need the stuff for the metallurgic science, then we get it flown away. There we go, take those. Also, take some more steel, just in case you end up short on that. Gib, and make. Despite that thing getting efficiency bonus, you can't actually put efficiency modules into it. Sad that might seem. You're clearly too slow for having fast inserters. Same with you. I don't like using fast inserters when slow ones will make do. Come on, just need another one foundry? That's all I'm waiting on? Yeesh. I feel bad about that. Come on. Alright, 11 I'll have to do. I mean, that's 8 for the production, 2 for producing the molten stuff. Maybe a third will be needed, I don't know yet. Foundries. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 1? Not entirely sure how this looks yet. We're making it up as we go, as we often do. I forgot copy-pasting, unless you're kind of soft blueprinting it, doesn't actually work the way I want it to. So please take half of this up here, and you're going to output onto this, which means you're going to take and put, take and put, and put and take. I don't even want to do the rest of that manually. Go bots go, this is why I have you. Tell me you don't need something else I'm missing out on. No, you don't. Cool. I'm definitely going to be feeling the lack of tungsten ore pretty soon, I think. So these guys need to use up, how much? Molten iron? Actually, not a lot. I think one thing producing the molten iron will be plenty here. So that's what we'll have. Where's my pump thing? There you are. Pump thing. Gib. Foundry. Also Gib. Foundry makes molten steel. Or molten iron. Output the stuff like so. That gets rid of the stones. Oh, you need calcite, of course. Well, good thing I have all this calcite right here. You want to make use of all this calcite? Not really. Okay, well, do it anyway. You shouldn't need a lot of it. There you go. What they do need is power, however, and they do actually need that. Is that connected? It looks connected to me, and this thing seems to be working. There we go, groovy. Now, bring that over to me. And then we're just going to fill her up, Buttercup. I'm sure there's a proper halfway budget here. Meow. And these poor fools aren't working without power. Alright, there we go. So begins the production of plates together with you. And thus is the precursor for making actual science. Do I actually need plates themselves for anything? Probably. Should I store them? Also probably. Don't worry, when I inevitably make this into a bot area, I will definitely upgrade these things into logistic chests. But that time is not right now. Should this also be prioritized towards science? Absolutely. Alright, now this is coming out and making me science. How many science things do I need? I don't know. How many can I make? That's the real question. Quite a lot. Nice. Whew. Don't like Alpha Gambit being the last thing said in chat. We're better than that. However, we are not better than being out of steel. Shouldn't have turfed so much of it. I should be taking it from the buffer chest as well. Oh, also, let's try and save some energy. Like we don't know what planet we're on. Glorious. No planet B. Gleba is always our planet B, practically a Terran planet. Alright, there we go. What are we thinking? 6, 8? Well, we're not thinking much yet, but we'll try. How fast do these things even make science, by the way? 0.6 per second. That's already plenty. Hell, 4 is plenty. Alright, groovy. That said, let's make more, because this stuff needs to get off planet fairly quickly. So it takes all these goodies, and it absolutely will. Shouldn't need to take them too quickly either. Right, one of these days. I don't like where that is. Never mind then. I think one of these days I'm going to set up a half-decent quick bar. And it's almost getting to the point where I do need that. Alright, it'll pop it out its backside, no problem with that. What about the rate at which you consume molten copper? It's 200 every 10 seconds, but I know you're faster than that, so it says you make 80. Or need 80 each. Why don't we just make it here? I mean, what is honestly stopping us? Yeah, man, shouldn't have built it the way I built it, but I built it the way I built it. Alright, get that out of here. Why bot not reach that? You telling me it's too far? No, you're telling me you don't have that. So about how we get rid of the stones with this thing in the way. I guess we take them out on a different path. Alright, that's fine by me. Yes, great. Here's your power. You're telling me you can't get that for some reason. There you go then. And you also need the calcite, of course. As I mentioned before, the requirements of calcite are just ridiculous. As in, barely anybody needs calcite. In quantities so obnoxiously low. Does that make it obnoxious? I don't know. Don't even care either. Right, the stones have to be dealt with, of course. These kind of seem a bit overworked, or are they underworked? I don't know, let's just bring them out on a dedicated hauler. There's a much better way to do this, but I don't care right now. Oh, I care about that. Fiddlesticks. Alright, you're going out a different way then. This is bleeding cliffs. I cannot wait to mass produce cliff explosives. Well, I suppose I can. Cliff explosive production is a pain. It's actually a rather complex complex load of steps. Yeah, maybe not that complex, but more than I want to be doing. Alright, good enough. Now this stuff needs to get out of here. Should not be doing it like that. No need for anything fancy, just... And now metallurgic science can begin. Alright, there we go. Look at those bad boys go. I'm going to need more efficiency modules for this. Or maybe I don't care about the power. Power seems to be holding fine. But these things need to go out to somewhere. How did I run out of these? When and how did I run out of... Okay, well, never mind. We'll just do it like we did it before, right? More of these, please. What is even automation? I was in a flow for this. I think it was something like that. Although I'm swiftly going to run out of iron plates. Good thing I made loads of iron plates at some point. We're not still buffering iron. No, we're still buffering iron plates over there. Nothing to worry about then. Eventually I'm going to have an amazing mall with bots and loads of cool things, but that isn't happening right now. I also really want to make that mall over in Fulgora. But I'm going to have some time on my hands once I finish the science production. In fact, the science production could just begin. It only needs to go into bot things. It doesn't even need to be belted. However, I want it belted with the view that we might need it botted over somewhere in the future. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Come on, make me loads and loads of these belts. We love these belts. I do love the 50% efficiency you get on making these belts, because I'm a huge red belt believer, by the way. Like, yellow belts are fine, but they're very slow. But I honestly think red belts are good all the way to the end game. It's the post game where you want to start thinking about your superior belt types. Alright, good enough. And at this point, I think you should skip blues entirely and just go for not blues. Right, these are definitely going to have to be better. We must be better, man. There we go. There we don't go. That was in the completely wrong place. Oh god, it's all wrong. That's okay. Mistakes like this aren't so bad when you're not on the ridiculous timer of getting on track like a pro, or... I suppose it's not so ridiculous doing the other one these days. What's it called again? There is no spoon. Why is it even called There Is No Spoon? That feels like a Matrix reference. It's been forever and an age since I last saw The Matrix. Alright, one thing for sure, we need a whole lot more drills, big mining drills. And I believe our problem was lack of this stuff, and now we have this stuff. It is a Matrix reference, but I don't recall anything in Matrix being within 8 hours. Well, maybe that's not the point. Alright, now this stuff is being made, we need to prepare for blasting it off like Team Rocket. I'm forgetting something, aren't I? Yeah, big mining drills, please. Lovely big mining drills, which need some big mining electric engines. Where are my electric engines? I had a ton of them somewhere. What did I do with them? I'm sure I stored them somewhere for later. There's no way I... Oh my gosh! There's no way I used them all up, right? How would I? How could I? Whoops. You don't want to do that. Trash box. I have trash. You can make quite a mess doing that, by the way. I wonder what the biggest mess you can make is, because of course it gets more expensive per mess the further out you put it. And it's bad to have crap lying around on the ground like that. Alright, come on, keep them coming. What do you mean I'm short on regular old mining drills? What do you mean I'm short on sprockets? These things don't occur on this planet. And this is why I absolutely need a bot mall. Looking forward to the day. So one thing I really want to blast off in addition to the science is one foundry and the rest in big mining drills for Fulgora. Fulgora deserves it. After everything they've had to go through. Wow, it takes 10 electric engines for this. Am I able to produce more electric engines? If I only had the chips. Am I still drowning in regular engines, by the way? Maybe I could work something out. I thought I had extra engines, so yeah, I got them right here. So many engines, I don't even know what to do with them all. Awesome, I'm glad I somewhat planned ahead. Although my planning apparently is quite lacking. Right, at some point, and some point soon, I'm going to want a lot of bots for this place. Probably logistic bots. Just make a bunch of yourselves right now. What do you mean you're short on reds? There we go, make a bunch of those, but I'm also going to need some Constructo bots. Make a bunch of those as well, and that's as many as I can do. What a shame. Okay, how about those efficiency modules, which you're not making for me? Really wish I were making better efficiency modules, tell you that much for free. And you could be working better for me if I only had more plastics at some point. Alright, somewhat there we go. I'm also going to need a whole bunch of roboports, but those need a lot of reds. Frankly, this red machine is running a bit of a joke for me right now. Right, but the science simply won't be made if I don't increase the output of this stuff, which is devilishly slow. Absolutely devilishly slow, so we need a lot more drills in order to improve the science game. Alright, that's fine by me though. I can make them. I have that kind of power. We can even somewhat automate this. If I say, take all the carbide, take a fat stack of reds. Is that a fat enough stack? Yeah, it's fat enough. Have my crappy mining drills. Oh, you've already taken all of them. You greedy. And then we need to work on the imports here so that I can get the rest of the things flowing. Here we go, some electric engines for you. Slowly. That's going to have to be enough mining drills, and it will be enough mining drills. But I only need one foundry for Vulcanus. Fulgora, rather. But it needs that foundry. A 50% increase in the amount of holmium we put out. More than that even, because it can take more efficiency modules. It's a huge thing. It's a huge thing that we need to do. I need so much more of this. I don't have the wherewithal to do anything efficient or fancy here, so we're going to have to make do with just slightly more than doubling what we can do. Some very angry sounding beasts out there. What could it all mean? I am not in another angry neighborhood, am I? No, I'm not. Good. Let's do a little bit more, shall we? Because it is important to keep the stuff flowing. Half and half. Half feeds into you. Half feeds into you, and let's hope that's enough for a good wee while. If I weren't planning on doing like all of my production here on Vulcanus, I wouldn't even care about expanding this base. This is essentially where we brought Fulgora to, you know? It makes it science. It's almost made enough science, which is kind of scary. It's just the problem is production here. God, that will not solve the problem, will it? No, the need for ore is dire. I'm going to have to like pretty much tap that ore as much as I can, but there's only so much space because of all the lava. Am I going to need a second one of that? I hope not, but let's not consider ourselves at the mercy of that just yet. So here's the question. Is it better for me currently to focus on increasing holmium production in Fulgora, or should I start creating the production of the ingredients for cliff explosives right now? Cliff explosives are a huge deal and it's going to take some time, so I think I should do that first. No beacons? I want beacons. Add that to the very long list of things I want right now, but I can't build everything. I think, yeah, I need to work on cliff explosives. I'll make a factory over here for them, which means I need to think about them. I don't have them researched yet, but I can make all the prerequisites. Unfortunately, that's going to put an even bigger strain on my oil. So actually, I think I need to double up my oil production in addition to everything else. Do I have the facilities for that? I'm going to want, like, probably tripling my oil refineries at this rate. I think I have 5 or so, so let's make an additional 10. I have the belting and stuff for that. All right. And I have most of the gubbins for anything else I could need. All right, let's do it. Easiest way to make holmium is recycle everything but holmium. Yeah, recycle and void everything, and that's pretty much what happens in Fulgora. Like, at the end of it, everything is dealt with, and then we just mine out more scrap. It's just the mines are running real thin right now. Really, really thin. And it's still missing... Well, I don't need that, so just put it away. Everything seems safe enough. I could also tap this 36 million. Hang on, do I have the... Yeah, I think we researched how to do that. I don't know if I can do that remotely. I certainly hope so. No, I'd have to be there because the bots wouldn't extend out. So if I want to rapidly increase this, I'll need to take a trip back to Fulgora. It shouldn't take long, though. Here's perhaps a better question. Should I ship crap from Fulgora? Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'm going to ship my refinery and my big drill. Oh, crap. In order to ship, I first need the circuits and things to send that. Okay, Novice takes a bunch of goods to me so that I can make my silo. I silo up 2 rockets. One has the ingredients or the machines for Fulgora. The other has the electro or the science, basically. If I can do a third one with science as well, that's even better, but I don't know if there's space. And then we send those out. During the while, I build up my Cliff Explosives factory, which is just going to be right here. So that's going to be grenades, explosives, barrels, and calcite. Calcite is already here. Iron can just be brought up. It's a simple things with lots of parts to it to complicate the matter. But I need to take a short water break before I do that. So whilst you consider our beautiful factory, I'll consider how we tackle this. I see the question coming in about the expansion in Fulgora. You cannot build on the oil. You can foundation it and then build on the foundations, but that's very, very late research. We will likely never build a foundation in this run, at least until we've gotten the 40-hour achievement done, which we're halfway through. That's concerning. In order to reach this, you have to build elevated rails, and only trains can pass over that. And I would have to be there manually to construct that, because the bot network wouldn't be able to reach over here. At least I don't think it could. It looks kind of close, but... no, I do not think it would make it without a little bit of foundation to help. But you only need a little bit of foundation to extend. It's just foundation costs a lot to make. And it's complicated because it needs resources from different planets, and it doesn't ship very well either, so... Foundation sucks. I already forgot what I was thinking about pre-water break there, but I think it was something along the lines of establish cliff explosive production. During that time, I need the goods brought over here to make myself a rocket silo. You'd think I remember what that is by now, but you would think wrong. Where are you here? Right, so steel is obviously easy to do. The electric engines, I just need to set another batch of those. The pipes and the concrete... Concrete? Have I been automating that? Absolutely not. How about the bricks? Absolutely not. I guess I could just make my own concrete, right? Yeah, I think I've been storing stones when I should have been storing bricks. So I will store bricks, make concrete for this. The point is I need processing units, low density structures, and fuel. Now I think I banked plenty of fuel, so I need to bring over 300 processing units, which thankfully is one rocket up. But if I want to do if I want to do more than that, What if I bring over 600 blue chips? And what about low density structures? 200? 600, 200? Yeah, maybe. I could take that from Fulgora or from Novice. It's more convenient for me to take it from Novice, though. Provided Novice has that. I know I've been using these things for science. Ooh, wow, we actually do have some. We also have some of that. Alright, well, you're above Novice right now, right? So how about we... let's have a look at the Lose Lobby, by the way. This is okay. I'm gonna... Holy crap, it's got way too much, carbon. You are meant to just bring carbon back to me, right? No. It's not that it's filtered for carbon, it's that it only... Wait, what? Something's off. Ah, that was it. It was only checking for iron, not carbon. Anyway, let's send up the goods over there to have them brought over. So I would like 300 of that brought over, and we have the logistibots for that, right? A logistic network, right? Oh, are you inside? Okay, somehow you're in the lognet. Good enough. And you there, I'm going to need 150 of those, and like as many of these as you can summon. How many logistibots do I even have on this planet? 80 something. Okay, good enough. I think that's good enough. Wait, construction bots bring it over, is that right? Those sure don't look like logistibots to me. Alright, great. So these two will rocket up to my spaceship, which definitely has the space for them. That carbon. I wonder if I can ditch that carbon when we're away. At the very least, we won't be getting additional carbon for some time, so we'll just burn a lot of it. But even so, I would like you to use a filter for carbon and get rid of some of it, please. I'll need to kill that filter shortly, but for now... Right, please deliver that to the Lose Lobby. And please deliver. Ooh, that ain't right. That just ain't right. Don't have those. Bring that up to where I need it to be. Enough for 3 rockets. And then the rest can be the processing units. Buy carbons. Damn, my slow bots. Alright, there we go. Now make the rest of those some blue circuits, please. Did you want to trade in economy EU? No, I'm not. I've not been paying attention to EU5 stuff. I only want to check it out when it's good and ready. Don't want to kill my hype by checking out too much of it. Alright, 375. Is that going to be enough? It's probably enough. Alright, get that over to the loose lobby. Be amazing if I sent it to the wrong place, huh? Alright, there we go. Now when you have all of these goods, you're going to fly back and ditch them over in Vulcanus. I shouldn't be sitting watching that happen when I have work to be doing. But you know how it is. Well, maybe you do. Sorry friend, you're gonna have to move away. I hope you intelligently remember what you already scanned. I wouldn't put it past you though. Oh, that's right, we're right on the territory of even more demolishers. Better keep that one in mind. How you doing, Lose Lobby? You've got all the goods, so please come over to Vulcanus. You've got loads of ammo, and wait, why is this dead? Did I not replace this or something? Or did it get destroyed at some other point? Oh, God. Oh well, I hope it'll be fine coming over here. It'd be very funny if it's not. Actually, I should keep an eye on that ship. If that ship goes down, that's a huge, huge problem for me. It'll get here relatively quickly. I just want to make sure it does so in one piece. I don't like wasting his time. I need to set up that factory for cliff explosives. Alright, we'll be building much better ships than this soon, but this is what I needed on a budget, and it's what we got on a budget. It's banked loads of ammo, though. I'm pretty happy about that. In fact, I told it to bank up to 1.2k. It will burn through that ammo very rapidly on the way through here, though. Maybe with the damage things that I've upgraded, it's going to be fine. Although the speed could still be better on shooting. I think that's more potent than getting laser stuff, but laser stuff's going to be needed soon. The problem was you slow inserters. Yeah, I know that was the problem. The problem right now is I'm still lacking one of these gun turrets. I am certain I replaced this thing, though. Wasn't it last stream I sent up a rocket with that thing, and I went, oh no, it's missing the piece under it. So what in the world happened to it? Did I imagine this stuff happening? Because that does happen sometimes. Alright, unfortunately for you, you're going to have to stay above here in orbit until I send you up the stuff that you're going to get. Also, I need that concrete, don't I? Alright, welcome to Vulcanus. I need those blue chips, and I need those LDS. Everything else you can keep. There was a strong argument for clearing this out so I have more space to build, but it's really, really not necessary. What I could do is I can bring this down instead. Wait, I see the real problem. The real problem is lack of coal, not lack of processing. There's almost no coal for these things to actually operate in. Alright, forget expansion then. Or at least forget that expansion. That's right, it was artificially augmented by these chests for a while. Right, this garbage can go, man. Absolutely go. Finally get to use these bots. I should probably expand in such a way that I exploit this coal pile to its fullest, but you know how it is. I wonder how much of everything I cut off there. Alright, potentially good enough. Although in the interest of actually balancing the stuff out, I want that. That will make much, much more coal, because this stuff goes much, much faster. Excellent, 2.5 times fast. So bring that in, that'll turbocharge our production of fluids. Even so, I'm going to double it if I can, like so. That shouldn't infringe on anything. Shouldn't. Alright, there we go. You get all that. I'm going to need the oil brought down here, please. And you're not going to get anywhere without some sulfuric acid. There we go. So that should hopefully solve my my oil production problems for a wee bit. Let's go and pick up what we need and begin the production of concrete, or banking some concrete at the very least. What's your problem, by the way? Calcite? I thought I had loads of calcite. Is it just calcite? There are those electric engines that I still need more of, but I have produced those. Excellent. One is missing power. I don't have time for one. Where are my dropped things? Here we are. Hey, good. I need to make this silo. 1,000 concrete, huh? And to think I wasn't banking it right here. That would go too slow. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the problem is I never banked bricks either. Those stones should have been turned into bricks long ago and banked. Yeah, see these bricks right here. Oh, these stones rather right here. I saved some stones there, but that's not good enough now, is it? This stuff seems to get made steadily enough. So actually, why don't I just blast furnace this stuff? Yeah, when in doubt, don't break a habit. God, I wish I had more storage space right about now. You there. Take my junk. I'm gonna take those stones and blast them into bricks for concrete. Oh, I can't wait to have cliff explosives. It'll be a good time for me. Alright, you make all those bricks. Where's water, by the way? Can I even get water? I make water over here, apparently. I guess that's where I'm going to make loads of concrete with my bricks. What's the brick ratio here again? I think it's like 5 to 10 of them. Yeah, 5 of them become 10 of them. 50, 500. Alright, just keep those things going. We'll be fine-ish. How far away is artillery from being researched? I want to watch some nests get blown up. That would be very dangerous. I don't think I'm going to be going full World War I on those biters with that. Because the the attacks that they do against you for that's kind of ridiculous. Alright, there we go. We've got the 200 for that. Now I simply need the concrete, which of course I'm waiting an aeon on. Yeah. I don't like this. Perhaps I should set up this ahead of time for it. I'm not in the territory of Big Demolisher, am I? Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, as somebody said, there is a special recipe for making concrete. Remind me what it is. I think it needs bricks. Molten iron, stone bricks, and water. It is faster and better in many, many ways, but I'm not doing it. Because I'm already here, and this is already here right now. I'd need to do all that reshuffling with my molten iron. Yeah, it's not happening. This, on the other hand, this can happen. There we go. Now we just bring them up a load of bricks and we're good to go. How are we doing on those bricks, by the way, buddies? Yeah, that's already enough. Provided somebody actually gives these poor fools some power. There we go. It'll take a bit of time, but that will get me all of the concrete I need for that. And what am I sending up again? The metallurgic science, of course, which we have produced enough of. How much do I want to send back? Consider what I need out of this thing. I need 500 here, 500 here. Well, those are the two that I really need. I'd love to get turbo transport belts so that my, when I need them, I can have these things just moving goods around mega quickly. But I also need asteroid reprocessing. Well, I don't need asteroid reprocessing. I will want asteroid reprocessing. I guess green belts will come first in this relationship. Huzzah, some bricks. Hope I don't need bricks for making my explosive stuff. And that explosive stuff, the factory of explosives should start real soon. Like now. Because cliff explosives are so important for setting up an actual factory here. Right, so I need to make explosives, and I want about 1 a second. So 8 of these. I need to make an explosive, 10 explosives a second then. Is that true? I guess so. Which means coal. Oh god, I need sulfur. Oh, that's not nice. Because that's going to put a strain on my petroleum gas. To which I say, what petroleum gas? Do these plastics look like they're making me more than I can handle? No, the coal is still massively suffering. So I still need a lot more coal being brought out. Oh my gosh, these aren't stacking. Ah, that's funny. Yeah, because I don't have the research to stack things on belts. That's Galeba stuff. Took it for granted that these deep miners stack their output, but no, it doesn't work like that. Alright, we'll try and get as much of that coal in as possible. I'll even send in a second belt if I can, because apparently coal is of vital importance. There you go, get stuck in. There we go. We're somewhat ready. Why did that become a problem for you? Aha. Yeah, another reason to get green is if I can't stack my stuff. How are we doing on this? Kind of pathetically, but it's enough to send some rockets. What a wonderful problem to have. Too much concrete. Right, I need this thing made. There we go. And now I need to launch a few rockets. Who would have thought rocket fuel is useful for that? Doesn't really matter where it goes, but I'm making these rockets on an as-needed basis. So, thunk, and up it goes over to my beloved Lose Lobby, which is definitely not getting shattered out there. Maybe I can send them up one replacement gun turret. How about that? Yeah, I will do that, actually. I don't feel right about having it a little half broken like that. There we go. This is a lot of wasting time, and I do not like it. Alright, thunk, here we go. Take everything you need. Maybe not those, and certainly not those. First thing that's going up there is my... well... I don't have the goods ready for Fulgora yet. Oh, do I? No, I'm going to need more big mining drills for that. In that case, you get the science. Boop-de-boop. Alright, two loads of 1000 science should be fine. Although the second one doesn't need to be the full load. The second one can take some additional things. Oh, that's right, it's 1000 a launch. Interesting. You still need electric engines and some carbide. And I still need some coal. Yeah, that coal is suffering, man. Take that. Wait a second, where did all these go? That is fine, I suppose. That's where they're meant to be. Get that ready and get that thing launched. Wish I had some efficiency modules. Maybe I should be making those. Could well need these in due time. God, my inventory is never enough around here. It's okay, it can make one backup rocket. Take these electric engines, because we need more of these things. Alright, there we go. So, 3 rockets will hopefully take care of everything, assuming we have space on the Lose Lobby. Yeah, we'll have space, no big deal. Come on, hurry it the heckle up. But at the same time, be a little bit wary of how much I like my my goods here. While that's going, I'd really, really like to get going on my cliff explosives. Is there something up with the coal? What the heck's going on? Oh, it wasn't coal that's failing to flow down here, it's carbon. Carbon needs coal, but I shouldn't need that much more carbon. Yeah, I think the carbon to carbon bits are doing fine. And actually the fact that the coal is backing up is a good sign. It's just that the oil still isn't backing up particularly well. So maybe I really should be making more of this stuff. But it's such a pain to do more liquefaction on simple, crappy liquefaction. Especially when I didn't give myself more space for this. Oh well, space or no space, I need it. And it just barely doesn't impact where my foe is, I think. Let's not risk the one on the periphery here. Why did that get deleted? Uh-oh, because I forced this to get built, didn't I? think that's okay. Something doesn't seem right here. That's right, there's no space between them now. That can somewhat be sorted. Just make some ugly, ugly solutions right now. Not necessary anymore. Where'd all my water go? Where'd all my steam go? Where'd all my sulfuric acid go? Don't tell me that's becoming a limiting factor, because I don't want to hear that either. Yeah, it's only so much... Oh, right, water for cracking is needed. Ah, jeez. No shortage of what these bleeding things want. Alright, well, I'll keep it going there, and I will bring you more sulfuric acid if that's what you so desire. It's all costing me so much bleeding time. Right, there you go. And you know what? Take that one gun up with you. Deliver that to Lou's lobby, please, whilst you make me another rocket. Am I going to run out of low-density structures here? Or am I going to run out of blues? No, the blues just stack more, which is fine. But I still want these things made on demand. Although the next thing is a fat stack of more science. And then the final stack is the stuff for Fulgora. Big mining drills and a foundry. This run's been very interesting. Did Jake practice Space Age? I've done one run of Space Age prior to this. And that's all the knowledge that I'm drawing upon. Alright. You know, I still really want to set up my bleeding... Alright, no, water. How about pump jacks? Do I have pump jacks? No. Do I have the gubbins for pump jacks? Absolutely yes. Alright, where does that sulfuric acid come from anyway? Oh, I can see why it hasn't been enough. It's just this that I've had for the longest of time. Okay, in that case, we expand. How can less be more? More is more. Okay, good. They all somewhat have power. There we go. Keep on pumping. That should significantly increase my output of sulfuric acid. This stuff is kind of dead to rights now, isn't it? Yeah, maybe not entirely. I still need more of these things. I'm a believer. Oh, good. I need some belief around here. Why have you stopped? Steel? Oh, that's right. I sunk all my steel onto that, well, this. Alright, get that science over to Lou's lobby, which of course has space for it. And then, and good, we're not casting it into the abyss like we did when we sent modules up here. Damn those unfiltered arms. Ready to betray me at a moment's notice. And then the final one is going to be one foundry, which is already a lot of space, and big mining drills. More than that. Alright, I can get some more mining drills on you then. Let's see, at 20 or quarter. Alright, I really don't want to make more of these than is necessary. Is that going to be enough? 30 odd, 30, 50? I think we'll need a few more. It can't really waste that much if I give it that. All those bots that I never used because this never became a bot factory yet. That's some of the mining drills, but wouldn't you know it, I still need more calcite. Can we get this garbage out of my inventory, please? Same with this stuff. What's it even doing here? Calcite. Seems we need this every now and then. And soon you're about to say I'm out all... No, your electric engines are fine. So a few more of these so that I can send them over to Fulgora, and then... well, Fulgora is going to need a bit of a do-over. Also, Fulgora, there's not enough space in the ship for all this electromagnetic science, but there is a good amount of it. There's enough to get me the tech that I really want out of Fulgora, which is the endgame armor. Well, the endgame armor is legendary mech armor, but for now I'm going to have to make do with regular. Although I will do an 8% chance roll that it becomes better than regular. I think I'll slam in some quality module Mark IIs and see if we can't make good mech armor here. Seems reasonable. And we'll just jump the power armor Mark II entirely, although I still need to make this bleeding thing. I wonder if I could make that in Fulgora and then ship it up. It would need speed and efficiency modules, but I could make those on site. It requires me turning it into a bit of a bot mall. Anyway, there's no need for me to make this straight away. It should be made on Fulgora anyway. Look at all that Fulgora stuff. Yeah, you know what? Fulgora should make this for me. When we're sorting Fulgora out with mechs, with bots rather, and I swear someday it'll become a bot base, we will make this and ship it over for me. Otherwise, I was looking at... Now, these techs are all nice, well and good, but I really want this 5,000 mech armor. Personal Roboport Mark II, also good. Quality Module 3, dubious for this kind of run. Tesla weapons, I'm going to want those maybe in Gleba. But the thing is, maybe not. My idea for Gleba is it's a small base, that nobody bothers, and I immediately kill all possible threats, for which I will need the mech armor. Don't you need elevated rail? We have elevated rail. Yeah, we have access to that. We're just not using it currently. Because I'd need to probably go back to Fulgora to handle that. Alright, so what is happening right freaking now, though? We launch this final rocket with the gubbins for the other places. And then we finally get around to making cliff explosives, because those are so important. There we go. That is as many as I can send over to Fulgora. Yeah, some of this stuff would be great for Novice, but that's not what we were concerning ourselves with right now. Okay, very good. And 5 of that will finish everything else you need. Meaning we don't need to concern ourselves with that. We're not going to get any more of this. Alright, there we go. Final rocket's heading on up. And I want to make absolutely sure there's space in the Lose Lobby. Lose Lobby is actually doing alright on ammo, surprisingly, although I suspect that's because it has a backlog of iron plates. It's absolutely fine to have a crappy ship in orbit in a bit of danger. I do not think that Novice is the best place to make those kind of ships. Right, I'm sure there's nothing else I'm meant to be sending away from here. I mean, there's tons of things I want to send away, but I only need one foundry over there. Of that, I'm quite certain. If it's too slow, we can beacon it up. Alright, there you go, Lose Lobby. Take that. No need to be running with that thing anymore, but I really need to get going with making cliff explosives. So cliff explosives start with iron and coal to make grenades. Granada is... lots of coal, actually. Coal and iron plates. It's 8 seconds, so I need 8 machines doing that. Here you are. Man, this is going to really get in my way, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Please show me the Grenadier Way. Thinking about it, these could feed directly into the cliff explosive things. Couldn't they? Because I made it at the same rate. Is that true? Yeah, 8 seconds crafting time, 8 seconds crafting time. However, maybe I should bank them because... No, the rate of production is still going to be tied to overall production here. All right. Explosives, barrels, and calcite then need to come in. But then how does anything go out from here? Yeah, I create a problem for myself by doing this. Bots? Yeah, bots need to be the one to use it anyway. So it could go out via bots. I'm just thinking, even if I combine explosives and calcite onto one thing, the barrels remain a problem. All right, so I don't think we feed directly into this. This stuff will be belted out as normal. All right. Give me some of that coal, please. That delicious, delicious coal is needed here. And then iron is needed from quite far away, sadly. You know what? I think these guys can just stop working overall. That way I can still feed them. And then this guy, who will continue to get iron, will no longer feed it out like so. What he will do is he will feed it out onto 2 fast belts. Can we handle that? How does that seem to you, Chief? Hideously ugly, you say? I agree. It's also wasting a lot of space by coming up this way. No, shop's closed. Don't go that way. I'm sure that stuff is over in Lou's lobby right now, and I can send it back to Novice. Lou's lobby. You've got the science, you've got the stuff. All right, please return to Novice. I will tell you to manually eject that stuff. Look at this guy using fast inserters. He must be rich. Ah, jeez, what a stressful freaking game. Okay. You're gonna come over here, and honestly, this is probably where we're going to make, that goes on the far side, right? Please do that. Laser shooting speed get. My science is aggravatingly slow. Wow, it shot up for some reason. By the way, when you get to Novice, does Novice have strange demands in here? Oh, crumbs, it's got electro science like that. Tell you what, that's not what we're looking for now, but, yeah, sod it. You now take out metallurgic science. Now the metallurgic science comes in here and gets fed, and it's fine going all the way to the back. That's fine-ish. And then that will get me... And we need to start working on metallurgic science as soon as that gets there. Glyph explosives, yes. Coal liquefaction, oh god, yes. That's only using 1,000 of the, 1,800 science that I sent up there, right? So there is space for turbo transporting. That means this stuff gets... frankly, all of that goes away. It's all metallurgic stuff now. I would like the asteroid reprocessing. I wonder if I have enough to get all of this done. I have an 8% boost to my research, right? It's only about 80, 100 or so extra. I'm not sure that will be enough. Well, it wouldn't be too hard to send over more electromagnetic stuff. I just would love to have turbo transport belts unlocked, but these two are mandatory. Yeah, well. Alright, so grenades get. Other part of cliff explosives. Barrels are very, very simple. Just 1 steel, 1 barrel, 1 second, right? 1 steel, 1 barrel, 1 second. And 1 per second is enough to keep up with this. Even so, let's spoil ourselves and have 2. Alright, sure, whatever. I don't want to overthink this. You can be forgiven for thinking I want to think at all. But this is where this part of the base can become a real mess, because it's... Oh, Christ, no. The point is to now... that is all sorts of wrong. The point is to now facilitate the creation of a real base, which is why we're working on cliff explosives. Cliff explosives will enable the creation of a new base. Alright, good enough. And now we need explosives and calcite. Calcite is free, so consider the explosives. Explosives are made 2 every 4 seconds. That's 1 every 2 seconds. So only 2 machines doing this. Coal, sulfur, and water. See, the sulfur remains a problem. Like, what sulfur? There's something backed up here. Why are you guys not working? Oh god, the calcite. Right, so the calcite is dried up. There's a problem I need to fix. Even so, let's prepare ourselves. I need these. So I only need 2 of you crapping out the explosives. The coal gets siphoned off in so many places. And where's this water coming in from? Ah, good, I've got water right here. Yes, there's lots of ugly things happening in this factory. Do not concern yourself with the long-term implications of any of this. We think only short-term right now. That's how you get this. That's how you get that. And you are going to want sulfur as well. Okay. That's fine. Because the sulfur can come in here. It's just these 2 things. It's water, which I have right here, right? Well, I will. Water here into you and possibly you. That's 2 sulfur a second, right? That's faster than I need it. It is 2 per second, right? Yeah, 2 per second, so we just need 1 of you coming in. Sulfur, pretty please. Petroleum, pretty please. And then this comes out very slowly. Ah, no, don't denigrate yourself with that. By the way, I'm waiting on this research, which means Lou's Lobby needs to throw away all the metallurgic science. I should have checked to doubly make sure that it's above novice, but it is. And then with this, it now makes this journey over to Fulgora to deposit the other items. Should be able to survive that passage, right? Yeah, it's still got loads of ammo. Excellent. And novice will receive it and output it, and then the cliff explosive research shall begin. At a staggering rate of 0 science per minute, it'll get there. Okay, so the calcite remains a problem, but don't worry about that for now. Get that stuff in there and get those explosives sent out to somewhere. Okay. Hideous. Oops. And the calcite comes in here, and I'm going to need some heavy mining drills because calcite production needs to ramp up tremendously right now. Good thing I've got none of them. We're still kind of dying on the electric engines front. How about on the real engines front? The ones not made of crummy electricity. They're fine as long as I have the rupees. Or better yet, some actual greens in my diet. There we go. That should keep the electric engines flowing for a wee while. Please keep that going. Might find myself a little shy on mining drills, but that's okay. They're quick and easy to make. So yeah, we get some more of these and we rapidly increase our calcite production. On Vulcanus, is there a reason not to produce all iron-based things on site? Not that I can think of. Even a single little patch of lava is untappable. It's infinite. Well, I suppose that makes it tappable forever. Wow, good to see I am lapping up the plastics. Those plastics should definitely come over here and be automated. I mean, if we ever have some plastics to our name. There you go. Could be a day I need or want a lot more of that. Alright, how you looking? Take all these drills I've made, give me all the drills that you have made, and let's solve the calcite problem. They should be automated with I know, I really want to set up robots, but I'm a little bit distracted at the moment by everything. I hope the power is holding. Power's holding magnificently. The clearing of all of this will certainly be automated with robots. Of course, then I'm going to need roboports, and that's expensive on reds. Right, so this side I'm not too concerned about, but this side, oh, it's nothing but problems. So let's say be gone with you, and say hello to the new hotness. Yeah, you're right. There's no space for that. Yeah, no time for fancy designs with them feeding into underground belts and whatnot. It's just get that stuff flowing. And if we see a completely saturated belt, we know all is well. Now, I say that the hunger for this stuff is kind of light, but this could be feeding everything for a long time, so I will preemptively red this thing up and get stuck on all these cliffs, which is what the explosive production is for. Are we over Fulgora yet? I really need to get to work on that. How goes the factory? I was kind of hoping I'd have this part of the Vulcanus build-up done in like 2.5 hours. We're now sitting at, what, 4 hours? And it sure as sugar isn't done. There we go. That should, once it arrives here, solve the liquefaction problem, at least until I research better liquefaction. And something is missing here. The sulfur is missing because the water is missing because the other stuff is missing. I keep running up this thing and getting stuck. Could I please not be doing that anymore? There we kind of go. Yeah, all this stuff and it's not cracking because I don't have the steam, because I don't have the calcite. But now that the calcite is here, we have the steam. 10,000 steam pouring out per cycle. It is crazy how much this makes. And then we constantly turn it into water, and the water cracks. Wait, how do you not have heavy oil? I think somebody even pointed out that that thing wasn't connecting. I certainly think I need more of this. I wonder if I could just take this, reverse it. What's to stop that from working? The lack of space for power, but the power can be shifted to the other side. Yeah, the power is already shifted on the other side. Oh, well, no, it's not. Also, another thing to stop me is that I don't have enough chemical plants. Just bring it all together. Good enough, I suppose. High hopes for this run. Well, surely there's enough to... Ah, this freaking guy. Alright, there is stuff in the pipeline. You're not getting what you need because there's no water. You telling me I didn't... Oh, did I unclip the water? Yes, I did, actually, because I thought, I don't need my concrete anymore. I might be right, but even so, don't unclip that. Now the sulfur comes out, the sulfur turns into explosives. And you know what, in a way this is just in time, because now out you come for cliff explosion. Hold on, that's 2 every 4 seconds, 1 every 2 seconds. With 2, that's 1 a second. Kind of. Eh. That's not going to be true when I eventually upgrade these to better factories, but that day is not here. And I still need the calcite fed over here as well. Fortunately, calcite is right here. I will not suffer the yellow belt if I can avoid it. And currently, I can avoid it. So there we go. Calcite and co is here. And then I just need my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of you. All on cliff explosives. Take. They're all on the take. Is that going to be fast enough? Yeah, cliff explosives are slow, so don't worry about it. Come on. Quit your slowing down. What's going on in Novice? Never mind Novice. What's going on in Fulgora? Fulgora does have somewhere to drop the goods into. Great. So lose lobby, please deposit the big mining drill and the foundry. And then Fulgora, it is time. Although I've used up most of this stuff uselessly, I'm going to need you to stop taking in any more of this. Yeah, just get yourself completely drained. Squeeze these out. Hey, that keeps it inside the thing. In a way, I suppose that voids fluids. Anyway, get all this gone. All of it is nonsense. And let's... How much have we made, by the way? Ooh, we've got a decent amount of holmium backed up then. That is good. And now we've finally done some metallurgic science. Okay, beautiful. The cliff explosives are here. In that case, tell them to make a bunch of this. It's the ideal time now to go and do other things. Right. These need to go into chests. I need a butt ton of these things, but oh well. Ugh, don't do this to me. I don't want one of these not being made out of steel, but I don't have steel to hand, do I? Nope. Oh well. I need a ton of these, which means I can kind of wait on the production of them, which is nice. There we go, get going. That'll make me 1 per second. How many do I need anyway? Let's just take this as an example. 300 to clear this, so I'm estimating if I want all of this cleared, yeah, probably like 1,000, maybe 2,000. So these things need to keep going for a while. Why are my explosives not keeping up? Because they don't need 1 each, they need 10 each. Whoa, okay, so I massively underbuilt my explosives. They are going to be glugging up my petroleum. They're going to be glugging up a lot of things. Right, well, I need to go back and get some replacement steel anyway. But yeah, I need to fix that on the freaking double. Shouldn't need that, shouldn't need that. How are you doing, by the way? Looking good. Make sure I have those big mining drills. Okay, I need to fix that before I go and automate Fulgora. Are cliff explosives really that important here? I would say yes. If I want to set up a proper bus, all this garbage cliff stuff needs to get out of my way. You could build around it, but you know as well as I do, I don't really have the time for doing fancy, elaborate things like that. Right, so I don't need 1 a second, I need 10 per second. So, what, I need 10 times the creation that I have here? That's ridiculous. Oh well, ridiculous though it may be. We have to do it. Alright, these things need steel. Which I have. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just make all 10 of them here. This is outside of Angry Man territory. Right. That means I'm going to need more of this, right? Instead of 1, I'm going to need about 5 of them. Could I, in that case, do it so that you feed in like that? Especially if there's a 3 distance between you. I don't see why that wouldn't work. Because I can do this. Seems pretty good. Alright, glorious, glorious. So down comes the water, up comes the sulfuric, or not sulfuric, the other thing. Just give me this on each of them, please. Waste of time, I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, in comes the water. In comes that. Can hear very, very angry man nearby. Why is he so angry, though? And then the explosives. Fortunately, they just need the water. I may need to crack more water. Anything's possible. This shouldn't be done like that, right? Because it needs... Well, the sulfur gets fed in, so the coal could just come in one way and then we shoot the explosives out over it, right? It's 1 coal, 2 explosives, so the coal should come in by Sir Long Arm. And then we'll output rapidly. Actually, you know what? Short crappy guys will do just as fine here. I think they're going up. Fun. Right. Wait, where are those explosives going? Looks like they're going right here. Okay, well, I take it back. This was meant to be coming down like so. There we kind of go. 2, 4, 6. I wouldn't mind this thing kind of going back on itself, but I think they'll be produced fast enough. You can tell the run is hard. Yeah, I need to concentrate a lot, Alpha, for some unknown reason. Do you have any idea what that could be? What is it about this run that keeps taking my focus away? Is it because it's very stressful and bollockingly hard? No, that couldn't be right. Funny that they're actually demolishing their way through all that steam. To the point where I'm having to wait a bit. I might need to actually increase my amount of this stuff. I don't want to, but let's have a couple more of you. Oh, and that, of course, means you need the calcite coming in as well. There we go. That, one can only hope, is enough water and everything to get my cliff explosives going big time. It's because deep inside you want to play more Star Sector. I do want to play more Star Sector, but I also want to play more of this. Alright, now we're actually getting a reasonable number of these things built up. The last thing I want to do before I sort out some Fulgora stuff is what exactly? Was there anything I still wanted to sort out here? There's nothing left to blast off to anywhere. Nothing comes to mind. Maybe I should finally set up some bot-related things. A little bot mall, if nothing else. Because there's a lot of building stuff to be done. That doesn't sound unreasonable. Don't be making me those. I have plenty of these. Alright, that's fine. It's going to make me more of those. I do have bots, but you need a bit more than just bots, don't you? You need roboports, which need a lot of reds. A hell of a lot of reds. Oh, no time to start, but now, unless I want beacons, but I don't think I want beacons just yet. Yeah, roboports, please. Roboports require steel. Roboports require gears. Roboports require red chips. And the problematic thing is it requires a ton of all of those things. 3 pipes destroyed in Novice. Oh, I see. The splash damage is hurting them. I mean, it's no big deal. We replace pipes like it's nothing, but maybe let's just not have this ever be a problem again. There we go. Why do I have all this plastic? Get this plastic out of my face. This is nowhere near enough roboports, because it's nowhere near enough steel, because it's nowhere near enough sprockets. Kind of wishing I'd upgraded all these chests to better chests. I'm also going to need some passive provider chests. But that's neither here nor there. I still need more roboports if we're ever going to get truly robotic. Yeah, it's the red chip cost that sends me up the bleeding wall on these things, though. And wouldn't you know it, I'm already kind of tapped on those reds. Well, fortunately, in addition to everything else, I packed loads of steel. I think I came down to this planet with a bunch of roboports, so roboporting a place up doesn't seem outrageous at the moment. Ooh, maybe put the game on half speed. I think limiting UPS would make the achievement also longer. Yeah, that would make the game a lot easier, but it'd be kind of painful to play. You ever play a game on slow-mo alpha? I mean, given you're rolling in Elden Ring, clearly. Right, you just take everything left to make me some more of these. Actually, maybe not all the reds. I could still put some use into those reds, so let's have that as the final roboport. You can have a bunch of these things back. I don't know why I'm sitting on all these barrels. These barrels out of my face. Where's my... This is my junk chest, right? Barrels are junk. Junk. It's not quite junk. Not really. Coal liquefaction is here, right? I can improve the coal liquefaction enormously. The annoying thing is I'm not sure I want to. Yeah, the output goes through the roof, but unless I'm strained on output, which I'm not, I don't even want to change this because it's running. The important thing is I get loads of these running so I can build the proper base. But what I do need to do is make use of that stuff I sent to Fulgora. Lose Lobby can stay in orbit for a wee while, I think. It shouldn't run down ammo too hard. But Fulgora now has this foundry, and this foundry's job is to make holmium plates. So it goes here. Its main job is to make the holmiums. It needs to be made as efficient as possible because holmium is that important. I'm using yellow belts because I know I have yellow belts. Do I even have fast inserters? Like, I really want to set up a proper mall here. There we go. Look at it go! Oh my days, that efficiency on making holmium at long, long last. Oh, I can make electromagnetic plants. I can speed up the science, which has been... well, actually, the science hurts on electrolyte, but now this is going to be consuming proportionately less to make the same. So the electrolyte will still hopefully hold out. Oh, but yes, that's what you need for holmium. This solves pretty much all of your holmium problems. But you also have mining drills here, so I need to redo this. Basically just remove all of this, except for those. I need those. Remove this as well. Again, not those. And this is where I go, damn, I should really have some more bots here. Construction bots, 50. Wow, they're going to be worked to the bone then. But yeah, botnet needs to be made here. And I need to... Well, there is a botnet, but I need to actually automate the construction of more bots. Interestingly enough, with all these electric engines in here, couldn't I just make them into flying robot frames? Well, you're in a pickle here, aren't you? Just move that thing over, I'm sure they'll be safe. And just do that during the lightning storm as well for an extra laugh. Lightning can absolutely kill these guys as well. And they're going to need their requester chests as well. Go, Logistobots. Give them what they need. Do I have enough arms for this thing? Maybe. This is why I need a little bot maul that makes a bunch of different things. You can blueprint parameterize those things, but I don't have that. And like I said, we're not running with external blueprints here. That said, I'm going to disappoint some people shortly because I'm going to need to design a spaceship. And you better believe I don't have the skills to do that, well, with the timer running. So what we're going to be doing, probably sooner rather than later, is, well, exactly that. I'm going to make, or I'm going to design a spaceship and give it a quick test. So that when we're able to start making ships, which shouldn't be that long, then we're actually going to have a design ready to go that we've made here. The scrap piles are really thinning. I know, that's why I wanted the big mining drills here. They'll cover a lot of area and they will be more efficient. But yeah, the scrap has dried up here. And that's the reason the holmium is completely gone now. But it's okay. During this time, Vulcanus is making me the explosives that I want over here. Although I'd also like it if it was bot mauling for me. Yeah, it probably really won't be long until I start making a bunch of things. Yeah, I also need to make processing units, low-density structures, rocket fuel. Basically, the main base needs to be made now. But if I have bots going around here, and it shouldn't be long until I can actually have some decent bots going, then the bots can build the base, and they can move the goods around the base. Yeah, a man can dream, can't he? I can't believe I didn't bring enough firearm magazines for this. I'm going to need to clear more spaces. This will clear a space or two, but it won't be enough in my opinion. Well, it's not even an opinion, it's my my honest-to-God calculations. So while all that's going on over in Fulgora, let's prepare to clear some more bases. I'm going to want you at the ready, I'm going to want you at the ready, but right now I need iron, just iron plates. And would you look at that? The wise man indeed buffered his iron plates. The wise man found that he did not buffer enough iron plates. Oh wow, he really didn't. was thinking, why are those things not being made? Because they're not in my inventory. There you go, keep that buffering going. Actually, could we keep making some of these, please? May find I need more of them than I thought. These slow-ass inserters. Right, you cleared that yet? Kind of. Good enough. And it's somewhat connected. Right, I gave you how many big mining drills? I gave you 16 of these. Let's make them count. I want to grab every bit of scrap there is down here. Even if this ends up being really rather ugly. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Don't tell me I don't have enough belts for it. I'm sure we're fine on the belts. Might not be fine on the belts. Or how indeed we power this thing, but that's another question altogether. Yeah, whatever, just send it up. These things are going to be running pretty thin, pretty fast anyway, of that I'm quite certain. Not liking how these guys are not protected from the elements, by the way. How is that possible? Right, please be protected. Although you're going to tell me you lack... How have you not been able to make these for me anyway? I thought I told you to make them. Oh, there's no copper wire. That's very, very funny. I don't buffer the copper wire anywhere. Oh, wait, I do. I just wasn't clever enough to make it available. There we go. Now that'll be available, and now it'll make me some of these things. Alright, goody. Goody, goody, goody. Hopefully this thing doesn't get broken during that time. There we go. Get this built. Get that thing launched. Yeah, I really don't think there's going to be enough belts for this. Maybe there will be. I've been surprised before. The Logistobots will bring this over. This thing is now working, so we're going to have access to those. Excellent. The Logistobots are also trying to make me flying robot frames, but some poor fool didn't actually buffer his batteries anywhere, so they're not available in the lognet. Also, there's no more scrap being produced. I really need to come back here and re-enable this scrap, because this stuff's going to run out very, very soon. What's our access to power poles around here? These ones, not bad. These things will be power hungry, but I think I might just be banking enough power these days. This is connected to the power network, right? Believe. I'll feel better if it's connected up over here as well. And it's mostly all protected from the lightning, so I'm okay with this. A few minutes ago you created extra heavy oil cracking, but you didn't connect it to the water to fix that, did you? Extra heavy oil cracking looks kinda connected to the water. It wasn't that much extra. Need to make another batch of these anyway. Oh, golly gosh, now I remember why that iron was being sent up in high quantity. It was needed for my... it was needed for my grenades. I wonder if I'm going to find that isn't actually enough iron, enough for my grenades. They each need 5, there's 8 of them. Just in case. Yeah, just in case. There we go. Just bring more iron up to the grenades. It all feels so slow. I should have a real base going right now. But I don't. I really, really don't. Oh, well, at least the crap that I do have right now is running, but I got Fulgora completely up and operational in the time that this has taken me. But with the access to all these resources and bots and things, surely it'll go really, really fast for me. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to handle the science flow around here. There isn't a lot left. I don't know if I'll get asteroid reprocessing done. There's still a lot to do. It's possible. Many things are possible. Yeah, crumbs. Alright, there we go. That'll do. We'll switch these out into big bang attacks. And then the gun turrets should be good to go-ish. As ever, more gears, more lots of things needed. I actually want some of this at the ready. Can't even get all my goods back, so I'm so laden with some of this stuff. Including some junk, right? I think I decided that you were junk. Why do I have some grenades? I don't need or want grenades here. They won't save me on this planet. Although if I was trying to make these into something else, then I actually don't want my crap back just yet. I want to be ready to expand, so I want the ammo at the ready. By switching them like this, it retains the original ammo, which is exactly what I was trying to do there. And I did it. And now... Okay, thanks, game. The autosave screwed me over a bit there. Right, it's 2 copper, so I will need more copper than I've brought for myself here. Good thing I buffered all that copper. Alright, that'll take a bit of time, but it will get done. In the meantime, how's Fulgora looking? The crappy scrappy is flowing. Is anything not flowing? This looks a bit dire. Oh, and it's unconnected, which is why that stuff isn't actually going anywhere. Do I have the gubbins for building all of this? One can only hope. Missing construction robots, but that's not the problem. Alright, alright. I'm loving all these banks of holmium plates. I'm also liking the fact that I actually have some steel chests going on, so setting up a proper botnet here, as if that'll happen, seems more reasonable by the moment. What was my problem with batteries? It's that these things require batteries, and you better believe I don't have batteries for them. Which means I need to buffer my batteries. Since the accumulators are looking fine these days, and I've got a bajillion of them, I do need them for science. That's frustrating. Right, here's how it's going to work. I'm actually going to add accumulators in here, and I'm going to make buffering batteries a high priority. Oh, that's fine. That's just bots dying on Novice. That's what they do on Novice. I shouldn't need a ton of batteries, I just need them available to the lognet so I can get things like my flying robot frames for my eventual botnet. Otherwise, you are not running through your ammo anywhere near as fast as I thought you would, or even at all. So you're doing fine-ish up here. Yeah, I think I will need to send you some science back home, because Fulgora has got plenty of it. It's just that it doesn't all fit there, does it? No, so Lose Lobby lacks space for things. And more to the point, I didn't actually set this up properly. That's going to need some requester chests for my stuff here. Yeah, just give it all to them. 10, 10, 10, that's fine. But I would like it running. Whoa, that's entirely too many modules. Yeah, that was always entirely too many modules. I don't need that many around here. But I do want these more efficiently made. Anything else I'd like more efficiently made? Well, pretty much everything, actually. Especially my science. Oh, my science. That does make this incredibly power hungry, and I'm almost certainly going to run out of power. But the science should be made more efficiently. And also, yeah, my power is almost certainly going to run down, especially with that thing being cranked right up. Even so, if I have enough substations here, I have 3 of them. Okay. Do not despair. Just make more power. There we go, just in case that ends up eating up too much of my reserves, we'll just have more accumulators. Accumulating. Yeah, these things do go a lot slower now, 25% reduced speed, but I like what I see there. And I'm also going to need more of these. But I should be able to do this. How high do these things stack anyway? Stack size 20, that's quite a lot of you. Alright, 2 stacks of that will surely be plenty, because it's going to destroy my holmium reserves. And as expected, you're actually missing the claw. And you were never able to make more of these because of gear wheels? Wait, what? I got gear wheels aplenty. And they're even made available to the lognet. Why can't you get them? Oh, I think it's because I turned off this. Because it was eating up all of my bots for a while. Alright, but I do want that activated. Alright, that's going to keep the logistic bots busy for a good wee while. All only 50 of them, but they're a lot faster now, so that's okay. Anyway, with that going, and everything going relatively smoothly, and my bullets being made as I want them to be, maybe it's time to start thinking about the real factory. Jake, the battery buffer has no power. You're right about that. In that case, move it there. Alright, how are we doing on these? Loads of them united. Okay, great. Can you get out of my way, please? Same with you. Alright. Time to actually start thinking about how this unfolds, right? I got loads of electric engines. I don't have loads and loads of... Well, there are lots of things I don't have loads and loads of, but it's time to start actually making the factory, and I'm going to have bots largely build this thing for me, so let's think about it. It all stems from here, and I'm going to want to make a... Yeah, I think I'll make them all as part of the main factory rather than having a crappy wee thing here. And I'll make a special kind of circuit-dominated mall You know, right here where it all gets made, and then it's going to just spit out my entire base. Unfortunately, I'm on a really tight timer to do that. How long have I been spending here? I think I've spent more than 4 hours, but less than 5. I forget what the clock was at when I started this stream. We're at 19 hours now. Okay. Okay. Right, I need a break from this before I start building up the real base that I swear happens someday. We're going to say this is Stream 05 Vulcanus main base, which is what we're going to be construction, or maybe main base start. 5 hours already here? No, I don't think we spent all that 5 hours, so I had a lot of downtime and pausing and things. 4 hours, though, is still an uncomfortable amount of time to start just on the bootstrapping. I really wanted that done in 2 or 3. Oh, hang on, if I make the save here, it'll show us, won't it? Ooh. 4 hours 20 to build all of this. And all of this really isn't much. I'm kind of ashamed at how slowly that went. So the next part is going to have to be a lot faster, because I budgeted myself 8 hours for Vulcanus. But, you know, the next part, with all the stuff already made, surely that'll be nice and easy. But before I go any further, I want to design a rocket ship. So what we're going to do is we're going to kill achievement. Actually, you know what? I don't trust that here. We're going to exit the game first. Are you sure you want to quit? Yes, I'm quite sure. Let's come out of the game entirely and restart it with some mods on so that it doesn't interfere any achievement stuff for sure. Yeah, I'm going to have to be really Aquilo in 0 hours. Yeah, because I've only budgeted 4 hours for Gleba. That's, that makes my blood run cold to think about. I also budgeted 4 hours for redoing Novice with the technologies we have, so electroplants and smelters, foundry things. All right. My mods are on, so now if I load up the save, it will say, game is modded, achievements are separate. Okay, so what we've just done is locked in, and whatever we fiddle around with here is fine. Thinks I can't get these, which means I can happily open up Editor and design a ship. How do I do this again? Let's go and create a space platform above Novice and call it Design Time. That way I can create a ship, or at least design it without the pressure of the timer on top of me. You ever seen the mod that turns you into a fish? That sounds very, very silly. But no, I have not heard of it. So, as you've seen, ship design is my my hobby, right? Although, to be fair, this thing has worked away, creating space science for me with no complaints this whole time. But this is not exactly what we need for carting around a lot of goods. The advantage of this thing is it is very, very cheap. I do like cheap. I like cheap a lot. But what I need is something that can very happily go around the planets, collecting everything I need. Even just one ship will be fine. So it can do something like, well, it starts in Vulcanus, because I build everything in Vulcanus. It picks up Vulcanus science, it drops it off in Novice. It goes and picks up electromagnetic plants and electromagnetic science from Fulgora. It goes to Gleba. It drops off any supplies Gleba might need, but it picks up Gleba's science and Gleba's, the other thing, carbon fiber. And it just goes around and around and around. You might think that's a little soft on Gleba, because Gleba's stuff needs to be taken back quickly, because it spoils, but I don't think Gleba science is such a huge priority. It takes 1 hour to spoil, although every minute that it spoils, you get less out of it, but I think if we just have steady Gleba science production, it's not a big deal that it takes a few minutes to get back to Novice. So we have one good ship that flies around dealing all inner planet logistic needs. And I wanted to have a lot of space so that when I do things like grab a lot of Vulcanus equipment to build Gleba with, it can just take it in bulk and bring it over. By the way, that means Vulcanus needs to have like about a dozen rocket silos, and it took me a lot to build one. It's a science you need most of in Gleba. What? I don't know what you mean. Why not Vulcanus, Gleba, Novice, Fulgora then? Why not Vulcanus, Gleba, Novice, Fulgora? I mean, either way, the science in Gleba is going to be rotting away. And it's still, if anything, that's even longer to journey. Well, is it? These are all equidistant, despite how they look here. Another answer is to have a dedicated Gleba to Novice ship to minimize spoilage, but you always have to wait for the science to be ready anyway. Yeah, I think one round trip is fine. Just build another ship for the science. Honestly, Lose Lobby could do it if you had a few more turrets. Lose Lobby's problem is the rate at which it produces bullets, not the number of turrets. Lose Lobby is actually fine for flying indefinitely, except for production of ammo. Although I say that, somehow that front turret got ripped off, and I don't know how it happened. It was fine, and then it was not. Maybe it goes too fast. I also wonder if the fuel doesn't get made fast enough. Anyway, this thing just exists to go from A to B and carry myself and a very few amount of items. So I need to design a ship that can actually go the mile. So let's do that. One thing to note is that I like to build my inner planet ships with... Hang on, how does this work again? I think I have to do it from this view. Yeah, there we go. I like to build my inner planet ships with solar. I don't know if there's a faster way to give it all the materials it needs here, but it can have this. Da 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 da. And then that way, if I unpause the game, it will build all this stuff out for me. Where is this being made, by the way? Is this above? This is above Novice, but I would do it above Fulgora. Novice is probably a better way to get a feel for how much power it's going to get. So let's start with the basics. This is the silo hub, and this is where it all needs to stem from. So there will be almost no quality in this build, I reckon. I need some access to this, but I don't need a ton. We build it out a bit wider, but I think that will be fine. I'll have access here. I don't know how much of that I'm going to need, but the fundamental is going to be sushi belt around the thing. And I can probably hug it really close. I've done some cursed spaceship design, but I've really come to settle on sushi belting for ships. On one side you put the asteroids, on the other side you put the bullets. And if you need more, you can do another sushi belt or have some more complex stuff going on. But this is the basics of what I'm going to be having here. You could set Lose Lobby to wait at Novice while it rebuilds the ammo stock. That would limit the round trip, but it would be safe. Yeah, so that's a reasonable thing. I could just use Lose Lobby for bringing Gleba Science in particular, because that is on a time limit. And then the ship that I'm making here can do the other science, and also I call upon it when it needs to do a big job, like dumping all the stuff onto Gleba. That's the thinking, at least for now. Right, where's this even going? What's going on? It needs power, and I don't like skimping on power. Given how easy it is to make lots and lots of steel and copper cables, I don't see a reason not to just have a very, very large ship. I wish I could make a good tight design, but I need to make sure that this ship can actually produce everything it needs to keep going. I do not want it to stop, so having a one-off cost of making a large ship, or large-ish ship, seems fine. Large for this stage in the game, at least. So let's start out with power. Maybe this can extend further down. Power means lots of solar. How many of these can go wide? Ooh, that's convenient because... Is it convenient? Kind of. Lots of accumulators and lots of solar panels are going to be needed here. It's a lot of rocket launchers, but that's okay. Okay. That will not be anywhere near enough of the power, but it's a start. I'm going to want to flank it with power. Power aplenty. But I also need guns. So I'll put the solar power here with a view to replacing some of these with guns just for coverage. And we will test this ship today, by the way. This ship is going to make some flights. You're going to see it from designing, building, and flying. And if it can fly, you know, on speed 64 with no slowdowns and no explosions, then we know we're onto a winner. This is probably about as wide as I want the ship to be. Wider makes it slower. But I should also probably start with the backside, because we're going to need the engine set up here, and I need to get a feel for how long this is going to be. Slower is better. And maybe from your perspective. Right, I want this down the center. Bang. And I've come to believe that this is the best for rocket design. I mean, you can have it S-wavy, but nah, this is fine. Good, get rid of that nonsense. Donk, 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 donk. Don't think I want more than 5. I could go for 7 or even 9 here, but that seems plenty. And then how does this work? Very, very simply. You bring the pipework down here, you bring the pipework down here. On one side you make the oxidant, on the other side you make the rocket fuel stuff. What are they even called again? Thruster fuel and thruster oxidizer. I understand. Now, what gets done here? We're going to have 50-50 here. Can you not mirror the engines to have flow? No, this object cannot be flipped. Probably to make you have to do designs like this. Alright, let's keep it simple. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And these ones, yeah, you could make calcite stuff, but we haven't figured out advanced asteroid stuff. We barely even... Actually, this is a good indicator. We're going to have reprocessing, so we can do reprocessing on this ship. Excellent, excellent. So this is the side that the... okay, not like that. Red stuff on this side, blue stuff on this side. They need water and they need the ingredients fed in. Is that a little close? We'll see. We'll see with what we build. They're going to need the stuff fed into them as well. I cannot neglect defense since we're on the arse end of the ship, so prematurely, I'm going to put in 2 laser turrets. No, not rocket turrets. That may dictate a few other things that we build around here, because there's space, and any empty space is wasted space on a space platform. But you are going to need fed. We're going to use nothing but red belts around here. We're going to need pipes to ground and pipes for you. Is this right? Well, it might not be wrong. And let's see, you're going to be getting carbon. Inserters and fast inserters are all the same for rocket capacity, so let's actually just make everything out of fast inserters. Just take this and give it the flip-sidoo. And there we go. Nice thing about setting up the solar panels is you immediately have power for all of this. Is that actually nice? I don't know. Right, how does it get these goods? We're going to centrally deal with them, and that's where the sushi belt comes in. So bring unto me crushers. We can actually have you closer to here, can't we? So we can have the crusher crush the... crumbs, what's oxidizer made out of? Iron. Alright, so crush the iron things and crush the carbon things. So it gets fed in and out. In on the right, out on the left. Because that way... Is that the right way around? Yeah, there we go. Out on the left, in on the right that way. If it is going around clockwise, like a clock, it means that it can spit back out the goods that it needs to bring back in. But we won't build this part of it just yet, because we need to figure out how that all goes. Now, one thing I do need to figure out is where does the water come from? Maybe I can symmetrically deal with the water. Water here, water there. Melt the ice, melt the ice. That's going to need a couple of crushers, but I'll figure out where they go shortly. Is this designing the Prometheum ship? Where in this run do you think we are? We haven't even researched asteroid reprocessing. Let's make things simpler for ourselves and have that unlocked so it's available when we design things in the ship here. Okay, so that water comes in here. That's kind of good, but it sticks out a little bit too much, and I want to minimize width as best I can. How about that? That's pretty good. Yeah, try and keep the ship slender. At least as best we can. Goodbye, ship parts. It doesn't create a donut. I hear there is a way that you can create a donut. Alright, that doesn't seem unreasonable. That stuff all comes in like so. I can even have it come down like this, so we got a space for a couple more accumulators. And wherever possible, I want to shove in more accumulators onto this design. That said, there's a big problem. It doesn't bank the thruster fuel. I don't want to rely on just always making this live. We're going to be stopping, so it's fine to buffer. But I haven't left myself a lot of space for that. Maybe I could take this element of it and move it back. Give me a bit of space to think. I want to buffer this stuff. Is there space to fit 2 buffers? If I could just have you on the corner like so, then we could have that. Cursed? Question mark? I don't know about that. I also don't like the lack of space savings here. There's nothing to do with this space. Maybe. One whole accumulator, you say? There we go. Now it looks a lot less waste of spacing. Kind of. I'm not so sure about this one. But that does buffer all of this. So all the pipes are connected into one big thing here, feeds them all. Alright. Yeah, I could maybe get behind this. Could we make it narrower? I don't think so. We need this corner to come around. Oh, that's fine though. We even have space for even more accumulating. I can bring you back a touch. Wait, are we sure I can't make this narrower? Hold on. Keep holding. Hold a little less. Whoops, don't do that. Oh, it's just nice to be able to design without the clock running. Practically cheating, don't you know? Don't need that extra bit there, but would you look at that? We got more space for my favorite, more accumulators. This looks pretty tight. Could maybe even bring this thing a little bit further down. Slight concern is that this can't feed onto this in a way that I like. Middle engine isn't connected to the fuel or the oxygen now. Ah! Wait, brainwave. Connects them all and maintains that. Beautiful. Oh, look, we can even get rid of this junk. The savings. Alright, that doesn't solve this problem. How do we solve this problem? The savings. It actually makes more sense for you to be... No, not there. But there. As long as you still have range on the back. The whole reason that these are here, just in case some errant asteroid floats into the back. I think asteroids never approach from this angle going up. Because I've never seen it happen in a long, long time of idling in this game. Right, can we do something about this so that we pull from further in? It's the wrong one. What do we need on this side? We need the carbon on this side. The carbons. If that's the case, then I'm inclined to think no. But what if this space were available? Like so. Space is at a premium, but we do have this entry bit for water. Could be okay. Where does the thrust control go? We're not going to do thrust control. We go fast all the time. I don't think thrust control is necessary at all. And I'm the one that's making this, so what I say goes, see? There's almost space for something else here, but I don't think we're going to be fitting that. In that case, just send that over here. And it all connects up. Okay, nice. Don't even need a thing to ground here. All right, there we go. So the water all flows around here. 2 of them feeding all this. I don't know if 2 is too many or not enough. 20 in 1 second, and you eat 10 in 2. So 1 will feed 4. Oh, hang on. There's something very important we're missing here. Beacons. Beacons I do want higher quality of to send up here. In the ideal world, I get a... have my beacons be at least, well, more than this is not going to happen, but I want higher quality because they consume less. They consume less power and they will spread out their effects more. So that way I affect all of these with beacons. That's quite useful. So again, you crush the carbon, you crush the metallic stuff, and again, put it out and bring it in. The going out is purely for, and I will probably label all of these things as much as I can. Spin right round. Please only send out the metallic chunks. In comes whatever, but out here comes just the carbon. And out here comes just the ores. Alright, this seems pretty good. But it's narrower than the whole ship, so let's get greedy. I can't imagine needing walls here, right? Not at the arse end of the ship. But I can imagine always needing power. Alright, we'll go with that and see where it takes us. I do really like the effect of the ship building itself. Clearly a lot of love put into it, and it shows. Unlike Aquilo, right? Don't like Aquilo. We'll get to how much I don't like Aquilo in the far-flung space future, though. Let's just have this at the ready. I don't know how much we're going to be using of this, but yeah, Yeah, we'll be ready for it. Symmetrical is beautiful, just like using belts. Big promises that we'll get this freaking guy. I'm nothing but supportive of him and his clearly inebriated Elden Ring attempt. I don't know why he feels the need to be doing this to me. Right. One thing I'm missing is that I need to crush this. Yeah, the flack I'm taking from this unidentified special needs streamer. So can I just cut and paste this a bit further up? And this seems quite alright. And I can have the central place for asteroid reprocessing. So how about we just take the whole thing and shunt it up? Sure. That didn't seem so sure. Why does it not like the engines so much? I like my engines so much. Let's make sure that you have access to the engines to build them for me. Oh, hey there, Ninja. I am so surprised that you didn't leap on this game, by the way. Especially with Space Age. It does that nice, happy tickle on the brain when you're solving difficult tasks. Something doesn't seem right about this. For one, I know this needs to come down here, but there's a lot of wasted space. Well, I can always tighten it up in the later designs. Oh, hang on. You actually need to be coming in and getting delta smelting. I guess it just comes down all the way, right? Let's not complicate matters. So, out goes the ice on the lower end, but also the upper end. There we go, yeah. So in comes the ice to be crushed. Not reprocessing, heavens no, crush the ice. Comes in at the bottom, like the end of it, and then gets put out on top, because this thing could put out another asteroid. So if we crush and it still has an asteroid, put the asteroid back in before you can take it right back in and reprocess it. That's a small problem with starting your spaceship in Vulcanus. Ice is very rare in Vulcanus orbit, but that's why we want reprocessing, which we could, would, and should do right here. I don't like the shape at play. I guess it doesn't really matter what I like and what I don't like. Reprocess here and here, I suppose. Keep it symmetrical. Once again, put it back out earlier in the stream and take it back in from beyond. We're going to reprocess metallic and we're going to reprocess carbon. We will not reprocess ice for the simple reason that ice, unless you're in Aquilo, ice is the rarest thing you're going to find in orbit. And I think we can get actual numbers on that from Factoriopedia. Alright, how about space route from Novice to Vulcanus? Oops, didn't like giving me the information I wanted. Anyway, oxide, carbon, metallic. So there's a lot less oxide than the other things. And then another route, oxide is at the bottom, oxide's at the bottom. Even when you're over in Fulgora, oxide at the bottom. Aquilo, on the other hand. Giant oxide and oxide. So oxide beats the other ones in Aquilo. So yeah, further you get away from the sun, the more oxide there is. Does this feel off-center to you? It feels off-center to me. It did. It drifted over by 1 unit somehow. The whole thing did. That's why I felt funny about this. Not a problem. We have the technology. I just don't want to spend a lot of money. Oh, this time it actually kept my engines great. Yeah, copy-paste error. Who could believe such a thing? We don't need to filter the asteroid things. We know it just takes in that asteroid and bumps them out. Circuit logic? No. Not because I don't know how to do it or I don't enjoy doing it. I love doing circuit logic. However, this ship is already too big, right? I have to make this thing. How many launches is it going to be? I'm going to need to make a lot of blue chips on Vulcanus. Fortunately, though, that requires a lot of electromagnetic plants, which we now can crap out thanks to our enhanced holmium production, at least for now. And as the scrap dries up, I do need to revisit Fulgora in order to train over more junk, and that's yet another bite out of my time allowance, which feels not good. All that buzzing noise, please. No, it's going to keep on buzzing. Alright, this feels like a pretty good backside of everything. How I module this, we will figure out once the thing is operational, but I imagine one speed module and a bunch of efficiency modules. I mean, maybe with this many solar panels, we don't need to worry about that. Pretty happy about the backside, though. Let's trim off the side and treat this as the maximum that we want, although maybe not the maximum that we can afford. Alright, pardon the coughing fit there. I think I managed to mute myself in time. Outer fuel fabric is not getting fed solids. Oh-ho! You're right. And there's not a lot of room to fix that, is there? Wait, there is. There's loads of room. There is no room. Okay. No, just think about it. Think about it. It needs to come back up here, feed into you, and then go into you. If it needed to go down and around, this thing would have to get out of my way. Wait, it doesn't need to go into there, but it does need to go into there, huh? Move the pipe to the inner part of the water plant. Yeah, what we could do in this case is something like that. And then you can come down and out like so. And then that works. Sheer perfection. Looks good. So now this comes out, gets grabbed here, and that all comes down. And I suppose there's no harm in this being there, but it doesn't have to be, so let's keep it available for space. And you look over, the factory's been eating all your circuits to make 10,000 combinators because you forgot to make it storage safe. I forgot about that for my production modules over in Fulgora. It's made far too many of them. All right, well, that's the arse end. The middle end's going to have guns around the center, but otherwise, guns along here. But otherwise, I think this is going to be just basic as basic can be. Although I'll need to have grabber hooks and things. We can design the edges once we have the front done. And the front needs to be where the guns are and the production. Okay. So the problem that I have with Lose Lobby is that smelting is insufficient, and Lose Lobby has 3 smelters. This thing is still only doing inner planet stuff, so I reckon 8 to 10 of them should be about right. And no, we can't have... Well, I would love to have better quality stuff, but we can increase the quality if we're able to do that. Let's figure out where the center part is. Center is here. Center is here. And then... yeah, so I reckon it's going to be smelting and smelting. And the smelting... The guns... The ammo's going to need to be coming around here. The ammo will come on the outside of this. Does the outside feel right? Yeah, because I can place the asteroids on the inside easy. Easy peasy. I want this to work with beacons, but I also need it to work hard in general. No foundry? It's a consideration. We have the foundries. How much faster is a foundry than one of these things? Problem with a foundry is that it needs calcite, and I am not willing to do calcite. Also, I can't do calcite reprocessing in space, because that's Gleba technology. So yeah, no foundry up here. I like your thinking though, Roseanne. Foundry would be good here. But we don't have the tech. Right, so the asteroids are coming right round like a record, baby. How do we handle that? I think we find the center of this again. How big is this? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. So we bring up the metal asteroid. Whew. If the asteroid comes in, it has to go out. Okay, I guess. Because when you smash asteroids, you might make the same asteroid again, and that puts it on the correct side as well. Okay. Move these aside for a moment. Actually, no, because I need to figure out where they go in relation to this. So the asteroids get smushed into a smusher. Which, again, I wish I had better quality ones of these, but we don't have that. Like that, like that. I guess like this. Maybe like here. Because then I can feed you in and feed you out. I can feed out the asteroids. And then you're going to smush these up, and then I'm going to feed this into the furnaces. Long-handed, short-handed. It doesn't need to be fast. I could feed it up as far away as that. Let's go 2 for now. I'm still thrown by that foundry idea. Maybe if I'd thought ahead. No, there's no way I would have been able to get the Gleba science right. Because in order to advance asteroid process, I'd need 2,000 soggy old Gleba science. So that the foundry will be needed maybe for getting to the solar system edge. This looks fine, but where does the beacon? The beacon could go here and here. I'd like to smash it somewhere in the center, though. Is such a thing even possible? Not if I space it out this much. How far? Give me a beacon, by the way. If I had you here, and I had another couple of you, then the beacon gets all of them. Even gets a crusher. Alright, Dr. Crusher. I will also want you to feed my people here, probably. So once again, feed it in and take it out. Yeah, that flashing is annoying me as well. All right, so it's all beaconed. These ones are even double beaconed. If I need these things going even faster, I can beacon them more. And you know what? Let's prepare for that. I hope this is going to work. I'm going to need some long arms for this. Long arm in the center feeds you. I'm not leaving myself a lot of space to get the materials out of here, though. Did you consider nuclear power? No. No. Nuclear power is actually very easy to fuel the spaceships with, but I want this completely built on on Vulcanus, and I don't want to complicate matters by having to fuel up my initial launch there. Once everything is running handy-dandy, I suppose it's not a big deal to just low-powered move the thing over to Novice and fit it out with nuclear. But in my eyes, nuclear is for when we're going to Aquilo. I also have no nuclear processing being done on Novice whatsoever. Let's have a look at Novice. I did capture this tiny patch of uranium ore, but that's it. It's also in a very dangerous location. That completely threw my mind. Where are we at? Right. Asteroid comes in, gets processed into ore. Asteroids come out if you make too much of them. This needs to make ammo. Yes, ammo. How? I could output it along the top side, but that wastes a lot of space on the inside. What about here? Is that wasted? Because that way I can have you slam it out like so. Oh, I can even do one of my favorite things. Having long-handed inserters give each other high fives like that. Nice. Okay, that's pretty cool. So the ammo comes up here and up here. No, it's not ammo, it's plates, you dumbass. Is that gonna be a problem? Because the ammo gets processed, how does it then join everything else? Ah, screw it. Build it and figure it out. Doesn't actually need to even go up that far. Just get that here and here. Sadly, no space for beacon or to get it inside the loving embrace of the beacon. Slight problem. How does this stuff get out? Maybe I do have to do it on the outside. That'd be a bit easier. Let's see if we can get it on here, though. Because it'd be really, really sweet if the ammo could flow down here. I could build it one bit further up. Oh, but no, there's not enough space for this to come down. Is there? Is there really not? I think I might have scuppered myself by building this where I did. Because I think I could do that. It just doesn't quite work the way I want it to, huh? I need to buy myself some space here. Bring this up. Stick with the high-fiving idea because it's cool. And then bring it down like so. I think a high-fiving dream is dead. But then how does this output its goods in the first place? This thing is just not where I need it to be, huh? You need to send ammo to the turrets anyway. Yeah, and there needs to be turrets up here, but I think the ammo will just do a kind of figure of eight around everything. Because I'll have a circuit going up here and a circuit going down here, because I'm already pulling off. Although I could also just drag this thing further out to bring it up and around. But then how does it feed in through this? Yeah, no, I'm not seeing it. I would like to be able to buffer ammo inside the space platform hub, and that way I can tell it to only take off if there's a certain amount of ammo inside the hub. Yeah, I like buffering ammo, especially since we have all this storage space for it. Doesn't answer the question of how this stuff moves up and down, though. Hang on. What if these things were a little bit further up? Can I buy just enough space? I can't quite get there. Hold on. What if it went here? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Okay. No, of course you're in the way for that. Maybe no high-fiving then? Hold on, let's just focus on the ammo coming out first. I want that ammo going down as far as it can go. There. That looks disgusting, but it does reach. Okay, okay. Nothing short of disgusting. At least I get to have these guys high-fiving, right? Wastes a bit of space there, but oh well. Okay. You please make me my ammo. And yeah, we use yellow ammo in space. I'm not a believer in red ammo in space. Maybe you can justify that if you're going to the way out of Beyond, but especially when you research some ammo efficiency or ammo damage stuff, that's even less reason to run with reds. Nah, yellow is fine. Maybe you end up with excess copper and you need to put it to use, or you have foundries, so it doesn't matter. But I've never bothered with anything short of yellow. Alright, this looks like it could work. What does Deathworld mean? Deathworld is a preset which makes the biters much more dangerous and pollution spreads a lot more and gets absorbed a lot less. So if you look over on Novice, there's a lot of bigger biter bases than you would certainly see in normal setting, and bigger attacks as well. Largely the Deathworld element of this game is gone, but it really complicated and slowed down the start. Okay, let's not forget that this stuff needs to come in. I don't think you're going to need more than one fast grabber for these. And that gives me space up the center for one of my favorite things, more accumulators. Oh, I'm in map mode. Like I said, we will be testing this to make sure that it actually works. Should be fun on Gleba. Sadly, Deathworld does not affect Gleba. I do not know why they didn't make it affect Gleba. Seems like a bizarre thing not to have happen, but there you go. Right, so the ammo comes down, but I also want the ammo to go up and around so that I can get my gun turrets going. How's that going to operate, though? So the ammo's here, and the ammo does need to cycle around here for the guns down there, but the ammo also needs to cycle around here. We're actually going to do that with grabbing it off like so. You're going to be filtered for taking the ammo. I'm looking forward to properly unpausing and... hold that thought. And seeing how this operates. But you can see why I needed to pause the game for this. I could not imagine doing this with the timer running. The stress would be unimaginable. So yeah, the ammo comes down here, but then it gets pulled right off and fed into a cycle around hither. I don't want to waste space. Can we just drag this straight back up? I want this to hug as much as possible. Although I'm wondering if I'm going to need this beacon, because these are kind of slow at making ammo. Alright, there we go. So that's the runaround for the ammo that's going to feed into my guns. Speaking of guns, guns. Also space, please. But not that on the edge. Let's try and keep things tight. Tight as a tiger. If I wanted a beacon on you. It's bothersome that that's even. I'm contemplating it. I could even beacon. And that affects you as well, which could be beneficial. I don't know where Benny fits into all of this, but sure, let's be courageous and add more of that for faster gun making. That does block this from fetching ammo, but I can make the guns spread it between themselves. So we have the wall of gun right here. This is where all the action happens. Go figure it's where we want the most gun. Shouldn't need more than a dedicated feeder for each of them, but I do want this to be somewhat... what's the word? I don't know what the word is, but it's a good word. Symmetric. Solar panels won't be happy with all these beacons, especially around Gleba. No, especially around Fulgora. But I think this can handle it. And if it can't handle it, well, it can run on low power, and we can feed it higher quality solar panels when quality is online. If quality is ever online. Right, this is going somewhere, but we are going to need some grabby hands. I do want the asteroid collectors to be higher quality, though. I want to make these quality 2. And that might take a while to properly get quality online, which might mean that my... Oh, hang on. You need to feed into this. Wait, no, we have solutions for that. Don't worry. Yeah, it might take a while to get quality online, so the Lose Lobby spaceship might have to do quite a lot of heavy lifting. Yeah, quite nice of those just go and grab everything. Is that going to be enough gun in the center here? I guess it's fine if we augment it with gun on the sides. I mean, it's just inner planet flying. It's not that outrageous. So that's a lot of DACA. Although I'm always happier to have more DACA. And we're not using the bulk inserters. We don't have the budget for that. I like to rein it in a bit. If you shoot too far out to the sides here, you end up blowing up things that you can't really reach. But I guess we will have grabby hands over here as well. That's too far. Too far. Is my whole ship too wide? I could trim off some edges here to make it slimmer, but I feel like I'm going to need the extra solar power. I guess that means I can just fatten this up. It's not a big deal. Don't like where that's at, actually. Do want to grab things as they're coming along here. How about that? Alright, let's go with that, shall we? And no, it hugs this thing. There we go. Right. Now these need to go somewhere. Oh, hang on. That doesn't quite work out, does it? No, crumbs. I went and put you right in the wrong way. Maybe I don't need that gun turret. That would be a nice thing to realize. Because then... No, this whole thing is off. Off by 1. Alright, I'm going to put you out 1 more. And then... Where's the ammo going, by the way? The ammo's going on the inside, so these can go on the outside. Wait, isn't that good? That means it's fine the way it was. Oh, the order gets reversed from the other side. Interesting. Interesting. That means I can keep the old turret, and I could do this. Oh, I like that. Yeah, that way it goes on the outside, and that way we can keep you. I have no idea how you design these from scratch in a run. I already think this thing's not going to survive first contact with the everything. If I can make this saves me space, then I certainly want to. I don't like guns on the outer edges. They waste time shooting things over here that just don't matter. But I do like that coverage of grabby hands. Okay. Will I want walls up here? Yes. Quality 1 walls. Not that fancy. That should be fine. I mean, all the potential damage we're going to take comes in from the front here. So that is as much walling as I care to have. Which means you can have my walls. Excellent. Sometimes I wonder if this counts towards the edge or not. All right, in that case, the design might actually be nearly complete, aside from bringing this down along here a bit more. I don't think I need or want walls on the edge. And if I can trim off any of these things on the outside, even better. Just keep the whole design thinner. Now, we need a bit more collecting going on. Let's consider how that's done. I'm not sure all of these can afford to be level 2. The front ones are most important. Depending on how many level 1s I get my grubby hands on. You know what? Let's aim for level 2s. How hard is it to make level 2 versions of these? If I crap out quality mod 2s, that's 2%. I can shove 4 into a nice assembly machine. That's 8% chance to get a level 2, perhaps even better. And making these costs quite a bit, actually. But these are all easy to do on Vulcanus, so let's actually be greedy. Let's assume that we're going to get the good stuff. Now I want these going on the inside. Just one is fine, because then I can shove in an additional accumulator. And I'm always wanting more accumulators. Something seems off. Oh yeah, I pushed it out a bit too far. I think that's fine. I'm not even sure if I need more collectors down here. I don't think collection's going to be the problem with these guys up front collecting so much for me. And that's fewer quality things that I'm going to need for it. Remember Paradox, Jake? What are users if not misspelt testers of limited value? Alright, I guess I can just punch the front with even more power. And of course power saving. More accumu later, or accumu now. Right, so what do you think, chat? Is this going to survive contact? Or is it going to burst into flames? Any little space I can shove in more accumulation, the better and happier I'll be. It's not done yet, of course. But the most important part is the front. It needs some additional guns down here. Guns, guns, guns. I'm going to remove these so they don't make me think that I have areas covered that I don't. Yeah, some reasonable DACA. You do not need a lot of these down the side, is what I'm convinced. Have that here. Have that here. Big thing I like about the spaceships is, or in Spaceship Design, is keep your guns further in. If you waste time covering all this outer area, you shoot down targets that, one, were never a threat to you, and two, your arms can't even reach. So that's why I have them behind the solar panels. And I don't even think I need walls around here. I mean, what is going to smash into my ship from the sides here? It's the front that's in danger. I don't know if this is enough, though. I mean, maybe, but also maybe not. I also wonder if this is enough power. Oh, one other thing. I was talking about fancy... hold on, I'm in map view. I was talking about fancy... something. God, words. Words are hard. This is one bit wider than it should be. How much this can I happily trim off? I'll try. Fancy circuit designs to have conditional processing here. Nope. Here's how we fancifully deal with our problems. Complete and total yeeting. We're going to have a logic system here. We'll make it red because we know we're getting rid of stuff. Those are all connected, connected. I want you to read the entire belt. One belt can hold 4 per segment, and we're looking at about 100 bits of... is it 100? Well, yeah, 102. 102, 400. Alright, so if I have 100 metallic asteroids, well, over 100, destroy metallic asteroid. That applies to all of you, except it's for carbons. And for oxides. In addition, I would only like you and you to operate. What is this? Yes, enable. Oh, right, this thing's to read, right? Read everything. Please enable if I have more than... If I have more than 80 of these, reprocess them. And I may as well make absolutely sure you're filtered for the right thing. U and R, except it's for carbons. So if I have more than 80 carbons or the other thing, metallic ones, we're going to grind them down. Because the idea of grinding is usually to get oxide. And if I have more than 100 of any of them, they just get completely slammed overboard. Seems reasonable. And if you have 100 of everything, if I have exactly 100 of everything, well, one, these things are going to be running. And if I don't, then the moment we have 101 of something, whee, out it goes over the edge. It seems reasonable. Is everything covered? The arse end is not covered, but that's because I got rid of my 2 lasers. Laser. Now we have good coverage. Now let's see if it works. 1, do I have enough power? Absolutely not, because I didn't beacon anything. I didn't module anything. So let's start with some modules. Efficiency. In an ideal world, I have quality efficiency modules, but we are not able to guarantee that at this point. That doesn't affect idling time, of course. But I do want to speed things up a bit. So speed, and efficiency. All this wasted space down here doesn't feel right, but I do need the energy generation. I guess just trimming off space saves me launches to get this stuff up there. I do wonder if it's enough solar power, though. It just doesn't look like enough power. Looks like a lot, right? I mean, how many do we have here? 62. I won't give it any repair packs, so if there is damage, we can see what it is. Actually, no, that's a stupid way to do it. A clever way to do it is to give it exactly 100 repair packs, and we see how much it uses. Alright. Yeah, we know that's missing in Fulgora. I never got around to making my botnet there, but I swear I will someday. No modules for the outer beacons? Oh, that's right, I didn't module these now, did I? 1 speed and 1 efficiency. These things are running at minus 56%. I'd really, really like to have quality 2 efficiency modules. In fact, let's imagine I do. If I've got quality arm and grabbers, I can surely make quality efficiency modules. And that drops the power usage by a lot. Just one little bit of power on this. Or one little bit of quality on that. And these things are already at their limit, which is amusing. Does that mean I could get away with speeding them up some more, like dropping out these and replacing them with a bit of speed? That's only minus 22. Let's... Oh, right, there are more modules. Or more beacons, rather. Gotta go fast, guys. Power? That's a little dubious given how much the power is going to suffer when we get to Fulgora. Also, we should absolutely be saving this. Design time 01. Alright, so we will speed it up so we can actually get the goods flowing, and that way we can see if things are actually working here. Constant 1.1 megawatt for the beacons. That's not too bad, right? Each of these solar panels are pumping out 180. I do think it's worth it for the beacons. Actually, 3.2 for the beacons. Ouch. Maybe that's not as good as I want it to be. I am seeing some problems here. For one, where's the ammo? The ammo gets made here and shoved down here. But where is it? It is getting made, right? I sure don't see any ammo. Wait, these guns are getting the ammo. Oh, I see the problem, right? These guys are stealing the ammo and putting it over here, but at least it's going on the correct side. Wait, why is there... Oh, hang on. I need to be bringing all of the, asteroid chunks that are being made over there down to here. So that means I need you set filter for all asteroid chunks. Well, not Promethium. We don't care about that. And then go there. Actually, of all places, I want you on this side so that the metallic ore immediately goes up to prioritize production of gun. But that aside, they should now be coming down here where they can be processed and reprocessed. They're not being reprocessed because we don't have more than 80 of them. And they're not getting yeeted because we don't have more than 100 of them. The water is being made. The water is combining with the metal and the carbon. And we are starting to bank up the fuel. And the fuel is reaching all of the thrusters. Okay, that's good. I don't need to tell you that, but it is good. This flashing light is bothering me to high hell. Where Get out of my... Stop bothering me. There we go. No, there we don't go, because you can't build things in map view and editor. I'm not very good at using editor like that, but I also don't want to spend time looking at planets because it feels like a spoiler. There we go, get rid of the flashing thing. Now whenever I have a flashing thing, it's probably to do with my ship here. Not bad. The bottom turrets will take 1,000,000 years to get any ammo. How about we speed that up then? I want you to go to Vulcanus. Because when it moves, it's going to pick up a lot more chunks. Oh man, look at those chunks flow in. Still could be a problem if anything hits us on the side though, because we have no ammo here. I could always pause thrust if it looks really bad. Yeah, they don't get anything until the top belt is completely full. Yeah. That top belt's getting pretty full, and that's where the ammo needs to be mostly. Very rare for anything to hit you on the sides. That's a bad sign. We're out of fuel already. Well, it's not due to lack of power. This stuff is getting around. I think it's lack of water. Oh my golly gosh, I don't buffer water. Not that the buffering is the problem, but I would like to buffer it. Haven't really left space for doing that, but I think it's important enough to do anyway. Wait, that buffer won't connect with everything else. That barely makes it a buffer at all. Where and how can I buffer water without ruining everything? You can speed up time, but you're doing timed achievements. Consider how long it would take to build. While it's building, I'm sure there are things I can optimize on Vulcanus. And also, I need to make myself go over to Fulgora to re-enable the scrap production. So I don't think I should be too concerned about that. Just next to the refinery that makes the fuel. Not seeing it. I mean, it's symmetrical, so anything that works here should work there as well. Kind of concerning that these things don't make enough fuel to keep this thing going. Move the inserter and underground, you can place an underground pipe. That I certainly can, however, it does break some width issues here, or... yeah, I don't want to make the thing... Oh, wait, no. See, look, the ship is wider at the top over there. So I can do that to buffer water. Doesn't ruin everything that much, I'm just losing one solar panel. And what is one solar panel in the grand scheme of things? A little concerned at how quickly we drank through the fuel, though. I'm also very concerned that there's a chunk on the wrong place. Uh-oh, right. Chunks should not be on the outside, they should only be on the inside. So these are putting things in the wrong place. We have plenty of space here, so it's actually no big deal for me to just do this. And I guess longhand is fine. These things don't process so blindingly fast that we can't handle that. I have absolutely forgotten what the circuit condition for it was, though. Feels like a waste. Like, if I could just tighten this up, I could slam another one of these inside, and that would feel good. Wait a second. Wait a moment. Oh, no. Crumbs. Thought I was onto something there. So I definitely need the ammo coming around here better. It does start flowing. Once it's full on the front, it starts flowing in the back. Is that much of a concern? It does take... That doesn't mean it takes a wee bit of time to fire up. Well, yeah, once it's firing, it's fine. And this is where the ammo should be prioritized, on the front. Lasers are not enough. The lasers are a last resort for anything that's coming in from the bottom here, and I think they should have the time for it. And I don't want them firing very often. Also, the damage that they take, it's no big deal. No, I'm convinced it's no big deal. Look at that, it's barely used any of a repair pack. That's right, just tell yourself it's fine. Then it'll be fine. Like, I could buy them more time if I stuck them a little bit further out. Actually, you know what, I'm okay with that. Doesn't cost me any accumulators, and that's only going to be a problem if anything manages to fly down so far, and it doesn't cover any extra width that these gun turrets didn't already manage. So it's fine to go there. That's what I'm getting out of the whole situation. The disc. I can't use any mods, though. Any mods break the achievements. Right, be that as it may, I believe I was needing to feed these. I couldn't find a way to stick another accumulator in here. And if I recall well, I had circuit conditions going here. You all read everything. And you will activate if and only if that is more than... What was it? I think I said 80. And you need to do the same, but for that. Alright, I am deeply concerned about the fuel situation. I wonder if it's because I waited too long for the reprocessing. Maybe the reprocessing should handle if there's more than less, but I think once it's up to speed, it's going to be all the same to us, isn't it? Alright, I will drop this down to 60. That's my final offer. And now I want you to go to Gleba. I add passenger present as a requirement, because that way it just doesn't do anything. Although I've done that in a real save, and then, you know, I've landed on the ship and it took off. Very non-consensual abduction. Are all the fuel plants working? They certainly... Oh, crumbs. Oh, well that's probably why. I think when I copy-pasted these, it didn't quite bring it the way we needed it to. Well, no, that's not true, because these ones have finished hundreds of products. So no, that wasn't the problem. The problem was clearly a production one, right? Fluids. It's got to about 9.2. Consumption. That's low, but not out of choice. Well, there's the thing, you know, you run low on fuel and then it runs more efficiently for you. Very nice. Don't have to do any fancy fancy circuit designs here. So it's running at like 90% efficiency, and now it's not running at all, but that's because at Gleba. I come to Gleba because I want to see how the power holds out, and the answer is dubiously. Yeah, look at that. When everything is running, it's only barely running. I might need to fatten this thing up with a lot more solar panels. Snuggle the asteroid reprocessors closer together to fit one more accumulator. Yeah, you're right. Look at that. Beautiful. Although these are the wrong way around. I wanted to go out before it goes in. It's not symmetrical, but it works better that way. Alright, so the power is barely holding here. The accumulators aren't happy, but they are holding. But that means this thing will not hold in Fulgora. That might not be a problem. There's nothing saying this thing has to hang around in Fulgora. It only ever goes to Fulgora to pick up science and then bugger off. Truthfully, it doesn't have to hang around any place. Still space in the middle of the conveyor belt. Oh, you mean if we went undergrounds here? Not incorrect. But at a certain point, you don't need more accumulators, you need more energy production. This thing can't move up nor down, so this one's a bit scuppered. Just make the ship longer if you need more space. That is true. Longer... annoyingly... there's a lot of annoying things here. I would like it if this thing worked. I mean, look at that. Production is holding over Gleba. And if there's anywhere this thing would be waiting, it would be Gleba. It would be waiting for the additional goods to be done. I did efficiency module everything, right? It'd be holding even better if things were a bit more modded up. Maybe this thing will be fine. If it needs to be even better, I can send up level 2 solar panels. Not everything is maximum efficiency. I mean, take this poor bugger, it's only minus 42%. But it doesn't operate all that often. We have got... Something isn't right here. Are you telling me there's no ice here? How can Gleba not have ice? It's ridiculous. Well, the ammo seems to be going around. The chunks are going around. The water isn't really backing up at all. Alright, so here's how we'll do it. We will send it now to Fulgora. And we'll see how it does there. And then we're going to send it on a mission to go around, and we'll just watch it perform for a while and see if it does so without completely borking. Fly, my pretty fly. Seems to be doing a pretty good job of just cleaving its way through everything in front of it. And I don't have particularly special upgrades to my guns. What's the ammo production situation? Hold steady at about 100 a minute. It uses triple that when it's going, and then almost nothing when it's stationary. Whoa, quadruple like that. Better keep that in mind. That means we need a way to read the ammo content before it goes anywhere. So... I said I wanted to buffer ammo in here, and I do... Yeah, all the ammo comes out here. It is coming out, right? Oh boy, look at that poor electricity situation. Nowhere near what we need. We can barely keep the beacons running. Everything else is sluggish. I wonder if that's really a problem. It is technically working. It hangs around here and grabs what it can and then takes off. So yeah, we don't like being in Fulgora. That's a lot of extra energy to make up for. Not even that much of a beacon problem. Like outside of the beacons... Actually, yeah, Crivens. Those beacons use up more than everything. Not sure they're actually getting me the savings I desire. In that case, I'm going to trim these guys off. I wonder if these ones should go as well. That does spare me some space for energy generation. It's going to impact the speed at which I make ammo, but maybe that's okay. The front grabber is not connected to the belts, I think. The front grabbers? You mean these ones? Don't know which front grabbers you mean. I mean, it only grabs from the corner there, but this line gets pretty saturated, so not concerned about that. Oh, you mean the asteroid grabber? Oh my goodness, you're right. I was thinking, oh, we'll just put that in whenever, and we didn't. Thankfully, that's very, very easy to solve. Well, that should monstrously improve our output of asteroids. So how's the power looking now? With those ones knocked off, not too bad, actually. Yeah, so I guess the beacons were the problem. The question is, can it continue and maintain good production despite the beacon loss? Yeah, even at Fulgora, these things are almost neutral. That's neutral enough to survive after a journey, so let's get back to Novice. Let's observe it's cleaving its way through there. I do worry about that. Some of those asteroids are getting awfully close. I think just in the sense of keeping ourselves a bit safer, we should have a few more. Yeah, because some of that was getting outrageously close. I didn't like it. 100 solar panels on board and thousands of space platforms. Surely just extend the thing. I don't want to, because it means it's more expensive and takes longer to actually set up the ship itself. Yeah, no better wall than Dhaka. It does remove some of the places that the grabbers can grab from, but it also extends the range that things get broken. So I think that's a net benefit overall. We could also do some grabbing from the sides, but I really don't think that would be worth it. Also, these things are going nuts. Yeah, they're not happy with how many of these we have. Reprocessing takes some time, but something I didn't realize about this until recently was it's not 40-20-20 as in you have an 80% chance. You have 40% and 20 and 20. You could roll all three when reprocessing. Quite unlikely. In fact, we're processing a lot of just ones, but you can sometimes see two of them flash up. See, there we go. Beautiful. There's so much gacha in this expansion. It's crazy. Boy, we barely get any time to bank up some water. Right, so one idea is that when loading and unloading, it's probably going to spend about 120 seconds in each location. How long does it take to fly from location to location? Also, if for some reason, Woob, you're watching, for the love of God, some kind of copy-paste for making these... like, I want to put this on everywhere. Why can't I just press Q on copy-paste or shift right-click on this and then put it in here? Because I want this everywhere. But no. Unless I'm severely mistaken, you have to click on each one of these and punch it in. Time passed. 120. It does thankfully save these when you blueprint a design of this. And also, it is very nice how you can just click and drag these things around, including the entire planet order. In fact, let's consider. It'll start at Vulcanus, it'll go to Novice, it'll go to Fulgora, it'll go to Gleba. Get rid of the passenger present, let's just see how it goes. Begin. Oh, before I began, I never actually figured out anything about an ammo buffer. Or any condition to tell it to stop or start, depending on ammo situation. Also, it hasn't needed to repair anything ever since that one asteroid came and dinked my side. Alright, here's my idea. I want you to spit out and in the ammo, but I only want you to grab the ammo if the amount of ammo there is more than, I don't know, 300. And I only want you to spit out ammo if the amount of ammo inside here is more than 500. And I only want the ship taking off if it has 500 ammo. But how long is it going to take to make that kind of ammo? Because it makes, what, 100 a minute, right? Making 100 a minute, we don't spend that much, we're not around. So worst case scenario, you're waiting around for up to 5 minutes. Alright, so let's say we need to have 500 ammo. And again, I have to chap these in each. Item count, ammo. Ammo's greater than ammo. No, please. Ammo greater than 500. Item count, ammo greater than 500. And I don't think I did greater than for all of them. Greater than, greater than, greater than, greater than. The setup can fill the storage with ammo if the ship stays in place too long. That's quite true. That's a real risk, isn't it? In that case, we'll have a stopgap. Red for stopping. Can't quite reach all the way over there. This thing should, in the circuit network, I'm pretty sure it reads contents. Yeah, it reads contents. So if somehow you can read ammo greater than 1,000, there we go, disable if it reaches that high. That way I won't keep producing ammo if we end up with so much of it. But look at that, these guys are actually running low on ammo. So I think it's going to take a fair whack for this thing. Why is it? Oh, it's not moving. It stopped at Gleba. Maybe one thing to keep in mind that I do not want to be stopped at Fulgora with or without ammo. So let's not have this be somewhere that they will camp. Gleba is fine. Fulgora is not. And I'm sure the ammo from Novice will last at least until Gleba. Unfortunately, that means we're waiting rather a long time for it to get to the point where we have too much ammo. Actually, do you have any ammo? No, it's still flowing around. So we're grabbing what I hope is plenty of stuff. What was that? Alright, there we go. So it's finally backing up on ammo. Like I say, it makes about 100 a minute. Production of ammo. Well, we ripped out the beacons, didn't we? So it's more like 60 a minute. Is that acceptable? Well, the problem is with the ammo creation more than anything. Still a little... still a little slow. Some higher quality... Oh wow, they're actually out of iron. How did it get that bad? Running out of asteroids for these poor suckers. Is your storage to the ammo belt configuration misconfigured? Storage, you mean this one? It just always sends ammo out there. Because the front one should be saturated with ammo more than anybody else. That's what faces the most danger. And I think I'm okay with that. Oh, you mean the ship storage? Only take from this belt if this belt has 300 or more. No, it was not, because I didn't copy it over to the others. Alright, there we go. Whew. Well, the belt has 300 on it now, so it just grabs and brings them in. Yeah, I wonder if this is going to take disastrously long to actually work. You know, fill up with ammo and be ready for being space-worthy. Oh well, it's good enough to get going. Alright, let's see how it lasts here. So during that, it actually stayed at 500 ammo pretty happily. It waits 2 minutes. It then is still stopped at Vulcanus. There's a slight problem here with my setup. If this thing craps it out at 500, then it's never going to be at 500. So let's make a slight adjustment here. Greater than or equal to 500. So you head over to Novice. We're green to go. And then we go to Fulgora. We're in Fulgora. We're never particularly happy in Fulgora. The ammo is keeping up now, so it just needs to get there. And frequent flights mean that this thing is absolutely saturated with ore, or asteroids, or whatever. To the point where we're just, you know, swinging doors to fling them off into space. You put ammo out of the storage when the storage is full instead of when the belt is low. That's a good point, isn't it? It's an excellent point. It should be read from this belt instead of from the ammo. Right, you are the green thing here, right? And that is causing ammo problems. So what I actually need is for you to read this. So now when the ammo is, I don't know, less than 200 or so, then fling it back out. Otherwise we're going to end up in some kind of ammo debt. Meow. It's taken somewhere in the region of 2 minutes, 4 minutes at each location. Is that good or bad? It's actually going to be pretty bad for Gleba's spoilage, but in terms of moving science around, it's pretty good. It's nice that it gives you a live reading on the firearm magazines. The green wire was adding to the hub as well. Was it? Yeah, because it was reading this content, wasn't it? Will your ammo buffer bring ammo to the top belt? Wouldn't that belt be expected to run out first? Yeah, because we have the ammo buffer in here. Okay, so the ammo's journey. It comes out from the top. Half of it goes into the buffer, and the other half feeds into the top. Dedicated. Overflows down here. And the front needs the ammo most, so I'm happy that it gets the most, saturated attention of ammo. And then after that, it goes around and feeds the side bits. And then it comes back into the buffer. And if it still goes through all of that, it continues the cycle forever. I'm quite happy with this, but I'm certainly open to improvements because this is not my forte. Certainly not my forte. Just trying to think of anywhere we could squeeze in more accumulators or power, but maybe it's actually fine on power and accumulators as long as it doesn't hang around Fulgora for too long. It's pretty good. I am seeing one thing that can be considerably improved. I want that like that instead. Because then there's a bigger buffer of iron for you to take from. Interestingly enough, that means I could move you up there. All of this could move up by 1. And you better believe it, that's one more accumulator. Yeah, that's one really nice buffer. Yeah, there's 29 iron things in this underground. So that's a nice buffer for the crusher to use. Currently it was just using the 2 or 3 that it was getting there. So if the amount ran dry, then the ammo would slow down a little too fast. With underground belts, you could squeeze 2 more solar panels just under the electric smelters. I can't put it here because of the ammo. It would have to go here, and that wouldn't give me enough space for it. Although, again, I like what you're thinking. So let's think about it some more. We're at the point where we can very happily do upgrades. Now it comes out a little bit tighter, and now you can go here. That doesn't work on your side, or does it? Or does it? That could be moved along one bit even further, but I don't think that achieves anything. You could move ammo production 1 row down. I tried to squeeze this further, but I couldn't see a way to do so. Although maybe I could, because this could go here instead. I don't know what I achieve by dragging this in by 1, because I already need this space here. But maybe I achieve something. If nothing else, smaller footprint, happier me. That still works, right? By the same logic, you can fit accumulators on the sides near the turrets. You're gonna need to explain which turrets and which sides. What is accomplished by bringing this in? Anything? I don't really want to bring the guns further back. If I could save some space in the front, that'd be nice, but... And this is needed to be here to bring the bring the rocks in. And by the sides of the main storage. Ah, yes, I see it all now. It's getting quite expensive in the undergrounds, but I need to remind myself those undergrounds cost me nothing. This is Fulgora we're talking about. There's a significant lack of ammo on the bottom side right now. Why are these things not crapping them out? Well, according to these, there's actually 290 ammo on the belt. Oh. I see now. All too often an occurrence, that. Gotta be careful when you reverse the flow of things. Now the grabbers on the side have no belt access anymore. That sounds like a them problem. They should learn to adapt better. Well, it's a shame. Something has to go, which in a sense means this is a waste of time to have then. My inventory is full. How can this be? Alright, well, take this garbage off of me then. I don't know of a better way to just get things out of your inventory in debug mode. Wait, maybe I do. Now I have loads of space. No, the editor inventory is different from your so-called individual inventory. Something isn't working here. It's meant to be going clockwise, right? Don't worry, just a temporary distraction. Why no accumulator on the bottom side turrets? Oh, right. This is here simply because I needed a space to throw out my stuff. I actually want power more than I want accumulators. Well, I think I want power more than I want accumulators. It's hard to be sure in this day and age. Sure isn't going clockwise either. Shush you. I know what I'm about. Nice seeing the ammo coming in. So this thing could work a whole lot better with quality furnaces and quality assembly machines. That way it would make the ammo faster and we would have less downtime like this. Otherwise, though, it seems perfectly fine. It's not actually a problem whatsoever if the upper place gets clogged with too many asteroids. At least I believe it's not a problem. Now, if I'm clogged with asteroids, then we just reprocess them, right? Yeah, because we are just turfing those things overboard really quickly. No, I do not perceive a problem here. The only problem, frankly, is if I turf over too many, but I do think that keeping 300 on the belt's about the limit, right? This is 100 of each of them, and it's looking pretty saturated, although not fully. The power production dips in Fulgora. Yeah, partially though that's solved by producing more power. Anyway, I don't really feel the need to expand this thing further. It seems to be working fine. It does pause a little longer than I would like it to at the planets to replenish ammo, but that ammo is necessary. And if I were to increase the smelting that happened here, I think it would get rather expensive indeed. Even so, I would love to have quality smelters up here. 30% faster smelting speed, and it is smelting that's my problem here, it's not firearm production. But yeah, quality electric furnaces would solve this. We can't assume that we're going to have that, though. Wouldn't be many quality ones to make. And it would speed up logistics a fair bit. The logistic problem is not often that, oh no, we have to wait more than 2 minutes in each place. You've got to wait a while anyway to get the science up and in. And the main thing this thing is going to be doing is getting science up and in. Let's observe closely how its power performs over in Fulgora, though. By the way, how long have we spent doing this? I think it's been like 2 hours. I do not have 2 hours in this run to spare looking over Spaceship Design. And this is being able to build it and immediately test it. We would have at least another 3 hours putting it through its paces. We just have to build and hope. And at that point, just use a bleeding blueprint. I want to trim off any additionals that we can because every bit of block of space we save is good for us. And what's good for me is good for thee. There we go. The accumulators are somewhat holding in Fulgora. And if they dip low, that's what accumulators are there to do. Make 100. Yeah, approximately 8% of what I make will be uncommon. So you're right, I should make uncommon ones. Why don't we see how it performs with uncommon ones? It wouldn't be too difficult to make uncommon assembly machines. No, actually, I want to save the blueprint as this first. If I want to faff around with uncommons, I can do that when I have them. We already know that it's going to run 20% better on production with uncommons, at no additional cost, might I add. So as long as this can keep up, and it can definitely keep up, I think we're quite sorted on this. You can fit some accumulators next to the top side turrets. No need to make everything even. Ah, you mean like this, right? Yeah, sure, nothing wrong with squeezing in a little bit more. Let's get really cheeky. We don't need all this extra space here, do we? What's the odds that an asteroid is going to manage to just nip in that corner there? I would say not very high at all. By that same logic, this corner piece could probably go. I don't like that. So yeah, the moment that I took that away, something broke here. Does that mean we don't have enough DACA on the front? That might be exactly what it means. Let's have some backup DACA, shall we? There's also the option to just put in a couple more bits of DACA right here. And I think I will take it. Yeah, that threw me a wobbler, that did. And don't worry about it, the arm can get around this. There we go, a little bit of extra DACA. Yeah, so what I want to do is actually plug in both of my routers so that they can provide backup connection for each other. I don't know exactly how to do that, but it would be nice to have a fallback if one network fails, the other chips in. I need to look that up, but I haven't looked it up yet. Which is a shame, because I think Ninja gave me some links about it, and I thought, oh, that's interesting, and then on my days off, I just faffed around instead of doing anything with it. Endless faffing, such is my life. Efficiency Module 2 has the same rocket capacity. They would have the energy consumption of the Crushers. Yeah, the Crushers are kind of hungry beasts. Making Efficiency Module 2s isn't so otherworldly, is it? But it's a very, very easy thing to fix on the blueprint. As in, you could just drag an upgrade planner around it. But even so, I'd probably just send up 50 and then plug them in. But yeah, a considerable amount of energy stuff could be sorted. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run the thing for a while. Speedy Gonzales. We're going to make sure that nothing breaks after several flights. And then we will have it park in Fulgora for a while and make sure that it can handle that. We're still on 99 repair packs, by the way. Yeah, it seems to make through this no problem. I'm kind of afraid to see how much this thing's going to cost me. Yeah, so it looks to have to wait about 3 to 4 minutes in each place. In some places even less. Did something break here? Because that could have easily just been something back at Novice. No repair packs being used, so I don't think anything broke on the ship. Have you gone to the promised land of Fulgora yet? We solved Fulgora as our first outside planet. I just love it crapping out all of the asteroids. Highly amusing. Vent the asteroids. Okay, no, that's just Novice doing its thing. I thought I fixed those pipes. Alright, wonderful. I dread to ask this, but time? 24 hours. Takes hours and hours of designing this. Okay, so pretty happy with my hammerhead here. In fact, maybe that's what we'll call it, because it's got the front head of the hammer shark thing. Revealing my ignorance of the animal kingdom, why don't I? Do worry how long it takes to actually start this up. But we're not quite done, because the problem is I want this assembled in Fulgora, not Fulgora, Vulcanus, and there's one major problem. There are giant nasty things that want to attack you when you're there. So we actually need to do this in a stage plan. One where we shove up just basic building materials, solar panels, and some lasers to keep it protected. And then where we build the rest of the shell, and then we build everything else. Missing the medium hard points near the front to be called the hammerhead. Oh, one thing I did, I wanted to stress test Fulgora. Let's send it to Fulgora, say passenger needs to be present, and see if it can just last there forever. Accumulators dipping, sir. But overall, holding strong. Nice. If this thing can even survive in Fulgora, then all is well. I don't want my front beacons back to improve ammo production, but that's okay. Alright, it's pretty big and expensive for our first real ship. But that's partly why I do my space production over in Vulcanus. So is there any last call for changes to this ship? And it's pretty tight, so I'm struggling to see anywhere we can squeeze anything more in here. Any 2x2 can fit an accumulator, any 3x3 can eat a solar panel. Wouldn't a nuclear reactor be a much more efficient use of space and energy? Yes. Do I have nuclear reactors and nuclear energy at the ready to throw up to this thing? Absolutely not. Could I make them? Yes. Can I handle that amount of mental bandwidth? Probably not. The accumulators in the bottom turrets with underground belts. The bottom turrets. Ah, right, here. Like what we did here. completely right. And this time we won't mirror it because that caused big bad things to happen. We'll build it like a plebe. Okay, that was good. There's still some wasted spaces here, but it's not a ton. There's like 3 here, 2 here, 2 here, and 1 there. I don't think I'll be losing sleep over that. The accumulators before the second row of asteroid collectors. The second row? Was it row 1, 2, and 3 or something else? I do not know which one you mean. It could be the point that there's space here, right? But there's not 2 squares of space. Perhaps the argument is that you could knuckle this one up a touch and replace it with more accumulators, but I'd rather have solar panels than accumulators for the most part. Under the turret? No, that's not enough space. I could fit 2 accumulators here, but I'd rather have 1 solar panel than 2 accumulators. But yeah, close but no cigar. I like it. But I had to spend time sitting down and thinking about this. I wonder if I could largely adapt this and still get to Aquilo. No, there's no way, right? Aquilo's solar output is like, what, minus 60 in space? Aquilo. Solar power in space is 60, yes, so we get half of what we have right now. So I think, well, with quality solar panels... No, the downside is that I need to have rocket production to get to Aquilo, so that wouldn't be enough. It's not impossible without rockets, but no way. You can do Aquilo with only solar, but without quality you'd be looking at a lot. Yeah, exactly. And not to mention, right, we need advanced reprocessing and advanced processing, and we need to make rockets on site. Although whether or not they're explosive, I'm not sure yet. I don't think the asteroid density is high enough to justify explosive rockets going to Aquilo, but going to System Edge, probably. System Edge, we're looking at explosive rockets, railguns, gun turrets, probably not lasers. I know you can make lasers work, but I don't think I want to. I like the DACA. We're going to need a double ring of that. Oh, there's a lot of work to be done to design a spaceship that's going to be able to manage that. Bothers me that this is off-center. Could I make it center? Is there a downside to that? I'm inclined to believe... No, let's center it. Oops. Oh, God. That was what I wanted. Alright, it's all fast transport belts as well. It could be upgraded to green, but I don't see what advantage you get from green, apart from needing twice as many rocket launches to get them up there. 18th or so down to the clock, I think it was, huh? Oh, 18 hours. Good question. We will look at that in just a moment, but I think it's time to blueprint this. I'm happy about this. Yeah, I'm happy enough with this at least. Bring me my game blueprint. Oh, it won't be saved in game blueprints, will it? No. But I could probably put it in my blueprints. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So let's take all of this, and then shove it over here. And this is Inner Planet Freighter. Very good, very good. Save that blue. We'll double check everything that's in it. 2,000 space platform. Jesus, you can launch 50 at a time. So we're looking at 40 launches to get that stuff up. This is why I need a dozen rocket silos. That's a couple firing off of you, two of you, two of you, two of you, two of you. That's an annoying number. Oh well, if I automate everything, it's no big deal to just launch all this stuff. It's pretty big for a basic ship, isn't it? Assembly machine, laser turret. Yeah, I don't like the idea of a rocket launching. The automated launch will take, what, like 50 laser turrets up there. I guess that's not too bad. It can dunk them later, but it's going to be a lot of wastage for this. Copper wire strat? No, we're just launching all these straight from Vulcanus. We don't have the time. We're on a very strict timer for this run. Alright, so I'm saving this blueprint. However, we're not done. We need a couple things here. It's actually good that we have the extra lasers, isn't it? Because one of the first things I want this ship to be, this thing to be doing, is being able to protect itself. So I need it to have this. Why does this not line up the way I want it to? Quickly now, before you get shredded by anything. It's because this thing is annoyingly 8 by 8. Who designed something to be 8 by 8? Horrifying design. Oh, well, you can get Windmill of Friendship strats for that then. How much power is this going to be? Oh crap, I left it at Fulgora, didn't I? Goodbye, ship. Maybe not yet. What I could do is launch a new platform at Vulcanus. Design 2. Donk. Go design 2. And then we can make sure that inner freight planet can go there. Builds everything. Bang. Strip all of this away. And then... it starts out like this. How much does this produce again? It's 360. Yeah, but these things eat rather a lot. The idea is that before it even reaches its final form, it needs these to protect it. I don't know how many it's going to need to protect it, but it needs to build this outer shell first. Ain't gonna be enough. Yeah, they charge up. Maybe it'll need a bit more than that. Is it gonna be okay like that? Dubious, but maybe. No, that isn't quite enough. It's going to be getting like 50 of these anyway, so just take it. Take it like a man, Laszlo. It'll slowly grow more of it. And as I've mentioned, you tend to get far fewer approaching on the back. How about that then? There we go. So that's the first thing it gets to keep itself protected. Occasionally some might get through, but they'll only do pretty much superficial damage here. And we'll turf this thing up. A bunch of repair packs. And the repair packs sadly only work one square at a time, I believe. It doesn't uniformly repair. It does one, then it does another, then it does another. It doesn't repair them all together. So this is the skeleton. So I also need to save this as skeleton, which means I should probably make this into a book. Like so. And then like so. So this is called the skeleton. It gets the lasers. So then it gets all the space platforms and solar panels to keep the thing running. It gets this built, and then when this thing is fully built, that's when we slam... I'm getting lost here. That's when we slam this on top of it, forced over it. Downside, I suppose, is that then I lose the laser turrets. And then, you know, the laser turrets disappear. I no longer have passive defense, and then I'm going to take damage. Because it's going to take a while for all this stuff to come up here. But at least everything will be running full pelt. There is an idea maybe to switch out some of the guns with laser turrets when I first do this. Can you not just drag the upgrade planner and swap the ammo turrets to laser ones? How many ammo turrets are there? 31, yes. That's a pretty good idea. That might be a great idea. So we turn gun turret into... Oh, you can't do that. Well, that was cool if it worked, but it doesn't work. What we could, however, do is this. I can make a separate blueprint with just lasers. Probably going to be very energy-hungry lasers. Okay, that's already immediately too... Is it? No, it's only intense when they have to kill something. That might mean I want some accumulators on the skeleton then. But yeah, once they start firing at something, pop, and then when they're done firing, the accumulators come back. Why lasers? Because lasers don't require ammo. And this thing needs to defend itself when it's up in Vulcanus orbit. There are still some gun turrets here somehow. Oh, there's one there, I suppose. Any more for any more? No, it's going to fire up 50 laser turrets anyway, so this is okay. Chip damage isn't much at 0 speed. Not much. But I'd still rather have this thing be safe. It can tank it. Yeah, I just don't want an asteroid rolling right into, say, the asteroid collector uncommon and destroying it. How many of these can fit on one rocket, by the way? Rocket capacity 10. Okay. This is fine. So yeah, we're going to save this as laser version. Laser version. Yeah, so once we have the skeleton, then we go over to laser version. And the solar panels will already be there to move in, so the solar panels for power won't be a problem. And then everything else should be fine. Alright, so simple. We build skeleton, we build laser version, we build interplanet freighter, and then we are good to do interplanetary logistics. I can see this thing taking an hour to build and get up to speed, but once it does, it solves all of our logistic problems within the inner planets. Dealing with Aquilo is a separate matter. Whilst this thing is building, I still need to be running around on my everything. But I imagine I automate everything so that this thing gets everything it needs automagically. And that means in my own time, don't worry about the lack of power. That's why the lasers are there, keeping it safe. Maybe too safe. Runs fine when lasers aren't firing so much. It's just that they have a lot of power draw. I'd break up the big blueprint into smaller parts and build it in steps. I don't disagree with that idea. That's cool. I mean, for one, I kind of want these laser turrets very rapidly on the center part here, don't I? So maybe the very first one should be a lot more basic. Like, get rid of all this stuff on the sides, for example, and let's slim it down to something very, very small. They kind of waste their time firing on things that they can't even reach like that. Right, so that'll be the super duper tiny version. Although, it fairly takes a while to destroy these things. I'm dubious if that's enough. Nah, the thing is, I'll be able to launch a whole lot of stuff pretty rapidly, I think. Maybe this should be more concentrated. Something like this. Doesn't like that because of the hole. Alright, don't have a hole then. Power draw. Power draw very high, I understand. In that case, are you telling me we should have accumulators? Well, it's going to need accumulators sent up anyway. How's that? Builds up enough. All right, so that'll be the first that'll be the very first platform, and then it grows into the skeleton, which is, funnily enough, less defended, but I'm sure it's fine. But if that's the case, then surely the skeleton should be this plus the rest. I shouldn't be overwriting that, right? Actually, that would work, because this stuff would still be there. Yeah, the center stuff is still there to keep the absolute core safe. Although I can still improve this, couldn't I? I don't think we need this much in the center when we become Skeleton Man. There we go, keeps it safe. Good enough. Oh crap, I didn't save the previous version that we had. That's okay, because I can save this first. Skeleton, well that's just better skeleton. Wait, there's a better way of doing this, isn't there? You can take one of these and you can say upgrade. No, not upgrade. Select new contents. Do it like this. And then it goes, is this your change? Yes, sir, it is. And then we undo what we've just done. Bring it back down to this. And then we save this as just base platform. And all it is a whole lot of not much. Alright, cool. So it becomes that, then the skeleton, then filled in with lasers, and then filled in with guns. And that is the journey of our inner planet freighter. You could add more steps between the skeletons and the laser version. I don't think so, because it should be safe going into laser version, into big version. That's not true, though, is it? Going from here to here, there are missing aspects. For one, the power, but it already has... No, it's fine. It is absolutely fine going from this to this, because it will destroy the existing, or it'll remove the existing laser turrets, and then it will place them where they are here, and it will also remove and replace any of the solar panels and accumulators. So it is actually very fine going from rotate. Wow, cool. Didn't know you could rotate these. Actually, I think I rotated it the wrong way. Who's to say? Anyway, going from that to this is just going to move them around. I'm quite satisfied with that. Quite satisfied indeed. Especially since this is time that doesn't take away from our timer. Alright, in that case, save design time. And then I need to come out of this. I need to turn off my mods. I had those mods on to break achievements, otherwise this game does weird achievement things. And then confirming that reloads the game. And let's see that it's actually in our save file. Yeah, I see your logic there, Fryhits Camphor. I don't want to, though. There's only so much time I'm willing to invest in designing the spaceship. It's not where the guts of space age fun is for me. Although maybe that's just because I'm doing it live on stream. If I sat down like with an entire afternoon to tinker with a spaceship design, I think I'd have a lot of fun with it. But I have this voice in my head telling me, get on with the achievement. It's what you're here for, Jake. Alright, the achievements are gone, and I can load up main base start. My achievements are not broken. Not a single one of them. And what we can do is we can say, I built this, and it's all available. Wonderful. And the best thing is, the people that just skip to the end won't have seen the design time and assume that I can just come up with these great designs on the fly. Okay, beautiful. Well, our story ends there for today. I'll be back tomorrow, because there's more Starsec to be done, and then after that, building the proper, real, honest-to-God Vulcanus base. We have the plenty of cliff explosives to level the playing field. I'm going to make a kind of bot-operated mall, and we are going to cleave our way through. But until I am back for that, It is a cheers and cheerio.